Hey y'all, I'm Ada K, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning. Are you here and ready for it? Let me get some straightened up. There we go. We'll do it this way today. Oh my gosh. We are going to be doing something different. No more Sarah Boone. Oh my gosh. No more Sarah Boone. It's a little weird. I was ready to say, let's go to Boone Tunes. But, the Sarah Boone trial is over. If you haven't heard, she was found guilty. And now all we got is sentencing. Good morning, Emily. Good morning, Melissa and Miss Morales. Y'all are fabulous. Y'all are the early birds. I know. I was like, we hit over 100 people at one time. We hit over 100, 102 actually, but that's over 100. I was like, it's so hard because you want to get excited and but you got to keep it cool. You got to keep going. It was amazing last night. Oh, and I hope and pray that it continues. We have another trial that I want to look at. Um, we're going to have to play this in the breaks. This is the Chandler Alderson betrayed by blood family in trial. So we'll look at that later. We have two new members, Emily and Melissa. Thank you so much for joining this community. We really, really do appreciate it so very, very much. Y'all are so freaking awesome. And I got my homework in. We are waiting for the Farris trial to start. Every time I say Ferris, I think Ferris Bueller, day off. Every time I hear that name. Getting a little candle burning in here. I always like to have a candle. I like the smell. Always, always. Good morning, Ronnie. Did you sleep well? I didn't go to sleep until 2 a.m. Actually, 2:30, but it was counting in 30 minutes. Oh my gosh. Hi, baby girl. What? What do you want? You want to say hi? Come on. You can lay down here with me. Yes, you can. My puppers. So we are waiting for the Melody Ferris trial to start. And if you don't know, this is a woman who was charged with unaliving her husband with a 38 short nub special, and then either pushing him or getting a tractor and rolling him in to a burn pile and tried to discard the remains, but to no avail. It was not successful because when everybody started looking for Grandpa, couldn't find Grandpa. It's interesting. Let's see. Their caps are Georgia's woman Melly faces several criminal charges, including malice, murder, felony murder, for allegedly unaliving her husband, killing. I've already said it. Gary Farris and torching his body in a burn pit. Police initially believed Gary had suffered a medical issue and fell into the pit until and into the fire on his property, causing his demise. But investigators later discovered a bullet was found in the rib bone, leading authorities to suspect foul play. A phone call between Melody and her lover allegedly proves she committed the crime. If convicted, she faces life in prison. There we go. So we are waiting for this trial to start. I'll go ahead and get it up on scene and get us situated. There we go. I think I'll do. Can't do that one. Yeah, I think I'll do that and edit it, but I can't, so I've got to do this one. Excuse the itchy nose, y'all. Allergy season. Sorry. It's that time of year. I've not set up a. Yeah, but that ain't gonna work. I forgot. That ain't gonna work because I've got to have room for the banner. So let me embiggen this slightly. There we go. Embiggen. Nope. That one slightly. Save. Okay, I had to edit my layout. So, did everybody have a great evening? Gosh, I did. I thoroughly and loved my time with y'all last night. That was freaking awesome. I don't care what anybody says. That was freaking awesome. All right, got everything done? Here we go. The first sip is always the best. I say it every time. Every time. I know. It's great. Bond. We're here to watch this. I bet we are. I'm just waiting for it to start. It's a minute or two behind. Zach, wake up, little Zach. Wake up. Hi, Heidi. Mowing deep in raid. Woohoo! Thanks, you guys. Well, we're waiting for trial to begin. We had a fabulous Sunday Night Live last night. Oh my gosh. Let's go see. I cannot believe that we had a ton of viewers. I don't remember the exact number during the live, but we had 1,600 views last night. I was so ecstatic. I just saw that this morning. Oh my God, Heidi, you done flipping around? I didn't. I woke up late. Look, let me grab this. It's my sister. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh my gosh. For those of you who know me, um, I have a wonderful, loving sister who I adore, but she's going through uh, stage 4 inoperable metastasized triple negative breast cancer. So I always answer the phone when my sister calls. Don't care what I'm doing. So I appreciate y'all hanging in there with me. I thought music was playing. Oh well. So appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Um, welcome, Adair. Good morning. I heard we had a little raid going, and then I go and have to stop talking for a minute. So I apologize for that. No fishing stories? Mm, Zach, you'll appreciate this. I went to, oh, what is it called? It's a camping, fishing, not fishing, in San Antonio. It's an REI, the REI store. Oh my gosh. I am like so ready for this. I'm so ready to start camping. So want to go camping. So want to go. But backboard cover gears. Ooh, I need to go to this place. But anyway, two fabulous things. And where, what, where is it? It's my water bottle. Bet that's in my other office. I'll go get it in a little bit. And a 2 burner grill or stove. I'm so looking forward to it. Um, just kind of got the lay of the land, and oh man, I just wanted to figure out what I needed as far as like, do I want to go with an air mattress or do I want to go with a really nice cot and a freaking amazing topper? And let me tell you that cot with the topper, I laid down on it and I was like, oh my gosh, this is almost better than my own bed. So yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it is expensive. Um Oh, that is gonna be awesome. We made our reservations for our camping trip at the beginning of March for the Colorado Bend State Park here in Texas. That's where we're gonna be going for my first big camping trip in, like, 25 years. Well, I take it back. I had one camping trip with my kids in probably 2010, 2011. It was just a little two-nighter with some friends of ours, but I hadn't camped before that since I was 25, 26. But I camped a ton between the ages of 18 and I got out on my own uh, till that point. So camping has changed quite a bit. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Nope. I might do that sometimes, but um, there's another reason. I would love to next year start hitting some of the powwow circuit during the summer. And some of those powwows have campsites. You can camp at the parking area. And I have heard about and seen where all the women get together and we do beadwork or we help finish people's regalia at night. It's kind of like a fun time. People could go visiting from tent to tent, and I want to do that fun stuff. And she walks in with her attorney this morning and she pulls up with the attorney. What? Okay, guys, here's some little bit of a heads up. She has been shoved herself in that corner up until probably Friday. And she's not really been sitting at the table with her attorneys until Friday. She's kind of distanced herself from everybody. So this to me is quite an interesting move. I will do that when we don't have other trials. There's a couple of judges I follow, and so, yes, we will be doing that when we don't have a major trial we're following. Who is Emery? Zach? Who is Emery, love? I don't know what an Emery is. Oh, no. You're welcome. No, I love watching some of the civil stuff. So, definitely. Is this some of his family? Or who are these people? Oh, they're part of the witness. Why do we not have sound? Give us the sound, judge. We got a witness. Mm, 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 mm. I'm sorry. You're right. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I don't go mountain climbing. I have one knee that has no ACL and another knee that's got a destroyed meniscus, and I haven't had surgery. I've avoided it, and I'm not in any pain, and I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna cause it to get worse. Ah. Yeah, that's pretty high. That's 8,000 feet is what you're referring to? Yeah. No. I like hiking and walking, but I used to do rappelling. Now, back in the day, back in the late '80s, early '90s, you could rappel off of Enchanted Rock, and I went with a group of people, and I learned how to rappel off of Enchanted Rock. You can't do that anymore. You're afraid of heights? Well, yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm afraid of heights, it just depends. I respect them. I need to get some lips on, y'all. Y'all didn't tell me I needed to get my lips on. Most of my makeup is still packed. I chose not to do anything this weekend after the wedding. I will be glamping it. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be having a nice setup. Hello, saying blew the ACL, PCL, LCL, MCL. I blew everything. Yep. Well, I had my friend's pit bull attack me, and I was told it was basically an internal amputation, and I haven't had surgery in 10 years, and I'm great. But if I had surgery then, he said I'd never walk again. And I'm glad I listened.
Across town because we have another jury trial week here, and we're gonna probably lose our second jury room that y'all are using.
Yeah, and she paid nothing
They
towards
told
the
us
bills.
lunchtime, but I know they
Had
won't
no
have a jury selected by
insurance.
lunchtime, so we'll use it for lunch. But then we may have to find another accommodations if we do lunch in later in the week. But we'll try to
Figure it
figure
out.
that out. The building is full, so anyway, that's a whole nother day and a half rant that I could go on. But anyway, with that, we'll skip that for now. All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. We call Joanne Warfield. Please raise your right hand. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm that in the matter pending before this court, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Lower your hand. Please state and spell your name for the record.
It was a good day. Joanne Hill.
I said that yesterday, and I cringed.
All right, Ms. Hill, I want to briefly talk. I don't think this is going to be very long. I just want to discuss a email relationship or text message relationship that you were in with Gary Farris back in 2018.
Oh,
Could
the
you
other
tell me how that
woman.
started? How you met him?
In January of 2018, he gave me his business card and asked me to call him.
Okay.
And then I ran into him multiple times, but in March,
Let me slow down.
Okay.
Did you guys? Where did y'all work? Were y'all in the same building? What-
yes, we worked in different law firms in the same building.
Okay. And where was that?
At Wells Fargo building at Atlantic Station.
Okay. All right. So go back
Mm.
to the phone calls.
And then he asked me to call him. I didn't call him. I ran into him in March, and he asked me to call him again. And eventually in May, I sent him an email.
Okay. Do you remember what that email said?
I love you, man.
Something to the effect that here's your elevator friend reaching out.
Okay. Did he respond to you? Did he comment on your? Did he call you pretty? Things like that.
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury? To the best of your memory.
He would pass me and then text me later on and say that he saw me and I looked good.
Welcome,
Okay.
Heidi.
So-
1776.
Did you believe that Gary was attempting to start a relationship with you?
Possibly,
something like
possibly, or just get to know me.
Okay. There was some discussion, was there not? I believe you told Detective Kuykendall that you would have pursued a relationship, but I think you called it, you kept using these words, extenuating circumstances.
Mhm.
What did that mean?
I
He was
thought
married.
maybe if they were separated, or maybe if he had a wife that was terminal in a hospital type thing.
Okay. What did he tell you?
Well, when that conversation took place about him being married, the doors opened. He did say he was married, and then the elevator doors opened. There was somebody standing there, and he didn't get to finish.
Did he wear a wedding ring?
No,
Okay. So you had no idea he was married.
right.
So my question is that did he hold himself out like he was married or not?
It's hard to tell through the brief times we would run into each other on the elevator or in the lobby.
Okay. And earlier he asked you to send him some pictures of yourself. I
No.
think. No.
No,
Okay. But he did call you pretty in messages and emails. Yes.
yes.
No.
And you guys were continually talking from January of 2018 all the way to his death.
By running into each other. Text messages didn't start until May. I was sort of avoiding that because he was married. I had found out 2 different times he was married, once in March, and then so I wasn't pursuing that, but we would casually run into each other from time to time.
Would y'all take smoke breaks together?
No,
Did you know his paralegal, Angela Phillips?
I knew who she was.
Okay. Do you ever remember telling her that Gary was cute?
No, I've never talked to her.
Okay. Any of your friends that would have told Angela that?
That he was cute?
Mhm.
I don't think so. Not,
Okay. Did you tell any of your other friends that you were trying to pursue a relationship with Gary?
no. I mean, I was interested in if he was married or not.
1 second, Ron.
This case, Heidi, is a true whodunit of a case. They have no weapon
That's all, Ron.
until a woman shows up and says her weapon is missing, and it matches
Yes.
the
Hi.
caliber of bullet
You don't work
that
for-
ended the life.
I do not.
Gary.
But at one point, you possibly became interested in Gary Farris,
I did.
and he didn't wear a wedding ring, so you inquired to see if he was in fact married,
Correct.
and you exchanged some flirtatious messages with Mr. Farris at one
Yes.
point.
But you never met up in person?
No.
Did you ever meet up outside of work?
I almost
No.
thought you were talking about me.
Did you ever become physical with Mr. Ferris?
No.
In fact,
Here's 200 pounds.
you were informed after inquiry that he was in fact married,
Yes.
and you brought that to him as an
Yes.
issue for you. And his response was, "That's the right thing to do." Yeah, you have to
Yes,
speak out loud.
yes.
The defense has been characterizing your flirtation with Mr. Farris as an affair. Would you characterize it as that?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right. You
No
redirect?
follow-up, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Okay.
We call John Lambert.
So, it's so funny to see a sweet looking old lady whose husband made a ton of money, and she spent more than a shite ton of money
Sir,
for
raise your
murder.
hand. Do you swear in front of any testimony you give before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
I
so help
would,
you God?
if I didn't like him, I would put up with him if I was living as comfortable as she was.
And when you get comfortable, state your name for the record.
John Lambert.
And Mr. Lambert, what do you do?
I work for a home automation, low voltage contractor, doing smart home technology.
How long have you done that for?
Probably 20 years.
Where's it located out of?
Current company is located in Atlanta.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Forsyth County and Cumming.
Okay. Do you ever do security installs and things
Yes.
such as that in Cherokee County?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go
Are
get
you
some
aware
water.
of the property,
Right.
2155 Purcell Lane?
Yes, we didn't do the original install. We've only serviced it, but yes, I'm familiar with the property.
When did you start servicing that property? I know it was a long time ago, so best.
Yeah, maybe 2012-ish, best guess.
Okay, so presumably around the time they bought the property, to the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
Did you service that property around 2017?
Yeah, sometime around the end of 2016, 2017.
Did you ever have any interaction with Gary Farris?
Yes.
How about Scott Farris?
If that's his youngest son, I don't know the family very well. I know the last visit I was there, his one son was just back from the service,
Okay.
came back from the military. If that's Scott,
You don't know a name?
I don't know. I don't know any names.
Okay, so we'll just clear that up a little bit.
Yeah.
You're aware there is a son who was in the service and he was the youngest son.
Correct.
Okay. Did this person, this youngest son, did they live on the property?
I think he was above the barn or something on the property.
Okay. Did you ever have any interaction with him?
That one visit, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and just jump in real quick. Tell the jury what your interaction with, well, let me ask you this first. Did you ever have any interaction with Gary and the youngest son together while they were together?
Yeah, that one time on the last visit I was at the house.
All right. And tell the jury what that visit was like.
I mean, it was a little weird. I can't remember what they were bickering about, but they were kind of bickering about something. And I have kids. I bickered with my parents. It happens, but I would never do it in front of somebody working in my house or somebody that wasn't in the family. So I just thought that was weird. That's all.
All right. Do you recall any statements that the other son made?
Not word for word, not exactly, but it was something like he couldn't wait for them to go, both of them to go, so he can just have that property to himself. Something to that effect. Again, it was over 7 years ago. So,
Did this interaction between Gary and the youngest son, did it cause you any concern?
it felt weird. I just thought it was a little bit weird at the time. No, but and then after I heard the news, it made me think of it, and that's when I reached out to a friend to say, "Hey, just have the detective call me," so I could just say say my last
Thank you for
interaction.
working.
So
with
after
me.
you initially heard about there being
Can
death on the
you
property,
explain?
you had made some type of contact to law enforcement?
Yes,
And were you ever
You
interviewed by
live
law
like the
enforcement?
it was over the phone,
neighbors.
quick phone call. I believe that was it.
Was it one of the Cherokee County deputies?
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but it was one of the Cherokee detectives.
Okay.
I read it.
And
too.
you also told the deputy something about hearing gunshots.
Correct.
Okay, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, it was, I guess it was July 3rd, 2018. And I don't remember if it was 9 or 10. It was a little bit later, 9 or 10 o'clock. It wasn't fireworks. It was just a couple gunshots. Weird at the time. I would say maybe 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly.
Ooh, he
That's
did
perfectly fine.
house.
Now, where were you staying at when you heard these gunshots?
I was at my ex-girlfriend's house, which is about a mile away from the Farris's house.
All right. And did those gunshots that you heard cause you any concern to contact law enforcement?
Well,
At the time, no, it's North Cherokee County. You hear gunshots once in a while. In Forsyth County, you hear gunshots once in a while. Just that close to that late at night was just a little weird, but at the time, no.
Okay. And did you also hear any fireworks about that time?
Not around the same time, but that night, I'm sure either earlier or later that night, there was fireworks.
And going back to when you were at the residence, did you ever see any type of odd behavior between Gary and Melody Farris?
Not that I could recall. I think I maybe saw Melody once or twice in all the visits over there, and nothing that I could.
Okay. So the only interaction between any of the family members that you saw that gave you any concern was between Gary and Scott?
I just thought I had a weird feeling from it. That's all. But,
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Police Court. Ms. Lammer, how are you this morning?
I'm good. Yourself?
Pretty good. You don't want to be here, do you?
I don't think anybody does, but
Yeah. Never thought you'd come in and be testifying in murder cases, would you?
no. I mean, when I talked to the detective in 2018, that's the last I'm not a big person on the news. I had no idea until I got subpoenaed a few weeks ago and totally forgot about it.
Right. Well, you agree with me that you just had a gut feeling something was just not right, so that's why you contacted law enforcement?
Well, between hearing the gunshots and the interaction I had the year before, and it being in Gary Farris, was limited interactions, only services, maybe 4 or 5 times been to his house to services. So, but he was always a nice, genuine, great guy.
Right. You just want to give law enforcement any information that you had, right?
Yeah.
And it was those gunshots that concerned you, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was unusual.
It was unusual that night, and you were you were a little north. You were staying in a home a little north of the Purcell Lane, Scott and Gary's residence.
Correct.
And Scott's who we're talking about, the son that was there.
I don't know the family members' names. The youngest son that just
Yeah,
got
the
back
one
from
lived there, right?
yeah,
Worked on the property. Yeah, that's Scott.
Yeah.
Tall guy.
Yeah, tall.
Yeah, and you agree with me that they were not about to get in a fist fight or anything like that.
No.
In fact, I think when I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being fisticuffs, 1 being nothing, you said it was around a 1.
Yeah, I mean, parents bicker with kids. The only thing that I just felt weird doing it in front of.
Right.
First time meeting me doing it, like if I argue with my kids, it would be with my kids and nobody else in front. Not no.
I mean, you're not saying that.
No, but yeah, it was just.
You agree with the parents and children argue, right?
Of course, yeah.
And sometimes we argue with our parents in situations where we may not want to. We go back on and look and say, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that with other people around.
Of course, yeah.
But you never felt like Scott was threatening his dad or anything, did you?
No.
Never felt like it was a violent incident or anything like that, right?
No.
It's just when you knew that there was a murder on the property with Gary, and you knew what you knew, and then you heard those shots, you felt like you should just contact law enforcement, right?
That's it. It's just maybe think back to that last visit there, which I hadn't even thought about until I heard the news, and say, hey, let me just at least,
Fair enough.
say
Now, those
what
gunshots. That was
J.H.
Tuesday, July 3rd, 2018, around, I think it was 9 or 10 o'clock.
sometime around then. Yeah.
And it was 3,
I
4
did
shots.
too.
You remember how shots you heard?
It was a couple. If I have it written down when I talked to the detective back then, it's over, 6 years. I don't recall now exactly what it was. If it was written down on whatever I spoke to the detective back then, pretty sure it was a couple,
Okay.
maybe 2. I don't remember for sure.
It's been a while, honey boo
But it
boo.
was such a time of night that was odd that gunshots were being fired then, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it
It's a
wasn't
little-
hunting time or shooting time or anything like that, right?
Yeah, and I don't know what shooting time is or when hunting season is, but Cherokee County, Forsyth County, you hear gunshots once in a while. Just
But
you
not when
do,
it's
but
night.
Not
like
not when I'm laying in bed at night. It was a little late.
You agree with me? It was those gunshots that gave you concern that you called law enforcement.
Yeah, but once I heard that they found Gary, that's when I wanted to say, hey, I heard gunshots at night. I wanted to talk to somebody, just let them know I did hear gunshots that night.
No, thanks for doing that. We appreciate it. Have a nice day. Okay.
Thank you.
Two follow-up questions.
All right.
Mr. Weaver, to the best of your ability, can you recall to the jury?
I know that
what
gum
you
in
remember
court.
saying?
I'd be all over him. Lawyers would be taking care of that.
I can't tell you what they were arguing about, whether it was
Maybe he's
taking care of the
down.
property.
I don't know.
I really don't remember, but he said something to the effect that, when his parents go, can't wait to just take over the place. Something
Oh,
to that
now you're
effect.
putting it on his brother.
Not a
I'm
quote.
trying. Yeah, it was something to that effect, but I can't remember exactly.
Well, he would
6 years ago, but
love to have the
what he
place.
said.
Who wouldn't say that about their parents'
Last
property?
thing is,
But
when you heard these supposed gunshots on July 3rd, were you, first, how far away
I
is
want
your residence approximately?
About a mile
Okay. Were you inside or outside of the home?
inside, and it's an older home that was built in like the 20s, which doesn't have much insulation and with old windows. It was an older home, so there wasn't. Yeah, that's all you hear every noise in the house.
Okay.
From outside.
No problem, but you were inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, sir.
All right, you can be excused. Thank you, sir.
y'all, fried green tomatoes. Kathy Bates is in a new
Yeah, we called that.
series, and they've signed on for a second season already, called Matlock. Oh my gosh, I haven't watched episode 2 yet. I'm kind of waiting, but episode 1, oh wow, it is a twister. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I watched it 3 times. I was like, she's still brilliant at her age. Brilliant. And she's a survivor, man. Hi, Dr. Bullbutter. Everybody, we have an announcement to make. We have a new mod. We'd like to welcome Ms. Dr. Bullbutter as a mod. She got a wrench. So now behave, or she can put you in timeout. Mm-hmm. She's got the magic button. No, but seriously, welcome. We are looking for mods, and thank you for joining us. Finally, I got you in. I figured it out last night all on my own. I was so proud of myself. I forgot. I'm not good at that kind of things. Oh, Zach, you didn't run her off. Mm-hmm. You didn't run her off. By the way, we do have a mod corner and special things in Discords for our mods. Zach, we need to get you into where you can put when you're available, or if you're not going to be available, there's a schedule section. But we'll have a mod meeting in the near future when we get a couple more mods, and I'll update everybody on all of that. But we have special things for our mods in Discord. We also have a special mod chat that we can, cut up and have fun without getting in trouble. So, but congratulations. Welcome aboard. We have not even hit the defense yet, and this is day 16. What? Not including jury selection. He's a handsome young feller.
No, keep going. Just before you sit down, just look at me. Okay. Don't sit down. Raise your hand. Please swear and affirm the testimony you give before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. All right, put your hand down. Go ahead and you can have a
Put your hand up. Put
state
your
your name for the record.
David Thomas.
All right. What do you do, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
I currently work for a food distribution company here in the Atlanta area. Also own my own
Take your
company.
Do you know Ms. Farris?
I do.
How do you know her?
Through a
No.
close friend, Alan.
That Alan?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet Ms. Farris?
I met her, I think it was in the end
Oh,
of
another
October,
boyfriend?
November of 2018.
And you're aware of Gary Farris's death?
I am.
Duh.
How much did you interact with Melody after you met her in, what'd you say, October?
Just
The end of October, the beginning of November.
Okay, in 2018.
Yes.
All right. How was Melody at that point in time?
As far as your first question, interaction, over a number of months after I first met her, we became really close as far as friends is concerned. And
that's a little fast.
when I met her, she was at Alan's house, and I was renting a downstairs apartment at Alan's house. So I could tell upon the first time I ever met her that she was very depressed. And the interaction I had with her was that she was like, this lady needs a friend. She needs somebody to talk to. She needs some hope. I didn't know the real details of her husband's passing, other than the fact that he'd been, found in a burn pile, and that was about it.
This is after.
At that point in time, did you and Melody become friends?
Yes, we became friends. I slipped a note in her, inside of her open purse with my phone number, and I asked her to give me a call because at that time it was approaching Christmas time, and my friend Alan was fighting stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And I wanted to talk to Melody about that. And what I decided to do at that time, and it was my decision, is that I wanted to throw a Christmas party for Alan because I felt that Alan was extremely depressed. He'd already been through one surgery, was about to go to another surgery. He was on chemo, and basically Alan was at death's door.
Was Melody, I gotta break you up a little bit. Did you ask Melody to help you plan this Christmas party?
I did, and the reason I did that is because I didn't want to celebrate Christmas anymore. My dad died Christmas Day a few years earlier.
Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately, my mom also died at Christmas a few years later during the COVID crisis. But anyway, I asked Melody if she would be willing to help me because I started thinking, okay, you've got 3 depressed people, Alan, myself, and Melody. And I said, Christmas is a time of joy. It's a time of celebration. And I wanted to get her to be involved. I wanted to give her some hope. I wanted to try to make her smile. And we both had one common goal. And that common goal was to lift the spirits of our friend, Alan.
What did y'all end up doing that, having the Christmas party?
We had the Christmas party. But Melody helped me to orchestrate it, to decorate the house. And basically, we had Alan to go away from the house. We had the neighbors and the family members to come over and decorate the entire house, including moving in a baby grand piano, having a Broadway star to come down the staircase inside, and having a band inside the house to play for the Christmas
That's money, honey.
I really blew it out. I didn't have a lot of money, but I did everything I could to try to surprise my friend.
And I'm assuming that you funded this Christmas party.
I funded this, yes.
Okay.
And
Wow.
It was Melody that stopped me from putting the nativity scene out front because she did have a mule and some goats, and I decided that may be taking it too far. But anyway, she was a great help to me. It did help her to come out of her shell a little bit, and it lifted her spirits, but it also surprised and lifted the spirits of our friend. And
Did y'all remain friends after the Christmas party?
yes, we did.
Is that her current boyfriend?
Was there ever, because you had mentioned the baby piano, do you play the piano?
I do.
Was there ever an instance where you had to have Melody help you try to move a piano?
Yes. I'm a classically trained musician, and she helped me and the neighbors
I'm with you, honey.
to Alan's house. And then after the Christmas party was over, I think it was sometime in January, maybe the beginning of February, I needed to move the piano out of his house because he was trying to get ready to sell his house at that time. And I had no place to put the piano. I was also engaged to be married at that time, and I didn't know exactly where I was going to be living. I did not want to put the piano in just any rental unit in town. Melody said, "Why don't you just put it in my garage until you can figure out what to do with it?"
Who would
Did
put
you in fact
baby
move the
grand in
piano
a
into her
garage?
I did move the piano into her garage. I borrowed a farm trailer that she had, and
That's about me there. Mhm.
moved it out to her farm. Alan could not
Yes.
help us unload it, and it was just me
Okay.
and Melody and Alan had just had surgery. So Melody and I were trying to get the piano off the trailer, and the trailer has, if I remember right, kind of a wire mesh on it like some of the rental trailers have. And it almost turned over, and she really had a hard time lifting it. I had a hard time lifting it, but we were able to finally get it off. And the piano weighs 400 or 500 pounds.
Y'all, I wonder if that's a digital baby grand because, honey boo, even the mini standard baby grand, way more than that. And two people their age moving that? Holy crap. Y'all, uh, mm, that must be one of those digital baby grands.
So we were able to get it off and get it
I don't know. I
situated in
thought
her
they already
garage.
had.
Did, and that was mainly with your help.
We'll find out.
My help. She helped to balance it, but it almost turned over because of how I had it on the rollers. And with a baby grand piano, you move it on its side with the legs off of it. There's a certain way to move these things, but it's a lot of weight.
And you rolled it.
And I rolled it, yes.
No.
Are you
Oh
familiar
no.
with Melody's children?
I wonder.
Say that again.
Do you know Melody's children?
I have met them, yes.
Okay. Which ones have you met?
I've met Amanda, Scott.
I don't think it was.
And
I saw a picture of the
I've met
inside.
the
I don't know.
son-in-law, Chad.
When y'all were when you were moving the piano into Melody's garage, did Scott come over?
Yes.
What
It's
happened?
digital, it wouldn't matter.
We had moved the piano. I had backed the trailer up to the front of the garage, and we moved the piano into the garage. And I was getting ready to leave, and I had disconnected the trailer from my car. And then out of the blue, Scott comes from the barn area where he was living, and he rushes up the road and he comes toward me. And I had never met him. I did not know who he was. And he was screaming and yelling at me and Alan and Melody. And basically, Scott was screaming very loudly at me, like, "Why are you here? Who are you? What are you doing on this property?" Like he owned the place or something. And
Was
then,
Melody there with you?
yes, Melody was standing in a proximity of where I was. And he was screaming, "Don't you know there's been a murder here? Why are you here?" And then he and his mother got into it. And I said, "Son, I'm sorry about your dad." I said, "I've lost my dad, and I understand what it's like to lose a father, but I have nothing to do with this. Why are you yelling at me?" "Well, you don't understand. No one's supposed to be here. This is a murder scene."
That may
And
be
I
true
said,
too. They may have told him that.
"Son, I'm sorry."
And just to clarify for the jury, what year was this?
This would have been probably 2019. This would have been after the Christmas party.
So sometime between January and February of
I
2019.
got a visual.
Did Scott eventually just go back to the barn, or did he leave?
No, he kept hanging around there, and he was very, I don't like to talk about anybody that I don't know, but he was very out of control. I mean, to a point of where it was like, if I came up to you on the street and started yelling at you for no reason, that's the type of craziness that was going on.
Was that your first time at Melody's house at 2155 Purcell?
I think that was my second time, because I had been out there once before, I think with Alan, and it was for a Christmas, not really a Christmas dinner, but kind of a Christmas, come have some pie and cake type thing. Just the three of us, Alan, myself, and Melody. And I think there was another lady there. I don't know what her name was.
Did you ever have to help take care of the farm, feed the animals, or anything like that for Melody?
I did, but I want to say one other thing about the Scott situation, if I may.
Okay.
So when I got ready to leave, Alan was in his vehicle, I was in my vehicle. We got ready to leave the property. Scott followed me for 3.5 to 4 miles at a very high speed, and I couldn't understand why. And it made me upset
Protecting
and
Mama?
nervous, and I thought, why is this dude following me? I haven't done anything. And I called 911, and the only response I got from 911 was, what county are you in? Where are you? And I couldn't give them any information because I wasn't using GPS on my phone at that time. And the only way I got away from him was to make a right-hand turn at the very last moment. But it was very intense. And even to this day, I don't know why he was following me off the property.
Thank you for that.
Sure. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
Did you ever have an occasion to have to either assist Melody with taking care of doing farm chores or feeding the animals, anything like that?
I did know about all of her animals. She had chickens, she had goats, she had a mule that they called donkey, and she had probably three or four horses on the property, if I remember correctly.
Did you ever have to feed them?
I did feed them about 3 times, and after Melody was arrested, I went back out to the farm with her son-in-law, Chad, to change the locks on the house because there was an issue there where some things were coming up missing. And I went out, I told Chad, I said, something's wrong, something's not right. And Chad was a little bit hesitant for me to go out toward the barn area. And I said, Chad, I'm going out to look at the animals. And the donkey did not look healthy. The horses did not look healthy. And I went out there and the water troughs were all completely dry. They had not had any water for, I don't know how long, probably a few days. I put water in the water troughs, and the horses literally came running up toward me. The donkey came running toward me. There was no food. I ended up privately going and buying hay and food for the animals.
I'll go for that.
This was right after she was arrested, and she wasn't at the property because it was just Chad and I, whatever the time period.
He was going
So
through a
sometime
lot.
Summer of 2019, does that sound about right?
Probably. But I went out there, I probably fed the animals 3 different times. I know I went to the fence, I think, and threw a bale of hay over. And I called animal control at least 3 times to get somebody out there. And I think there is something written up where I did call animal control.
Did you ever see, while you were out there tending to the animals, did you ever see Scott Farris out there?
No, it did not.
That's all I got, Judge.
Russ?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
I'm Jeffrey Fergus. I think we talked on the phone several weeks before trial started. Is that right?
Oh,
I think so.
Zach.
And you're in not show business. That's wrong. Media. Is that right?
I spent 24 years in broadcasting.
Okay. What'd you do?
13 of those years I worked for NBC Nightly News, or a local affiliate in Birmingham, Alabama. And then I worked for a software broadcast company for a year. And then I spent 10 years at the Weather Channel as their main commercial coordinator.
All right. And I think you told me you won some awards and things.
I have 2 Emmy Awards for my writing. As far as that is concerned with the television station I worked for. And I don't know what else you want to know.
You enjoy the media and things like that?
I did at the time, up until the time that it was time for me to do something different with my life.
And fair to say that you have had lots of conversation with the defendant, Ms. Harris?
During the time that she and I were friends, from the time I met her to the time she was incarcerated.
So you've had lots of conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay. By phone calls?
In person and by phone calls.
Text messages?
Probably.
How many times do you think you text her between when you came back into her life until today? If I was to look in your phone or your history, how many text messages are between you two?
During that time that I knew her, I have no idea because I had a lot going on in my life. I was in the process of getting married. I was in the process of moving. I was in the process of helping to take care of my friend Alan.
Well, when you were in the media, you actually had to pay attention to details and grammar and syntax and things like that because you got an award for writing. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do pay attention to details, right? I mean, professionally, that's what you're trained to do.
Right.
So how many text messages are between you and the defendant since you came back into her life? You can round it up, 1,000, 2,000, how many?
I don't know. Probably, I would say probably under 100.
And how many times have you talked to her? How many conversations have you had with her?
It just depends as far as I'm trying to remember because it's been, 6 or 7 years ago.
I've lost
It's a
track
long
of how
time
many
ago.
boyfriends this woman has had.
And I would probably say, as far as my physical interaction with her and talking to her, probably every other day just to say, hi, how are you doing? That sort of thing, making sure that her safety is okay. She was concerned about her safety.
So can you answer my question? How many times do you think you talked to her?
I don't know, maybe a few hundred.
And how many times did she tell you she wanted you to make a police report or make a statement about Scott or do something for Scott?
She never told me to do that.
How many times do y'all discuss you making a police report or something like that?
I don't know that there was any of those times that she did.
Well, obviously, I had to tell her about it for you to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You have to tell her about it for you to be here. The attorneys didn't know about those before, outside of her, would they?
I'm not clear on what you're asking.
You testified today that you had to call, I guess, something with law enforcement when Scott was following you, and I think also.
Yes, I called 911 because I couldn't understand why he was calling me. Why he was following me. Excuse me.
So you two talk about at least that, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're here today because of what you've told her. Would that be fair to say? I mean, you didn't know her attorneys before this event, did you?
No.
So you didn't tell them outside of her about all these incidents, right?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you're here based on what you've told her or what she's told you, right?
During that time period.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified to three main things: a Christmas party in 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that because you are a nice guy, correct?
I tried.
That's it.
Yeah, and you feel for the defendant, right?
I feel for Melody because I've been through a Great Depression in my life. I know what it's like to lose family members. I know what it's like to be extremely depressed.
And you seem like a reasonable person. And you talk about depression and feeling sad and things like that. And you talk about this trailer incident with Scott. But you could also, if you put on kind of an objective hat, you would agree with me that Scott, he also could be sad and be depressed and be upset when he believes his mother murdered his father.
Well, I think that the whole family would be disturbed and upset during this time period. And, but the interaction that happened that day between Scott and myself, that wasn't depression. That was control. That was anger.
And you go
So
through
that
anger.
would be no,
a
you
lot
don't
of
understand that Scott could be
stages
upset
of
because he
grief.
believed his mother killed his father, or yes, you believe he could be upset.
No, I do believe he could be upset.
And then finally, when he followed you on public road, right?
That's correct.
He never laid a hand on you, correct?
Never laid a hand on me.
Never threatened you, right?
Well, I don't know. When someone follows you at a high speed, don't you feel threatened by that?
No.
So if you left this courtroom and you went down the street and a stranger started following you, you wouldn't feel threatened?
No.
I see.
That-
Okay.
He never said, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you,
Objection,
anything like
Your
that.
Honor.
No,
But
it was
you
just
cannot-
basically he was yelling and screaming. I didn't know him.
So when you're on that public road and he was following you, you were in your vehicle, correct?
I was in my private vehicle, yes.
And you were driving away, right?
That's correct.
And if he felt like you were doing something improper on the property, whether stealing something or helping his mom to take something, you could understand that he may want to follow you and see where you go, right?
No.
Okay.
Because I wasn't doing anything wrong.
But you can understand how he feels about what's going on with his mom because of the murder, right?
No, because I will say this, after that interaction and seeing how he was acting, it was very close to being violent that day. And I felt threatened as far as that arena is concerned. And anytime you leave a situation like that where someone's yelling and screaming, you don't know what they're capable of doing. You don't know what they're going to do. That's why I called 911.
And that's based on how you felt, right?
Yes, that's how I felt.
And you're basically saying that you were scared of Scott. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So let me get this straight. You thought Scott was violent, and Scott was out of control, and he was very upset. But yet you went back to the property not once, not twice, but 3 times by yourself when Scott could be there?
No, it was not by myself. I always had somebody with me. I would never go on the property by myself.
You're so concerned with him that you went back and fed the animals when he could possibly be there?
I always had a family member or somebody with me because I'm smart enough to know that you don't go on private property without somebody's okay or without a family member or a police officer or somebody. My concern was for those animals. Those animals were not being taken care of during that time period. I grew up on a farm with my grandparents in the summertime, and I understand what horses go through. I know they can get colic. I understand when an animal looks hungry and acts different, they're hungry. And you probably have pets. I have pets, and your pets are going to come to you when they're hungry. Those animals during that time period, whatever he was doing, wherever he was, were not being fed.
That's your opinion.
That is my opinion. And when you have an animal to run up to you begging for water and food, yes.
Nothing more.
Go ahead.
Mr. Thomas, have you spoken to Melody since she was arrested?
I went to the jail to see her a few times.
Okay, let me break it down a little bit. Have you talked to her any in 2024, either on the phone or in person?
No.
2023?
No.
2022?
I don't know what year she was in jail, or she would have been in jail. What was it? The year 2019. Maybe I spoke to her in 2020.
Okay.
I had a lot going on. My mom died in 2020, so there was a lot of. I don't know the time period during that.
But you haven't talked to her recently
No.
or any relevant portion before this trial?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Have you talked to Alan sitting right there recently?
He is a good friend of mine.
That's not my question. Have you?
Yes, I've always talked to Alan.
Nothing more, Judge.
All right. Anything else? All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Another witness ready to go?
Yeah, we actually
Didn't help any, but I don't think it,
All right.
in the sense of,
Okay.
it does put some shady light on the son. But y'all, he's going through a lot. He's going through the grieving process. He's protecting his mom and property, and he's being stupid. Doesn't make him a murderer. I'm just saying. I know the defense is throwing her son under the bus, and I'm not sure if he did do it or had a part in it. But, oh, the judge looks tired this morning. Oh, Judge Cannon Jr. Hey, Judge. I like this good old country boy. Judge Cranick, though, still has my top judge of the year. Oh, look at people coming in and out. I'm too pale. I need to put my normal tones are in the caves for the
You swear to
wedding.
affirm the testimony you give before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat. State your name for the record.
Thomas Pinion.
All right, and what do you do, Mr. Pinion?
I'm the chief deputy for the Cherokee Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
30
Ain't
years.
that true?
All with Cherokee?
He's
Yes,
not
sir.
bad either.
30 years. So you started in what, 1990?
4.
1994, under Sheriff
I'm not
Garrison?
bored.
Yes, sir.
Are you post certified?
I am.
How long have you been post certified?
We all do.
since September of 1994.
All right. What were back in 2018? I'm just going to jump ahead. So you know what you're doing, right?
Yes,
You've been a cop a long time. All righty. What do you do right now as chief deputy?
I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations of the entire sheriff's office.
Okay. How about in 2018 when you were a captain?
I was responsible for the day-to-day operations of the criminal investigation division.
Okay. You were the head of CID.
Correct.
Did you ever go out to 2155 Brazil Lane?
Yes, sir.
Righty, on July the 5th?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any interactions with Miss Farris?
Yes.
Okay. How about with Scott Farris?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get there?
Would have been after lunch. I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. Were you
What
one
about
of the
your
first
report?
officers to arrive?
No, sir.
Do you know who was there before you? Who was there when you got there? Is the easier way to say it.
You didn't review your report?
I don't specifically recall who was there. There
That's
were
fine.
several law enforcement officers there, though.
Had your the crime scene technicians, had they gotten there yet?
One of them arrived with me.
Oh, arrived with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive all the way down the driveway at Purcell Lane and go up to the house?
I did go to the house. We parked a good distance away and walked.
Okay. Is that when you were walking in? Is that when you encountered Scott Farris?
Yes, sir, near the house.
Okay. Was that when there's been some testimony before you, I know you haven't been watching the trial, that was he sitting on the back of his truck when you got there, or do you recall?
I don't recall.
You recall talking to him?
I do.
And during your conversation with him, you were just trying to get some just background basic information?
He approached me and started speaking.
Okay. You didn't ask him anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Did that conversation did he just continue to keep talking?
Yes,
Okay. How long had you been there before you encountered him?
it was immediate.
Immediate?
Yes, sir.
Did he come up to you like at your car, or you actually got to walk up to the house?
Walk up to the house.
All right. Let me show you. This was previously admitted. I'll have to click through and find the right one, but these are aerial. So in this one, this is aerial 4. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can see this. This is the road that goes off to the barn, and then it goes straight. Did you park around this area?
I was out near the main roadway.
Just up from there?
No, sir. Looks like down in the bottom part of the screen, just where the main roadway is.
Yeah.
We would have parked out there somewhere.
Okay, so you parked on the road and walked down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall where Scott came up to you at?
It was up near the house, maybe to the left of the house.
Okay, so you did make it all the way down the driveway.
Correct.
So how long did it take you to walk down the driveway? Just a couple minutes?
Yeah, less than that probably.
And then immediately, here's Scott Farris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, I know you had written in your report that since he just started talking, you were trying to get some basic information, and then you didn't prompt him to keep talking, did you?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. And I think you actually wrote in your report that Scott completely changed the direction of the conversation.
Correct.
Was he blaming or seemed like you throwing anybody under the bus immediately?
He was recounting a domestic dispute that he had witnessed recently.
Okay. And that would have been between Melody and Gary?
Correct.
Okay. He was also, did he allude to you anything about any affairs?
Yes.
Okay. And those were Melody's affairs, correct?
Correct.
How about, a gun? Didn't he also talk about there's a gun missing?
He did.
Okay. Did he describe the gun to you?
He did.
Did he even tell you where it was? Or what he thought it should be?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And he even told you about why he was downstairs looking for it, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I'm assuming at this point you were able to, for lack of a better term, kind of get away from him to go check on your other agents or other deputies.
Yeah, after we finished speaking, I did.
Okay. And do you recall, because I mean, I know you were there as everybody's supervisor, really. Were you able to record this?
No, sir, I was not.
Yeah, because you didn't have your recorder on you, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did write it down in a report.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's hearsay.
And then after this interaction, you went off and did whatever captains do at crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Just 1 second, Judge.
A lot of times the reports are not admittable. They're not admissible because it's hearsay.
Just a couple of quick things. With you being the head of CID,
Welcome.
would you be the person in charge, for example, if y'all wanted to call in the GBI
Welcome,
to
Mr. Walker.
investigate this case, or any case?
Yes, sir, that's part of my responsibilities.
Okay. Why did you not contact the GBI to investigate this?
We've got very competent detectives, crime scene technicians, and you know, we typically do not do that in a homicide case
Y'all
or
investigated
any death case.
And you investigated in-house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you gone back and looked over like all the reports and the things that were done and not done in this case?
I don't specifically recall doing that. I mean, I was kept abreast of actions as they were completed. But I don't recall reading each and every supplemental.
And when did you receive your promotion from head of CID to chief deputy?
I've been chief deputy almost 3 years now. So it would have been about 5 years ago. So
Okay.
Started away from criminal investigations.
Okay, so shortly after this investigation began, you went off to do other things with the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay, so you were kind of out of it at that point.
Yes, sir.
You still would have had the ability though to, like, you, in your authority, you could have contacted Hayes and been like, hey, tell me what's going on this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't do that.
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of all of the things in this case that weren't gathered and weren't tested?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the barn, there was no Blue Star testing done in the barn?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you the one who contacted Elena Coffey with the GBI to come out?
I believe I contacted her supervisor, but yes, I reached out to the GBI.
Okay. And why at that point, for that very limited thing, the Blue Star, why would you contact the GBI for that?
The stock that our crime scene technicians were using was expired.
Oh, okay. So the Blue Star that they had used previously on the case had expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know some of that was used at Purcell Lane or on any of the items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was used. How expired was it? Do you recall? You
I do not.
Okay, but it was in fact expired.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That's all I got, Judge.
Anything? No questions? No. All right. You step down. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Our next witness is a little longer, so
We'll go ahead and take a break now. We'll break for 15 minutes and start back at 10:30.
All righty then. Oh, yo. Sorry, trying to get that pillow behind my back. What do y'all think? Hi, Esmeralda. Welcome, welcome. There, Scott wanted freedom. Try to get it with a free house. Well, you know, if none of the other kids wanted to live there and deal with the house, he did. I am concerned about the animals. That's a little disturbing to find out. But at the same time, I also wonder if he wasn't going through his depression. And we know when you go through the depression, you don't do things you normally would. You don't, all that good stuff. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. But what do y'all think? Do you think the son is involved? Do you think the mother did it alone? Do you think the son did it alone? What is your humble opinions? What is today's date? The 28th. Okay. Okay, so I do have a 3:30, so I got to leave here at 3:15 doctor's appointment. It's just around the bend, and I should be back within the hour. So, but until then, we're here. I don't know what to think. I do firmly believe that she is involved, but as to who pulled the trigger, I don't know. It is a whodunit. But this is after the death, not before. And he may have been going through a big depression and just couldn't get out of bed type thing. No, she is out on bail. I have no idea. I haven't been as close to this because of the Boone trial, but like in Google, I can definitely. Okay. Let me see if this tells us. 2018. Doesn't say here. Okay. June 21st of 2019, Melody appears with her attorney for the first appearance before Chief Judge James Drain in Cherokee County Magistrate Court and Cherokee County Detention Center. So it was almost a year. It was a year later that she was arrested. Droplets of blood matching the deceased lawyer's DNA were found all over a large home where the couple resided on separate floors, separate bedrooms. Hames said they found blood matching the decedent's on the blouse and a pair of shoes belonging to Melody. She was held without bond. Boy, she looks different. I'm going to show this. Look at her. But she was dyeing her hair back then. Okay, so that's what she looked like back then. Isn't that interesting? Total difference with the gray hair. Totally different. Definitely. I know she was held probably, I don't know, a couple months. I don't know. I'm trying to find out. So probably June, couple months maybe. I don't know. Can anybody find out? But she looks totally different with the gray hair. Let's see. DNA autopsy challenges were highlighted due to severe burning. Well, that's no brainer. Autopsy, severe burning. He was almost fully cremated. They had used dental records to confirm victim. Yeah, can't find it. So, they were married for 38 years, filed for divorce in 2010, but August of that year, they did back out. That's correct, Ronnie. But what I'm wondering is how long was she in the jail? Because at first she was in without bond, and then somehow she got bonded. The home, I don't think she lives in that home anymore. I think the property had been sold. Probably was because her husband was the breadwinner of the family. And I heard somewhere that the moment he died, they were out of money. And she doesn't get the life insurance policy. She doesn't get anything until this is resolved. If she's found innocent, then she gets it. If she's found guilty, then it could pass to the children. But that's questionable on some of his assets, not all. So, I think the children did not have near the motive that she has. I'll be honest. I'm getting my yawnies. I'm getting my yawnies. Oh, I would love to go back to sleep. It has been I haven't been going to sleep very well. But I will say, once I get to sleep, man, it's been good for the last couple of days. I think it's because it's getting cooler. I got up this morning and it was cool. Didn't need a jacket, but the air felt real thin and breathable. Hot air is harder for me to breathe. There was something I wanted us to go over. Let me find it. Do you know what? That is very true, Esmeralda. It is very difficult to burn a body, and it must maintain a certain temperature. So, for her to sit there to say that she lived on now, her home was closer to the burn pile by far than the son's, because he lived above the garage, not a garage, but I guess it was like a separate building, garage building with the apartment. I'm so sorry. Anyway, that fire had to be stoked, so to speak. So I don't know how and who. I believe that the son knows that she did it. If she did it, I believe it was made aware of it. That would make him not an accessory, but he didn't call it in. He helped dispose of the body. I wouldn't be surprised if charges still couldn't be coming. I mean, if charges are brought against the son after this, I would totally be expecting it. Excuse me. Oh, it's time for the Coton. Where are you, Coton? I need you this morning. Oh. There you are. I want to know about the daughters and the family, because when they found them, there were multiple family people on scene. Grandchildren. I want to know what the daughters and the other son had to do with this. Well, what I'm talking about is when the actual unaliving happened, not when they found. Because I honestly believe that if he knew about it and didn't report it until everybody started looking for Pawpaw, there should be charges brought on him. But I don't know. It's all too weird. It definitely is a whodunit. by far. And unfortunately, we'll never know. That was a good cup of coffee this morning. So I was looking to see if we had any more Sarah Boone news. By the way, she is on self-harm watch. I don't know if she's off of that yet. It's usually a couple of days. Murder in this box. I like the way he did it. I got to say, that young attorney did a really good job on the closing. I was really impressed with him. He also did a really good job with the evidence. The way that courtroom was run was ideal. If you're studying law and you want to see the way a court should be run, you got to go watch the way they entered and documented the evidence, the way the judge handled everything. It was simply amazing. And that judge is also a professor. He's also a professor. No new news. I know the attorney was going to be speaking to her, so I didn't know if he had. I was just curious. I'm just looking for new stuff to share. Now everybody's hopping onto this trial. I've been following this pretty much from the beginning, but was totally surprised how much people are hopped on now. And I absolutely love it. I didn't get to hear the full testimony of the cousin / stepmom or whatever she was, the old Cabbage Patch lady who I thought was as cute as a bug. I didn't get to listen to her testimony completely, so I'm going to go back and do that soon. But absolutely loved her. But she said something I didn't catch when they asked, how'd you hear about it? She goes, oh, I heard it, but I kind of went, huh? She goes, I heard about it from the man on the TV with the headphones in the corner. She was watching R.A. Oh my gosh, R.A. You made the big times, sir. Congratulations, you made the big times. Oh, that is so funny. I just love that old woman. She reminds me of my great-grandmother. The way she looks, the way she talks, the way she acts. It's like a mirror copy of my great-grandmother. But she, gosh, died in 1988, 87, maybe 89. I don't know. But oh my gosh, how amazing she is. I was just really impressed. That was so cute. So cute. Just too cute. I have a question for y'all, and it's an important question. How many of y'all here have purchased anything from Temu? I have not. And people are telling me to go there. And I don't know as the quality or if it's legit or what. I don't know. So I was just curious. I didn't know if anybody can advise me on Temu. On Temu. If it's really a good place to shop, and I want to try and avoid some of the bad stuff. I don't know. Just curious. There's just so much on there. Just didn't know. Wanted some advice. Um, some of the things I might be looking for would be rugs, camping, cheap, not super expensive rugs, like hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but just some of the camping stuff. Try to save a little bit of money. Also, looking at getting some stuff for my emergency services ministry. And I just didn't know if Timu was anything decent, and just curious. What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments below. Also, let's talk about our Halloween live that's going to be coming up. We are going to be doing a Halloween live on Thursday night. I have to plan it a little bit more. Don't even know what I'm going to do for a costume. Don't even know what I'm going to do for a costume. But I'm interested to figuring that out. I'm interested in finding that out. Copy. So, any ideas? I thought about being Boone, but I don't know. I thought about doing something more fun with my makeup. Just want some ideas, maybe some suggestions. No clue. What do y'all think? Okay, that's huge right there for me. Selling my personal information. Yeah, I can get a disposable, you know what I call a disposable Visa debit card, where you put everything on that, and then, yeah, like you buy at Walmart or whatever. Yeah. Good to know. Thank you. See, I'm glad I asked you guys some of that stuff. I think that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Um, mm, exactly what I'm looking for. Like I said, never used them. Never, 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 never. I usually just do everything on Amazon. I really haven't used my Facebook that much since I started doing this. Yeah, I wouldn't. I thought about it. I thought, yeah. I have the suitcase, by the way, or one very similar, similar in color and fabric. But no, I don't know. But we're gonna have a Halloween thing. I thought we would watch a bunch of Halloween YouTube stuff, and just have some fun. And I'll be giving away the Yetis. I may give away more than one. By the way, I gotta check that and see if she did what I asked her to do. Let's see if she did what I asked her to do. My chat. Let's see. Hey, Molita, thank you for joining. Oh my gosh, I appreciate that so very much. Just going up. Nope, she has not gotten there yet. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for putting that in there. Appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and take a comfort break for my puppers. She's sitting here and going, Mama, Mama. So let me do a comfort break and I'll be right back. Let's get some of that beautiful music going. I need to find some awesome music that's a little different, but we'll tackle that another day. I'll be right back taking a comfort break for puppers. Thank you guys for waiting. I appreciate that. Boy, she needed detention. Man, between her and the cat, man. I guess she was still hungry this morning, so I gave her a little more food. Kitty was crying for more water. I rushed in here this morning, actually running a little behind. So I threw food, I threw the food and bolted. Trying to take a sticker off of. Isn't that a pretty color mug? I love this style. But the price tag is sticking to it. I'm having a hard time getting it off. We're back. I love this judge's smile. He is, oh, gee, thanks, camera person. He is so funny. He's just a good old country boy. Let me get back to comments. I'm sorry. I've got it on night driving music. We'll go ahead and there we go. Good. Why'd you come and go bye-bye? Well, I don't know what I need to. I don't know what to do for Halloween. I'm still thinking about it. I could always be I could always try and be like a Sarah Boone. Put a crown on the. I can make me a prison crown. Make a crown out of toilet paper. Be the prison queen. Oh, that would be funny. What do y'all think about me being a prison queen? I'll get me a scrub top, because that's what they wear, and make a crown and a sash out of toilet paper. Well, Esmeralda, are you sure they were going to kick him out? I don't think they were. I think that's the way they're spinning it. I mean, he was doing all the work, and he was getting paid by his father taking care of the bills. I mean, before the unaliving, there was no issue with the way he took care of the property and the animals. And if anybody's ever done any kind of property or ranch work, it's a lot of work, especially that property of that size. Well, I would tell you, I agree. Right now, I could not, if I was on the jury, I could not convict, because right now it is all circumstantial. I don't disagree with that at all. I don't have my scraper. Does this have something I can use? I think it does. I have this fabulous little gadget that I use for cleaning and maintaining my my computer. It is so cool. Absolutely love it. It's wonderful for all those repairs. It really, really is. Oh, and that works wonderful too as a scraper. I haven't seen enough to convict her. Am I close? Yeah. What brought me closer was the evidence of the cousin. But I'm still on the fence. Still on that fence. I would have to see closing arguments, although people, including myself, forget, and I have to keep reminding myself, closing arguments is not evidence. It's just putting the picture together.
Do you so solemnly swear that in the matter pending before this court, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
One daughter is not testified. Is this her?
please state and spell your name for the record.
Amanda Bruce, AmandaBruce.
She's already crying. That
And
must be
what
the
was
daughter.
your maiden name?
Farris, Farris.
So you are the daughter of who?
My father, Gary Farris, and Melody Farris.
So speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
We'll take our time.
Oh,
So,
poor baby.
Amanda,
Finally
you
tested
are
on her
of the four children. Which are you? The oldest, the middle, the youngest?
I'm the youngest.
All right. About what year were you born?
1989.
All right.
You're
So
graduated from high school.
you don't remember much of living. Do you remember at all living in Alabama?
I have images in my head of like our playroom, but no, I moved here in kindergarten.
And that would have been to Alpharetta or Atlanta?
Yes, sir, Alpharetta.
All right. So kind of tell the jury a little bit about what it was like growing up in the Farris household.
Honestly, when I was a child, everything was normal. Lived in a home in Alpharetta, which was normal, and we all went to school in kind of the same area.
Where'd y'all go to school?
I went to Chattahoochee High School.
Chattahoochee.
Brothers went to Milton, and then my sister also went to Chattahoochee as well.
So tell me about kind of everybody's. This jury has heard your siblings testify throughout this trial. So this is your kind of chance to explain what you saw growing up. You know, everybody's personality. Tell us how Chris was growing up.
Chris and I had the biggest age difference. He was 10 years older than I was, so I don't really recall a lot of interaction between him. He was just like the oldest brother. Moved out early. I must have been in middle school when he went to college. Scott, from our childhood when we lived in Alpharetta, like at Hampton Hall, he played football and he was a little bit more of an introvert. Chris was more of an extrovert. Emily, we were very close. We were 18 months apart, and so she was only a grade or two above me, and she was more introverted and I was a little bit more extroverted, but we were quite similar in ways.
Okay. So how was your parents' relationship back in those days?
Everything seemed about as normal. We didn't really take a lot of vacations or anything like that. We would go to the beach when my dad had a law seminar every once in a while. But looking back on it, compared to what I do for my child, it was kind of just routine day in, day out things. Go to school, come home, clean house, wake up, do it all over again. So it was all very.
Did y'all have chores
normal.
or how?
Oh, yes. We always had chores, whether it be outside, inside. We had responsibilities, or at least I did.
Okay. So, the jury has heard quite a lot about, where everybody went in their life after they kind of graduated high school and the family began to grow up. So we'll start with you and then kind of tell me about your siblings.
Well, I graduated from high school and I went.
In 2008?
Correct, 2008, and immediately went down to Georgia Southern. Lived there for a couple of years, and then I actually moved back home, partially because I wasn't doing too well, and because my dad kind of wanted me to come home at that time. So
about what year would that have been?
2010. So I came back, and then I did some school at Georgia Perimeter College and finished up, got there, and kind of went into work at retail, and I found my love in retail.
And that would have been when you went to work for Tory Burch?
No, I actually worked for Victoria's Secret for a while.
Ooh.
And then for an accounting firm, I was a server. I did a kind of, number of things, but eventually I found my dream job at Tory Burch, and they did a company restructure, and I didn't get to work there any longer because my my position in the company got eliminated. But then I worked at Club Monaco, which is a retail store at Lenox, and then I ended up having my son not too long after that. Well, I guess I worked in fine jewelry for a while too, for like 5 years, and then I had my son, and I had to get out of retail.
It's safe to say, prior to you having your son, you've always worked.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. So tell me about Emily.
Emily, she graduated high school. She went to the University of Alabama, did really well there. She's always been really smart. Always did really good in school. Graduated communications degree, I'm almost positive.
Okay.
And then that's when she met her husband, Chris Payne, and they ended up moving to Atlanta, lived here for a while, like in the Dunwoody area. And then I think he may have gotten a job up in Tennessee, and they got married up there. And that's, I guess, where they've been ever since.
And then tell me about Chris.
Chris went to University of Alabama for a couple of years, maybe 3, I'm not sure. Did not finish. And then I really don't know how long after that he met Kimberly, and they ended up pregnant with Ella, and they got married, moved up to Maine, had Addison, and then Chris came back after they got divorced, or during the divorce, something like that. But he moved back here, and he's been back here ever since.
How about Scott?
Scott graduated high school, kind of worked odd jobs, I guess you would say, like kind of like I did. And he worked at Jiffy Lube, he worked at car dealerships, he just kind of worked all over the place, honestly. And then he decided that he wanted to go into the Army, so he did that. I want to say, I know I spoke to him over the telephone, or not over the phone, but over chat, my freshman year of college, and he was not in there for very long. And next thing I knew, I did go out and visit him at the base in Texas for a little while. And when he had his girlfriend, Gina, who I later found out, I guess they were married. And then he came back here, from what I can recall.
Okay. So this phrase has been used, and it may be you that I heard it from originally. I can't remember. But would it be fair to call your family the Ferris wheel?
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, let's kind of get into that if we could, and kind of talk about, from your perspective, the personalities in the family,
Ferris
and
wheel.
kind of the interplay of
I'm
the
sorry.
siblings
I'm
and the
bad.
parents, and through the years, how that kind of developed into 2018.
I wouldn't say that term really came along until we were adults. We were not in college or anything. I mean, I guess you could say we were in college, but there was always something going on.
Well, kind of give the jury a background of that, if you don't mind.
I mean, Chris, him and Kimberly got pregnant. They got married. They had their issues with their divorce, unfortunately. Scott going to the Army, getting out. He kind of just lived at home. He really didn't do much. Really kind of worked odd jobs all the time. I know he was working at the Nissan dealership when I got my car, and that would have my first and second car came from that same dealership, but I guess it was the first time. So that was a senior in high school. He was working there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's kind of work through personalities in this Ferris wheel. So let's start with Chris. What would you say Chris's personality is?
That's such an
Give me some
insult.
examples.
He was very extroverted. He was always the center of attention at, like, I could say at parties and things like that. But him and I, we were friendly. I mean, we were all friendly. We all got along. We all went to Christmas together, and we all were friends, I guess you would say, but we didn't know the inner workings of each other's lives. I don't know if I'm just kind of one of those people that likes to stay out of it. But I mean, there was just something always kind of going on. Everybody had their problems, but like my sister, she had her things, and her husband was in and out of trouble. But Emily never did anything wrong. I think she is a great wife and a great woman. Scott, he just lived at home. Him and I really didn't get along. He was kind of aggressive towards me at times, but other times we were fine with each other. He was kind of a different character, but he was our brother.
What do you mean by that?
He was just very introverted. He didn't have a lot of friends. I don't know how to explain it. He just wasn't very much like us. But he just lived his own life, and we weren't involved with him, but we weren't involved with each other very much at all either. So it's like, it was, what was it on the outside? It wasn't, we didn't really connect internally. So I don't know.
And then how would you assess your personality?
I like to
going.
think I'm a loyal person. I'm a caring person. I always like to believe the best in people.
No.
I almost and I don't want to say a fault, because I think everybody deserves a friend in this world, but I can be very introverted at times. But I like to have who my friends are. I passionately love them, and I would be there for them. But I like to consider myself kind of where I stand in the middle, where I like to evaluate everything from the outside. But I like to stay out of a lot of drama.
Okay. So we keep kind of touching around the outsides of the drama, but would you say on a scale of 1 to 10 that your family pre-2018 was 1 being very boring, not dramatic, 10 being as dramatic as it gets? What number would you give it?
It's hard to say, because that was our normal. I think there was always something going on in everybody's life. I tried to, all of this, I was just trying to get married and fall in love with the man that I wanted to marry. And my world got turned upside down. And I was just very much one of those, like, everybody else's problems are their own and I can't fix it. But it was tough. It's really hard to explain, but everybody had trauma and trouble and issues.
You use the past tense when you're talking about your siblings. Why is that?
We don't talk anymore.
They don't talk to you.
Communication is a two-way street.
So when's the last time you talked to your siblings?
Had to be probably end of 2019.
I haven't talked to my twin
We had
since 2003.
this had something to do with it, but we had our own falling
What
outs
happened? Well,
individually. That I kind of refreshed my memory when I knew this was all happening, and reading through text messages and things like that. But Chris and I had a falling out a year prior. My husband and I always go to Lake Lanier Islands for the 4th of July. My husband grew up in that area and worked there for a very long time.
At Lake Lanier Islands?
At Lake Lanier Islands. So that was our tradition. We did it every year, ever since I knew him.
This would be the big beach at Lake Lanier?
Yeah, like what's now Margaritaville.
Okay. And we're going to talk about the 4th in 2018 in a minute.
This was
This is what you guys did every year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2017.
Okay.
So we invited Chris and Jenna and the girls to come up with us to celebrate the 4th of July. And it ended up where we had spent the entire day out there and they were drinking heavily. And we went to the Mexican restaurant on Friendship Road, and I pulled the girls in the bathroom and I was like, listen, I can't let you drive with them. I was like, it's not safe. So they agreed. And we got in the car and we took them back, as they were staying at Lake Lanier Islands Resort that night, and took them back. And shortly after that, I called my parents. No, that night, could have been a couple of days. I don't remember. But I told them, I said, Chris has a problem. He has a drinking problem, and those girls are going to get in an accident, and something bad's going to happen to them or somebody else. Well, it wasn't too long after that my brother decided to call my parents, and specifically my father, and say that he was having an affair with my mother, and accused. And that was pretty much from then on out. I never felt the same about Chris.
And so that was right around the 4th of July, 2017.
Correct.
Was this also the time, were you aware of him threatening to kill your mother?
That happened after.
Okay.
I kind of pieced it all together because I hear bits from people, but nobody tells me directly. Honestly, when that happened, I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to be involved. I thought that was something that my parents should handle. They were the parents, they needed to handle it. And that's why I went to them about his problem. And because it wasn't my place to tell him he had a problem, and it was theirs as his parents. And I don't know if that was a result of that.
Did you know that it had, I mean, almost a similar situation about Chris trying to leave with the girls, intoxicated? Did you know about that? When he made the
I
threat?
slightly recall something of the sorts.
Wow,
I just remember
dig
telling
it
my parents
in.
that the girls should not be driving with them if they were going to be drinking like that. And it was if it came to the point of me saying something to my parents, there was a reason. I did not feel like they were safe.
And so let's be clear. At that point, Chris, instead of stopping drinking or taking accountability for his actions, he decided to say that your fiance was having an affair with your mother.
That's what I can assume.
Okay.
Because there's no other
Oh my
reason
God.
for him. My husband was good friends with Scott and Chris before this. They went to an SEC football championship game together. Chad and my dad had a fantastic relationship before all of this happened. We went out there almost every weekend to have dinner with them. And we were there on his birthday on June 27th before he died. And we were the only ones there.
And we are gonna talk about that weekend. So I want to back up too. I mean, so that's you brought up Chris and you brought up that incident, and we may just have to talk about moments in time that come back, because I understand that what you're currently going through in this moment is awful.
Yes.
And this is a very patient jury, and so we will get through it, okay? But let's go back and let's talk about Scott.
I
I want to talk
have to
about
pause here. I am thoroughly pleased with the way this gentleman is handling her. I don't think I've ever heard an attorney talk to her or like the way he is to any other witnesses. I'm just quite surprised, honestly, at I just think the way he's doing it is very professional, but at the same time, very compassionate, because it doesn't matter whose side you're on. That is your mother, and you're sitting there and you're testifying in a court case, and it is scary. I've done it with my husband, ex-husband. It's one of those things that it just there's no way to make this easy, or so to speak. But the way he's handling her, I just kudos. That's brilliant. Yeah, that was
when
so
we get back
wrong
from Iraq.
about the fiance.
Can you tell me about any specific instances you remember? You mentioned anger and things like that. Can you talk about that for the jury?
I mean, he was just very protective over the farm. And I never understood why we called it a farm. So it was a glorified petting zoo at most, but sorry.
They know. They've seen it.
Sorry, we had a lot of animals growing up, and this was like that on steroids. It made no sense.
Well, then how did we wind up there? How did the family get to the farm?
That would be a great question. Ask my daddy. Because I don't know. There was a lot of things that happened before that moment that I think should have been taken care of before just putting money on it to fix it. Okay. I think a lot of things that have happened in our family get swept under the rug, and they're never addressed, and they're not taken seriously.
Oh,
but a sin is a sin. And I feel like this is a repercussion of all the sins that were committed over years, unfortunately.
This is sins by everybody in the
Everybody.
family?
False money idols. It was always what it looked like on the outside. It never mattered what it was on the inside. There was many things growing up, like our parents didn't really, I mean, they cared, but like, you had to figure it out for yourself. It wasn't, let me walk you through this. Let me show you how to do this. I don't feel like it was ever that moment.
Wow.
So we kind of had to fend for ourselves a little bit in that aspect.
Let's talk. Let's just go ahead and get into
You-
it. Let's talk about
Not
your mother.
holding any
Let's
punches.
talk about it. Growing up, I mean, it seems like the jury's seen messages between you guys. It seemed like you guys were pretty close.
She was my mom, yeah.
All right.
She is my mom.
Right.
I've always cherished we had a great family growing up. It seemed like everything was normal. We lived in a great house, and Alpharetta went to a good school, had never wanted for anything, or never needed for anything, I guess I should say. We were given everything. My dad provided everything.
Let's talk about your dad, and I'm bouncing now too. What was your dad like?
He was great.
But he wasn't there.
Take your time. I feel like we've been in this trial for a while.
He was a very smart man. I'm sorry. There was no doubt in my mind he loved all of us. He made that known, and he was very sarcastic.
Lawyers are notorious for that.
He had the lawyer personality for sure, but I mean, he was the dad that you walk down the stairs and he'd whistle and go, "You're a movie star." Or when Emily had her baby, he texted me a picture of me holding Olivia, and he goes, "You're natural." Like, he was just so loving, and I can still.
Take your time.
He was just such a big man, and he'd come and he'd just wrap his arms around you.
Oh,
But then
I
in
love
he'd
those
turn
kind
around
of
and fart
hugs.
on you, and you'd just be like, he was sweet, and
I love good huggers.
but he was witty. He could say things that cut you to the bone. He definitely demanded respect in that aspect, I guess you would say. I was always fearful of him in the sense that I wanted to respect him and I wanted him to be proud of me. And when he would make comments that I was not doing as well as I should, I took that to heart, and I really wanted to make him proud. He was a good dad. He was a good grandfather, and I wish my son could have seen that.
Could you tell
Oh.
the jury what his relationship was like with Chris, for example?
I mean, I never saw them really do much together, I guess you would say, but I mean, Chris was grown. I don't know much about the relationship when they were younger. I don't really recall. I know that they were in a lot of fights over the past years about money.
Could you explain that to the jury? Best you can remember.
The best I can remember. I mean, it sounds awful, but I mean, he had issues with taking money, and he expected. He always had his hand out, but I don't doubt that he didn't love my daddy. I approach things differently than my siblings did.
What does that mean?
Meaning I never wanted anything in return for his love. Especially right before he died, I just wanted a mother and a father, and that was it. I didn't want any more of the drama. I didn't want any more of their marital problems. I didn't want to deal with any of it. I just wanted a mom and a dad, and I wanted to get married, and I wanted them to watch my kids grow up.
So
That's reasonable.
tell me if I'm wrong, but what I think I heard in regards to Chris was
She does that.
he didn't have a very close relationship with your dad that you noticed.
That I noticed. I mean, it was all about the same. I mean, we did have conversations at Christmas, but I don't know if he ever went out and like had dinner with him. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it. They may have, but like my dad and I would meet up, and because I lived in Roswell, Buckhead area, and he would call me and he'd be like, "Hey, I'm leaving the office. You want to go meet at Cheesecake Factory?" And I'd say,
Yeah.
"Yeah, let's go." And it would be just him and I.
Love
So
that.
I don't know if they had that or not. I
You just
really
don't
don't.
know. But you did know. And how did you know that he was stealing money from your dad?
Well, my mother made it very apparent. There was
Mother made it
never any
apparent.
dirty laundry that the both of them weren't willing to air out to all of their children.
So
There was
your
no
dad would do
boundary.
that too.
Oh.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
So he would say, Chris is stealing from me.
correct.
Okay. And was that in the months and weeks leading up
Wow.
to his death?
Years.
That spoke
For years.
volumes.
It's been a problem for as long as as the girls have been around, as far as I'm concerned.
How would your brother do it? You say steal from him. How would that happen?
It was all things that I was told, whether
Once
it be my
again,
mom,
objection.
mostly my mom, because
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Why is there no objection? Hearsay. You're not allowed to testify on hearsay. Why do people not object to hearsay? I'm really struggling with this. It's driving me crazy in this trial because I tell you what, they would have already had an objection and sidebar for this in any other trial.
I don't think my dad really liked to
But the judge said,
talk about
if they don't object,
those problems.
can't do
He liked to
anything.
complain to me about my mother. But I mean, it was well known that he would take checks and he would cash them. He would take credit card numbers and he would use the numbers off of them.
Well known by your mother.
Always needing stuff for the girls. I don't just always had his hand out. I don't know how else to say it.
But Emily didn't do stuff like that, right?
She needed help from him. I think it was mostly for her husband. I know that she moved into her house in Thompson Station, and she would have not gotten that without him. He co-signed on an apartment in Atlanta because they couldn't get that on their own. But my dad co-signed for many things. Like he co-signed on my second car. He didn't pay anything for it, but he co-signed on it. So
He was just helping out the kids in that regard.
you had to ask for it, but he was not just going to willingly give it out. But you definitely had to ask for it.
Okay. Well, speaking of asking for it, were you familiar in any
You had to humble yourself.
way of how Scott would be paid or how he worked on the farm? Do you know anything about that?
They moved out there, and I never really understood why they bought the house.
Did you ever hear, let me stop you to ask this question. Did you ever hear that it was going to be kind of your mom and your dad's fresh start? Did you ever hear that?
That's what I assumed it had to have been, because we had a come to Jesus meeting about it. And we both knew. I said, you know what this is. You know who she is. You know who you are. I need you to make a decision. I was in a relationship with a loser for quite some time, and they both came down and got me out of that relationship. And him and I were at Tacos and Tequilas in Buckhead, and I said, Daddy, if this is the hard decision I had to make, you need to make that decision too. You need to be happy.
Oh,
I mean, I would text them when they would say, oh, Daddy, or Mama would send me something, a screenshot, or being mad with Daddy. And I'd be like, y'all need to figure this out. Like, y'all are going to have a heart attack one day. Or like Daddy would complain about something, and I'd be like, y'all need to figure it out. This is not my problem. It's just, I thought of that Purcell house as they both knew what they were getting into. And at that point, my hands were off of it. I said, that's y'all's problem.
So tell me if I'm wrong, because
I like her. She seems to have a good mindset.
But it sounds like your parents, this is just how they were.
Yes.
And when I say the way they were, the kind of the way that they would just kind of bicker and complain about each other, that was just a two-way street, and that's what they did. That's how they communicate.
Yes. And that's what they both accepted and wanted to do.
That's what they wanted to do.
Yes.
That was
my
their
dad
norm.
told me, he said, I love her and I'm not leaving her. So that was his choice, not mine. He knew my opinion.
Okay. But those strange maybe to the outside world, to them,
that was their choice.
That was life.
They were both adults. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So back to Scott, and how did it come to pass that he wound up on the farm that you knew of?
Because he couldn't make it on his own. It was kind of a running joke that he just was always going to, he'd complain that, oh, mama told me to do this or daddy told me to do that. I'm like, well, move out. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, don't live with your parents. They always said, oh, I'm going to work on the farm, or I'd work on the farm and things like, yeah, he did. I mean, I guess, but so did my dad. So did my mom. It was a kid that was living at home. And that was about it.
Do you think he was taking advantage of them?
I think anybody who asks their parents for money over the age of 20, 25 are taking advantage of people. Okay. I think it's a moment in a person's life where you have to say, I'm an adult, I need to grow up.
Okay. Do you did you know about kind of his daily life, about him just playing golf and not really actually working on the farm very much?
It was off of what I was told.
Okay. Nothing you saw?
No. I mean, he was out there, when I went out to visit my parents, you couldn't go on the property without him he'd come up right in it immediately. But like, he would see what was going on and then he would leave and he would go back. Like Christmas, or even dinners on weekends when we would go, he would come in, make his plate, and he'd go back to his little apartment. And that was like the most we saw of him. And
like, he would take the plate and go back to the barn apartment?
Yeah. He never
wouldn't sit with the family?
No. Occasionally he would sit at the bar stool, like in the kitchen, but.
And this is Scott, not your dad?
Correct.
Okay.
Wow. She's painting a picture.
If you had to say which kids were closest to which parent?
Good question.
I mean, my dad and Emily always had a really good relationship, but she lived in Tennessee, so it's kind of hard to judge.
Sure.
My husband is a really big advocate of family, and looking back on it, I didn't have that lovey-dovey family relationship that everybody grew up with. And I wanted to cultivate that, and I made an effort to spend that time with my parents. So we would go out there almost every weekend and have dinner with them. And I mean, I was looking back through our text messages, and it felt like every weekend, baby girl, when am I going to get to see you? I'll be up there this weekend. So I really tried to get as close as I possibly could, but my dad was really hard to get close to. He's very shut off to a certain point. But I think he did that because we were his kids. I think it was different for the other people.
Like what other people? Would it have been different?
Like my husband would have conversations with him. They would have great conversations from what I heard. Like when we went over there for dinners, they'd go outside. My dad smoked cigarettes. Chad vaped at the time. They'd go outside and they would just chit chat. And they had great conversations. More than I could get out of him, I guess I should say.
I also kind of feel.
So I want to start kind of moving into.
Do you think?
Events in y'all's family life.
Question. Do you guys sense maybe jealousy? Am I reading into that? I'm really evil queen. Oh, okay. Now I got the connection. Thank you, love. But do you think some of this was a jealousy, and she's the youngest and she maybe feels that the older children got the better of her parent and she got the leftovers? I'm wondering, because I know people like that, especially with the 15-year gap type thing. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you have such a big gap. Just wondering what y'all's opinion.
That would have been part of maybe the Ferris wheel, and get your version of the events to tell the jury. About the time you were in college, can you tell the jury about Ted Wiley? What you know about that?
Well, going back to my senior year of high school, my mother's mother, had open heart surgery. And she had to go up there and stay with her all the time. And my father would text me and tell my other siblings about Ted. And it was a speculation at first. And then it came to a point where my father would send me pictures of things that were not appropriate, that were possibly sent to my mother's phone. And at that point, I told him I didn't want to be involved and I didn't want to know. I felt like I was a child at that point and I didn't need to be involved, and I was very upset. So it ended up.
She definitely did not have a problem laying her boundaries. I wish I could have been her at that age.
And then it turned out really bad, and she went up there and was, I guess, I don't know if she was staying with him. I didn't ask. But my dad was at home and he was alone, and I was at Georgia Southern and I wasn't doing well anyways. And I said, I'm going to come home and I'm going to live with my dad. And I did. I came home and I lived. And it was not long after that that my mom came in and she decided to come back home. And at that time, I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved. So I was dating a guy at the time. He had an apartment and I went and lived with him. One of the worst decisions I've ever made.
This was that loser you were telling us
That was
about.
that loser.
At least she admits it.
And so that's what you remember from that era?
From that era, yes.
But your dad knew about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was.
And everybody else in the family.
Everybody knew about it.
Okay. And would you just kind of earlier you said about kind of the bickering and the way that they would communicate, that just became part of everybody's life.
Yeah.
Would you give that same assessment to any extramarital relationships both your parents would have?
I didn't know of any extramarital affairs that my father had.
Okay. But even your mom, as far as how it just became accepted by the family and this was, though odd, this is how we live.
It was accepted because my father accepted it. I just made a comment that was not the best about my mother to my father, and he got very mad at me. He said I was not to speak to her about her like that. And after that, I didn't talk to him about it, and I stayed out of it. And that's where I left it. It was his choice. So that was it. That was their normal. They accepted it. They knew what they were doing.
Okay. What about the other
Interesting.
siblings? Did y'all talk about it at all?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. They had far more anger for my mother, which I felt like I should have had, just because I feel like there were moments of manipulation in the sense of like, I'd go up to Alabama with her and I think that she would kind of use me as like, oh, I'm going up with Amanda, and then I'd be left at home, or I don't know. It's all speculation. All I can do is assume. But
Objection, Your Honor.
I feel like things were not going the way that they should have, and I think
There could be a
sins
lot
were
of
committed
objections
that I think both
in
of them
this
needed to
testimony.
address. And they
I'm
didn't.
surprised there's
They
not a
refused
lot
to.
more.
So, kind of moving back closer in time, is it fair to say that Scott and your mother were actually pretty close?
Oh, they spent almost every day together. They would go up to what is called, I think, Scottsdale Farms. Scott loved to decorate. He was always doing something, whether it be outside or inside the barn, or they were always together. They always went up to Cherokee Ranch. I mean, all of us did everything with my mom.
What does that mean?
We all had a relationship with her. And Chris took his girls to be with her all the time. I don't know if they necessarily I guess they did stuff together. I didn't see where they
Did you know that the girls basically, when Chris would get them from Maine, they would spend the vast majority of their
Immediately
time
they came
with,
over to my mother's.
and they would call her grandma. Did you know that?
Yes. They spent all their time with my mother. She was great grandmother. His great grandmother.
And she keeps your son, correct?
She did.
Okay. So they were close. Did
Very.
they ever fight? Any altercations?
Sure.
Well, what you would have known.
I think they would fight when my mother would call them out on their stuff, and they didn't like it. And I'm sure that they felt the same way about her. But I mean, there was always an underlying anger that never went away. I think we all knew what was there, and the betray and the mistrust there that never went away. But we did as Daddy did, and we just swept it under the rug, and we just kept moving. We just kept our family.
So let's move to 2018. Do you remember any of your dad's like medical spells? They would call them episodes.
Yeah, I mean, he said he would get sick and he would have to lie down, whether it be for 24 or 48 hours. I don't know. He would tell me he didn't feel well, and I'd beg him to go to the hospital. I mean, like, you've got to figure this out. I mean, he was not the healthiest man. But he refused. I remember trying to get him off of cigarettes. I tried to get him to, I was like, at least vape. I know it's still terrible, but it's not cigarettes. And refused and stuck in his ways and drank Mountain Dews. But he refused to do anything about it, ever. And then the one that sticks out to me the most in 2018, it had to be a few months before he died, because we were supposed to go to our wedding venue, and he got really sick, and my mom had called me the night before and said that he was going into a diabetic shock or something, but it was something was wrong with him. And Scott was there. They were trying to get him to the hospital, and I didn't see him until the next day, but I walked in and he was perfectly fine, just sitting up. So it was a shock. I mean, even Chris brought him a Mountain Dew in the hospital. And,
Not even a Diet Mountain Dew?
no.
Okay.
And I remember sitting there and it was like, Daddy, I won't go to this wedding venue if you don't want me to. And he's like, no, baby girl, go. He was always, baby girl, go ahead and do it. Because I always asked his permission for everything. I was like, are you sure it's okay that I go with Mama to go tour this venue? And he said, yes, please go. And same venue, we ended up putting a deposit down, and we never got married there. So yeah, he was not in good health.
So I want to move into the summer of 2018. And so that summer, you guys would pretty much go up there and have dinners every weekend.
Every weekend, almost, yeah.
And your now stepdaughter, Cameron, she'd go too.
Yeah, if she was with us, yes.
Okay. The jury would have they've met Cameron. And everything, how did it seem when you went that summer? Just normal?
Fine, it was just us there. Scott maybe come in once and leave, but Chris wasn't there unless the girls were there.
Hello, Paulette.
So she was never there. So it was just the four of us, five if Cameron went. My mom would cook and we'd all eat dinner and stay till about 9, 10 and then go home.
So you tell the jury about the weekend before his birthday, from everything you can remember about that.
Well,
just that weekend, who was there, what was going on?
The Saturday before, we had a big gathering in the house, and everybody was there. Chris, Scott, Emily, Chris Payne, Olivia, me, Chad. I don't think Cameron was there. She wouldn't have been there. And we just had dinner. My mama cooked, and we had cake, and that was it. And we went home, and then Sunday.
Well, I'll ask you this. I mean, did everything seem normal?
Yeah. Our normal, yeah. Okay. Everybody gets along. We had a great time.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Sunday, the next morning, we woke up and we went to go eat brunch. I don't know what time. Could have been near lunch time. We walked into Jay Christopher's over there, I think closer to their house. Emily was supposed to go back to Tennessee. I was asking to see if she would go with me and Daddy and my mom to go to a wedding store in Roswell to go look at dresses, and we ended up not going. And because she had to go back, and we had breakfast. Yeah, it was just a normal breakfast. I don't know.
That would have
And then my dad's
sucked.
birthday would have
getting
been
married with all that
middle
crap.
of the week, I guess it was. It was a weekday. And
That would have sucked.
we invited everybody. I didn't invite my mom because I thought my dad wouldn't like it. Boy, was I wrong. He was very upset that I did not invite her.
And what day was that?
I don't remember. June 27th.
Okay.
I don't
So the
know.
week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chris texted at last minute, said he couldn't come. So he was busy or something and he couldn't go. Scott didn't go. He was up there at the house, I guess, but he didn't go. So Chad and I had dinner with him at I can't remember the name of it, a Cajun place in Roswell Road, I believe. And that was his last birthday.
So let's move on into July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Things you saw and any interactions you had with your mother and Scott or anybody in the family at that time. So let's go to, did you talk to your mom at all on the 3rd that you can remember?
I can recall because I went through text messages. I'd worked that day, worked at a jewelry store. So I would have worked from 9 to 6.
Hello, it's Britt.
And I mean, I had texted her all the time.
And you remember y'all were kind of texting to some degree. Chris had either, how did it come to pass that Chris had convinced your dad to pay for his vacation? Did you know anything about that?
My mother had told me that Chris had booked another vacation. In my eyes, Daddy didn't go on vacation. Daddy loved to work. He just didn't do that. So it was kind of shocking. I kind of perceived it as Chris wanted a free hotel room or a condo in my eyes. But
your brother Chris, he offered, I believe, he was going to on this trip pay for all the food.
I don't know.
Do you believe him if I were to tell you that he said that?
You
he was going to
jerk.
pay for all the food and the fishing and everything.
Doubtful.
Okay. Why would
Oh,
that be?
what a jerk
Never
you
had any
are.
money to do that. He always had to ask for money for everything. He couldn't fly the girls in from Maine without help. So I don't see how that could have been possible.
Shock you that on the day of the 5th, after you guys had been investigated that day and you talked to Detective Hayes and Kuykendall, that he actually had to borrow $20 from Emily to get home? Did you ever hear about that?
No.
So you're talking to your mom something about that stuff that day and wedding stuff. Do you remember that?
Probably at that time. I was in full wedding mode trying to plan our wedding because we had the deposit down at Vauxhall.
But did anything seem out of the normal that day?
No.
Just a normal life, normal communications with your mother.
I was in bliss. I was engaged. I was the happiest I've ever been.
Okay.
Everything was perfect in my eyes.
So the next morning, on the 4th,
I remember being in that mode.
I believe you guys even had some
Remember?
phone conversations. Do you remember anything do you remember anything about that?
Well, we had picked up Cameron the night before because it was our time to have her come over. And so we drove up to Jefferson and got her and brought her home. And then we were going to Lake Lanier because that's what we do every year.
And you take your mom every year?
No.
Okay.
Since we were up there the weekend before, I asked my mother and Chad asked my dad.
Okay.
And my dad did not want to go. And I told my mom, I said, if you want to go, you're more than welcome. But this is what we're doing. This is our plans.
Okay. What do you remember about inviting her?
I just invited her. I was just like, hey, we're going to go do this. If you want to do something on 4th of July, this is where we'll be. It's fun. It's a fun place.
What did she say?
I think she said, sure. Yeah, I'll go. I mean, she had told me the weekend before she was going to go.
Okay. And then the morning of the 4th, you guys were texting about it and talking about it. Did anything seem weird or out of place?
No. We woke up and we went out there. It was super packed. So
this is Margaritaville.
Margaritaville. Yep. The whole beach was packed. All the chairs were taken. And I called her and was like, hey, we're going to go back home and we're going to get our chairs and stuff because there's nowhere to sit. But we put up our little pop-up tent and saved a spot because we lived 5 minutes down the road, not even. And told her we were going to go get our chairs and come back. And I told her she needed to bring one if she had one. And then she said she was working out in the yard and that she would be there later. I said, okay.
And so she came
Yeah, eventually around 12, 1 o'clock, I guess it was. It was later.
about noon,
Yeah, I
Okay.
would say so.
somewhere in there. How did she seem? How was her demeanor?
Normal.
What did y'all do?
We roasted on the beach for a while, and then went to Land Shark Cafe, and because it was unbearably hot, and we ate lunch. She ate with us. Cameron was there, we went back to the beach, sat there for a while. I don't know if we did any of the water slides or anything that day, but I think it was 5, 6 o'clock maybe. And Cameron was begging to go be with Addison. We were like, I don't know, because we had just picked her up the night before.
Would Cameron and Addison, they communicate to themselves via text?
Yeah,
by
they
that
were
point in their
friends
lives?
at that time, yeah.
Okay. So they'd already kind of figured out they're going back to grandma's.
Yeah, they were essentially the same age. They like hanging out with each other.
Okay. So I guess Cameron told you, hey, I'm going back with Melody.
No, she asked. And Chad and I were like, I don't know, because we picked her up the night before. And we were like, I don't know. We really didn't want to, but she begged and begged. And so we're like, all right, for one night you can go out there. And Chad was supposed to work the next day, and I had the day off. So I was going to go, and I was like, I'll pick you up, and then we'll go shopping.
And that would have been on the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But back on the 4th, Cameron how did your mom respond when she asked to come over?
She said, okay, have you talked to Addison? And I don't know if my mother talked to Chris or not, but Cameron got in the car with her and they rode back.
Okay. Did y'all have any communication with Cameron that night or the next morning?
I probably wouldn't have. Chad would have.
Okay.
I was more or less, and I still am more or less, Chad's wife. She has a mom, and I didn't mother her by any means, so it would have been Chad that checked up on her.
Secondary parent role, step parent.
Correct.
Okay. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
No.
Everything seemed perfectly normal. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So how did it come to pass that you were going to come the next morning and pick up Cameron? Because you were off that day?
I was
Chad
off
had to
that
work?
day, so I knew I was going to have to go pick her up. But his father was living with us at the time. He had gotten in an accident and had to live with us because he was in the hospital for a while. So we took care of him. And he asked me that morning if I could drive him over to his friend Debbie's house. So I agreed and took him over there, and could have been 10:30 by the time I actually left the area. I'm not sure. But I drove directly over to my parents' house, and that's when I got there.
Okay. So somewhere between 10:30 and 11, you think?
Could have been. It was mid-morning.
All right. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Thrasher Exhibit 20. Was this the porch on your parents' house?
Yes.
All right. When you got there, what did you and your mom do?
She was sitting out on the front porch.
This porch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there some chairs right over here?
They're rocking chairs.
Okay.
I pulled up in the driveway and I parked and walked up. I think the girls were out there at that time. I know they came out there at some point, but she immediately said, "We've been looking for your daddy and we don't know where he is."
She said that to you. You
Congratulations.
didn't bring up to her, hey, where's daddy?
Not that I can recall. I just remember her bringing it up because I was like, I don't know.
Was that early in the conversation? Had you?
Yeah, it was like immediately once I got there.
Okay. Then what did you go do next?
Well, I started talking to her. I'm like, well, what do you mean? She was like, I can't find him. And I was like, well, where? I mean, it wasn't unusual for them not to know where each other was at, but I was like, okay. And I kind of brushed it off. I was like, I wasn't worried about it. And so then she was like, no, really, like.
Did she seem nervous? Like
not nervous, but she seemed concerned.
Okay.
And I don't know if the girls were looking for him or whatnot. I have no idea. She just said that she could not find him. And I was like, what do you mean? I didn't understand. A lot about that day I didn't understand. But it wasn't long after Scott came up. Again, you don't go on that property and not show up immediately. And he came up and I asked him, I said, have you seen Daddy? And he was like, no, I haven't seen him. And so then it just escalated into, it's all kind of a blur, but it escalated into, we need to find him. And I
Did
didn't,
Scott say anything else that was odd or weird?
well, I don't know if it was when I decided to search the house and just walk through it, or like, I don't know which one came first. Or like, I know I called Chris. I know I called Emily. I know I called Angela. I know I texted him. I emailed him. I called him. And none of those nobody knew where he was. But at some point I decided, I was like, I'm going to go look in the house. And I started in the upstairs. But before I stepped foot in that house, Scott looked at me and said, I'm going to go look for a missing gun.
He said that to you?
He said that to me.
What?
And I remember.
As you're standing here at this door right here, this green door.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
And he just like grabbed you by the arm and said, I'm going to look for a missing gun.
He didn't grab me by the arm, but he just turned and he put his hand on the door and he said, I'm going to go look for a missing gun. And I'm like, and I kind of like, I remember, I was like, what is he talking about?
That's on their end.
And she was like, I don't know. And so he went into the house, and
So he was the first one in the house before you went in there.
he walked in the door first. I don't know where he went, because when I went straight up the stairs. I looked upstairs, I looked on the middle floor, and then I went to the bottom floor. And then that's when I proceeded to go outside.
Wow.
Did you go up these stairs?
Correct.
And that's just walking straight in the door.
Straight in the door.
And if you take a right here, is that the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. And that's looking back out that door?
Yes.
And you went upstairs. What did you do upstairs?
Just looked to see if it was anywhere. There was a door that went to like an attic, like a walk-in attic, and I checked everywhere.
So this was the kitchen. Obviously, there's no furniture or anything, but this is the general layout of the home at the time.
Correct.
All right. So where did you go next after going upstairs?
I just walked to the main level. I don't know if I walked in the master bedroom. That would have been to the right. Dive straight back from there. And then I walked in the basement.
Where did you go in the basement?
Probably into my dad's room. That would have been in that hallway right there.
Going towards these doors here?
No, the other way.
The other direction?
His bedroom was there. And then he had a bathroom that was over there straight back too. I probably would have looked there, I assume, just to see if he was there, since it was his room, and there was the living room. And then I just walked straight into his office, because you could pass by the theater room. And I went into his office and he wasn't in there.
Okay, so this thing they've got listed on this Thrasher 17, this workshop, that was his office?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing, when you walked down into the basement, did you see anything out of place?
No.
And because you'd been down there, I mean, how often would you go to the basement?
I mean, every time we were over there, we would probably most likely go down in the basement, because my dad was always working in his office.
So when you were down there, did you notice anything, this looks like a bunch of very fine furniture. Did you notice anything broken?
Mm-mm.
Did you, what's underneath these candles appears to be glass fixtures holding up the candles.
Correct.
Anything out of place?
No.
Did you
Not that I
notice
recall.
any blood?
No.
Now, had you been there the weekend before, did you ever notice anything about your father being bit by a dog or anything like that?
Yes, when we walked into Jay Christopher's, my husband and I was on the right, he was on the left, and my dad was in front of us, and he was walking up the stairs, because it was like a few stairs to go up into Jay Christopher's, I believe, and it was an awful, like, purple dog bite on the back side of his leg, like right above that, whatever, I guess that tendon that is. And my husband said, "Damn, Gary, like, what happened to your leg?" He said, "That damn dog bit me," meaning Motley, her little black, her little terrier dog.
So Motley was a kind of an ankle biter.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yes, I don't like that dog.
For lack of a better term. But you saw with your own eyes this injury to your dad's leg.
Yes, it was bad.
And it was from the weekend before his death.
It was purple by the time I saw it, and red. It looked bad.
Okay.
enough for us to notice it.
Is that the?
So
Oh,
you walked
that's-
past this dining room. These pictures were taken on the day of the
No.
5th. This is Thrasher 81. You walked past this dining room, and this is how it looked
Yes, sir.
on that day. You notice anything broken or out of place there?
No.
Nope. That drove me crazy on my hearing aid.
This was your mom's room.
Correct.
Where was the mudroom in the house?
Just past it. There was like the mudroom was the long kind of hallway, and it had a desk and cabinets, and then that was off of the mudroom, and it had the washer and dryer. My dad had like his cowboy hat hung up on the wall to the left there. And that was the mudroom. And then there was
This
a
is
pantry.
your dad's cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is Motley's bed?
Yeah, well, all the dogs' bed.
How many dogs lived in the house?
Too many. We had Motley, Lucy. One time we had what we called Elizabeth Taylor. She was a little teacup Shih Tzu. They had Luke, Leroy. They were the biggest white labs I've ever seen in my entire life. And then Scott.
You don't
had
like dogs,
a
do you?
Chihuahua. And I think that's all the dogs he had. I know
What
he had
for?
some cats too, but the cats never came in the house.
Did your dad tell you where he was bitten by the dog?
For Motley,
Yes.
I mean, it was on the back of his leg.
Well, no. Where in the house? Where was he when
Oh,
it? Did
no,
he say?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I have a
Did
problem.
you? So you never would have seen any of these droplets of alleged blood.
No.
Animals.
And you went down these very stairs on this same day. Yes.
And many times after that.
Walk past these floors.
I would not have been looking.
And the furniture would have been exactly like this on that day.
Yes.
Did Scott ever tell you that this was the drawer where he said the gun was missing from?
No.
Did you check for any missing guns?
No.
Let's go back to when he said that. He goes in the house. What did he do next?
I don't know what he did. I just know he said, I'm going to go look for missing guns. And I was so taken back because our family doesn't do guns. My dad had like old shotguns that he kept in, where they're my mother's, our grandfather's. They were family
Kind of in this
guns.
picture above.
Yeah, that was like an old antique gun that belonged to my mother's side of the family. But my dad had like shotguns because I don't know if he went like with his law partners or something, but they would go like dove hunting, I guess, and things like that. So I always remember, as long as I can remember, there were shotguns and like those big long zip up cases. But it's like, as far as like small guns, no.
No. So you never saw any in that house?
No.
Never saw any revolvers?
We would have never owned any.
So even back at what was y'all called it Hampton Hall?
Mm-hmm.
So you never saw a small snub nose revolver at that house?
It was only shotguns.
Did Chris ever tell you he found a snub nose revolver?
No.
Back at Hampton Hall in the 2012 era? Okay. Or Scott?
No.
Okay.
The only handgun that I knew of back in Hampton Hall was when my brother was in the Army. It was a black handgun. And he had gotten it, I guess, after he got in the Army. I don't know. But that was the only one I ever remember seeing, ever.
So you walked down here and you knew Scott had been in the house, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see any of these droplets of blood?
No.
I'm fast forwarding because there's one image I specifically want to ask you. Easier to go to Were you ever made aware that a bullet was found right there under that ottoman?
The only time I was ever aware of a bullet was during the preliminary hearing.
Okay, that's the first time you'd ever heard of that.
Correct.
And you don't know if that was, you didn't know anything about it.
No, and I would have never looked there.
So you never saw this bullet
No,
laying in the floor.
no.
Do you find it odd that there's nothing around that bullet?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing that would have caught your imagination. No blood, no holes in the chair, nothing. It's just this bullet
I mean,
laying next to a piece of carpet.
If you compare it to all your Netflix documentaries, no, it doesn't make any sense.
So you never saw that.
No.
Okay. So Scott went in the house first before anybody else
Correct.
that morning. Then what did Scott do? What did
I-
everybody do?
I don't remember where he went. I know that I went out my dad's office and you could walk down because I knew he was making the burn pile on like July 3rd because I remember Chris went over there and all of that, and that was known. And so I had walked down and my mother came up shortly behind me and I saw one stream of like smoke coming off of the top of it. And there was like one stick that was laying by the side and I just picked it up and tossed it on there and she was there and I was like, it's still like smoldering. She was like, yeah, it's going to be hot for a while. And I was like, okay.
Is there?
And I turned around and looked up and Scott was standing at the top of the hill, like where the driveway is, with both arms on his hips, just staring down at us. And at the time I was just like, mental image, I guess. And I was just like, okay. So I walked the edge of the property because
There's a pretty steep hill there. Did you go all the way down that steep hill?
I didn't think it was steep, but I went down there. I mean, I probably had sandals on, but I walked all the way down. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking something happened to my dad. He's been out here working on the property, may have fallen out. Let's go look for him. So I'm searching everywhere. And I go walk that property line and I go over the dam. It's by the left of the pond if you're standing on that side. And I walked up to the barn, probably walked either through the barn or around the barn. I don't really remember.
Now, I ask you this. Do you ever remember around this time Scott saying anything about the placement of the tractor? Did he bring that up? Did you hear that?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Where you walked?
Walked up there. I was calling out his name, trying to find him. I was getting desperate at this point and hoping I would find him. And I just had this gut feeling that something was wrong. And I had turned and walked down the driveway. And I was standing right as the driveway dips. And Scott calls me.
On your phone?
On my phone. And I'm looking over the pond and kind of just standing there at the fence. And he goes, Amanda, like something to the tune of like, Daddy's in this burn pile. Like, I know what I've seen. I've been in Iraq. I know what burned bodies looked like. And I'm just sitting there on the phone going, what are you talking about?
Not to make light of what she's saying, but Amber Heard, Sarah Boone, she's not acting, but this is raw emotion. Some people really struggle with the difference. This is real. Just saying. I feel so heartbroken. I don't care if she's the baby. I don't care if they thought she was spoiled. This is raw and it's hard.
And he was like, there's something in this burn pile. And I was like, what are you talking about? And pure just denial, I guess. And he hung up the phone or I hung up, but I immediately called Chad and I said, you need to get here right now. This is what Scott is saying and you need to come get Cameron. You have to come get your daughter. And next thing I know, I don't know if he walked over. I mean, everything, your whole world stops. And he came over and grabbed me by the arm as hard as he could and he got in my face.
Who are we talking about?
Scott.
Okay.
He got in my face and he screamed at me. He said, I know what I saw. I know what it is, Amanda. And I was just again going like, what? And next thing I know, he said he called the 911 paramedics, whatever. And I walk up to the driveway. There's like a fork in the road.
I have to ask you this question and I'll move on from this topic quickly. But you walked down to the burn pile earlier, and you and your mom looked at it together, and
Briefly.
neither one of you saw what you would believe to have been human remains.
Thank God, no.
But you say Scott was up behind you on the hill, just staring at you both.
Yes.
Okay. So going back to when the paramedics arrived, what happened next?
I was standing in the driveway and my mom had walked up. I was like, what is going on? She said, I don't know. She's just guessing. I don't know. And I was just in shock at this point. And next thing I know, fire trucks, paramedics, and all of this. And she just said, why is he holding them up at the end of the driveway? And I don't know. I have no idea. And it felt like an eternity. And I refused to go over there. I didn't want to go over there. And this poor paramedic, I'll never forget him. He was standing there with a gurney and he goes, I'm so sorry for your loss. And that was the first time anybody ever told me about my dad being dead. And I said, so you're telling me that my dad is in that burn pile back there? And he just looked at me in shock. It was just like, he couldn't say anything back. And Chris was sitting on the bed of his truck, just looking down at the ground. He didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything.
No.
And what was your brother Scott doing?
I don't know. I guess they were over there. Him and my mom. I don't know.
Did your brother? And I think I'm going to ask the judge after this question to go ahead and break here, because then we're going to go ahead and start talking about what happened after this day. But did your brother say anything else concerning at that time? And he mentioned a gun. Did he say anything else that resonates in your memory?
Which one, Chris or Scott?
Either one.
No, Chris, no.
What about Scott?
I don't think I talked to Scott
Yeah, this
much
would
after
be
that.
definitely would make a good movie. It's good who done it.
I don't really recall. I really felt like every bone in my body was broken at that point. I remember talking to Hayes for a little bit and standing at the fence. And he could have told me I had purple hair and 5 eyes. I wouldn't have recalled. And I just kept going through my head of just like, if he's gone, he's like, our life has changed forever. It was awful. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as, I believe, bot song.
And do you know what this is?
4.
This
Is this
is
you?
more real than anything I've seen.
Were you aware there was a trail camera on the property?
No, not really.
Okay. And is this your mother?
Yes.
Okay.
So she dyed her hair
That's on
after
5.
the fact?
And who is this?
That's weird.
Is that also Scott?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, and then I think we should probably go ahead and break before we move on to the next phase. Would it shock you to know that Scott Farris deleted? That's a picture of him backing away from the phone, from the trail cam after deleting the trail cam at that very moment as y'all are searching for your daddy.
Yes. It would shock me. We were looking for my dad. Why? I don't, like, and I didn't know that he had a trail camera. But that is concerning.
Judge, I think we should break.
It's here. So we'll break for lunch. We're going to take an hour, so we'll start back up at 1 o'clock.
Wow. This is super emotional, poor baby. And look at Mama. She's barely holding it together. I know she wants to get up there and give that baby girl a hug and console her, but I couldn't imagine my kid having to give up and talk like that and having the cameras on me while I try to keep from falling apart. Look at her. She's looking straight in the camera. She's so uncomfortable. She probably can't wait to get out. I got my microphone. Look, let me get it over here. This thing is like, it's driving me crazy. It's their glitching. It's not mine. That Jesus looking dude's a reporter. Oh, that must be her aunt. That's her aunt. They can't talk about her testimony at all. That's off the table for lunch. What? Let me go back and see that. I wasn't paying attention. Let's play that again. Play it again, Sam. Either she's had a child, so I don't know. No, that looks more like a little mommy belly. She could be early, but I don't think she's pregnant. So, humble opinions. Let's have it. Open discussion. What do you think? Oh, snap. Oh, by the way, y'all. We've got some rocky weather coming in. We're going to have some highs that we're going to have record-breaking highs for this time of year. And then they're saying in November, we're going to be having some torrential rains coming through. I'm going to go back to the beginning of this Chandler Halderson trial because I want to just check in on this, if you don't mind, because it's supposed to be a good whodunit too.
Let me inquire, Mr. Burkhardt, is the system working well for you? Excellent, excellent. Folks, thank you very much for getting here this morning. I need to ask you whether or not any member of the jury panel was exposed to any information between 4 o'clock yesterday when I last saw you and this moment, whether you engaged in conversations with others, with each other, or sought intentionally or were unintentionally exposed to any information about the case. If so, raise your hand. Mr. Burkhardt.
Yeah, I got a soup and a Campbell soup. Or Campbell on the list. I like soup.
It is possibly a name that I read yesterday. There were a lot that I don't remember, but other than that, we're good. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't see any other hands. The first thing we do this morning, folks, is provide you with preliminary jury instructions. We have, frankly, instructions for almost everything to help explain the law, opportunity, the witness.
Jury instructions.
My name is William Brown. I'm the Deputy District Attorney of Dane County. Yesterday, you met Andrea Raymond. Together, we're the prosecutors in the case. You heard a little bit about how the process worked in jury selection, and you probably thought you were being strung along the whole time, and in a bit you were. Everyone was trying to gauge your knowledge of the case, maybe any preconceived notions you had about the criminal justice system. Ms. Vera asked you a lot of questions about what you would think if she did nothing and sat there, and those were good questions. I won't do nothing in this case because it would be a very short trial if I did. You're going to hear from me, Ms. Raymond, quite a bit. Our job in a case is to present evidence. That means to call witnesses. The judge talked about what evidence is. When we think of evidence, sometimes we think of, especially a murder case. You're in a murder case, you think of the gun. And you'll get that. There'll be a gun. You'll see that. But evidence is so much more. The first thing evidence is the first thing the judge mentioned. Evidence is first the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination. When people raise their right hand and they swear to tell the truth, that's evidence. Now, you as jurors can decide whether you believe it or not. Does this person have any bias or prejudice? Do they have anything to gain by what they're saying? Do they have anything to lose? All those things are up to you. But sworn testimony is evidence. Photographs are evidence. Videos are evidence. Statements made by people involved in the case, including Mr. Halderson, are evidence. Our job is to, over the course of the next couple of weeks, present evidence
I'll be right back.
to show you the path of what we believe happened, which is that Chandler Halderson killed his parents, dismembered their bodies, and hid them around southern Wisconsin. We've been talking about Bart and Krista Halderson. You've heard their names mentioned numerous times by the judges here. That's Bart and Krista Halderson. I'm going to try to use some photos as I talk to maybe guide us along. Some people are more visual learners, some aren't. That's Bart and Krista Halderson. Couple in their early 50s, living in Windsor, Wisconsin, on a quiet street, in a quiet house, kind of in a quiet town. If you don't know Windsor, think just south of DeForest. Maybe if you're heading up toward the Dells, when you see the Fleet Farm on your left, if you looked right, that's Windsor. That's the Halderson home. At this point, perhaps it would be best if I told you a little bit about the Halderson family. Bart, the father, Krista, the mother. They have two sons, Chandler, the defendant, and his older brother, Mitchell. Chandler and Mitchell are close in age, but Mitchell's a little bit older. The time this all happened, living in the Halderson home, was Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, and Chandler. Mitchell had moved out. Mitchell had a job working as an IT person for a local corporation, doing pretty well in life. He's engaged, doing pretty well in life. Buying a house, adult things, growing up. But in July of 2021, it's Bart and Krista living in that house, and their adult 23-year-old son, Chandler Halderson, living in his room. Now, all of the events I'm going to describe, for the most part, take place during the first week of July, from the 1st to about the 8th. So I put up a calendar. This is not evidence in the case, I suppose. It might be. Maybe I'll mark it as an exhibit. But it's to provide some reference, and I put the little flag on there, because if you remember this year, the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Everyone celebrated, of course, all weekend. A lot of places celebrated on Saturday, but the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Now I'm giving my opening statement. The judge told you opening statements aren't evidence. And in fact, that's the reason you don't have notebooks. I'd like to think so, you have to pay attention to me, but that's not true. It's because nothing I say is evidence. So as I say things up here, what I'm saying is what I expect to prove in the next couple of weeks. But what I expect to prove beyond any reasonable doubt is that on July 1st, 2021, somewhere between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., Chandler Halderson murdered his parents. It's an important date, and it's an important time to remember. July 1st, between 3 and 5. But the story doesn't start there. And this trial wouldn't be 3 to 4 weeks if the trial ended there. The story starts a week later, on July 7th, 2021. Nearly a week after killing his parents, but no one in the world knowing. Chandler Halderson walks into the Northeast Precinct of the Dane County Sheriff's Office and says, "I'd like to file a missing persons report." He sits down with sheriff's deputies, and you'll meet them today, and he gives a long story. My parents, they just haven't come back from the cabin. They were there this weekend. We have a cabin up north. It's in White Lake, up in Langlade County. It's pretty far up north, a couple of hours. They just haven't come back yet. They were going to come back Monday or Tuesday, and I don't know where they are. Who were they with? The deputies ask. I don't know. I helped them pack Thursday night. They must have left Friday early before I woke up at 6. Who'd they go with? I don't know. Where are their cars? Well, they're still at the house. What'd you help them pack? Bottles of liquor, lots of money, tools, silver bars. Why were they going up there? Some people they were fixing a window. Some people there was a plumbing issue, storm damage. The story varied. Sometimes they took just money. Sometimes they took just liquor. But over that day and the next, talking to numerous sheriff's deputies, detectives, including those detectives, he gives this bizarre story of his parents leaving in an unknown car, going to a cabin with an unknown couple, with an unknown amount of money, for really an unknown reason. So sheriff's deputies do what cops do, which is they ask him, have you heard from him? And he says, yeah. I got a text from my mom. And he did. He showed him his phone. Made it safely. This is from Krista Halderson to Chaz. That's what his family calls him. Not Chandler, they call him Chaz. Made it safely. Can't get anything through though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. We'll be home Monday night, Tuesday early. I love you lots. So at this point, the sheriff's deputies don't know what they're dealing with. These folks get up there and decide, now we're going to go to the casino for a few days. We're going to play hooky. Didn't make a lot of sense. They started talking to coworkers and realized these people had never no call, no showed, missed work, which they both did on Friday. Did they crash their car? Did this other couple kidnap them? Where the hell are they? But what good police do, and what they did in this case, is they start looking into the people who saw them last, who were with them last, who reported them missing. And in this case, all three of those things, the person who purportedly saw them last, was with them last, and reported them missing were the same person. There's Chandler Halderson. So what the police did, started to look into Chandler Halderson. This is all occurring in the same 24-hour, 48-hour period. And what they learn about him isn't suspicious at all. He's a Madison College student, MATC. They go by Madison College now, if you didn't get the email. Madison College student. He's about to graduate. He's studying renewable resource engineering, kind of a hybrid IT degree with solar panels, things of that sort. He's about to get a certificate. But things had looked bright for him. He'd recently been working at American Family Insurance. He's working from home like most of us the last couple of years. But he's working a good job at American Family Insurance. And not only was he working a good job, Chandler had just gotten a better job. He got hired at SpaceX. He was about to embark on a career that people in the IT field could only dream of. He's planning to move to Titusville, Florida. That's where SpaceX operation is, down in Florida, with his girlfriend. They'd rented an apartment. They'd bought a car. And not only was this not someone who was antisocial, he was pro-social. He was working with the Madison Police and the Department of Natural Resources on their rescue diving team. He was a scuba diver, working with the police. The only thing that was a bit odd is he'd recently suffered a head injury. Fallen down the stairs, had terrible concussion, was unable to move for the most part, had to wear a neck brace. He was permanently, perhaps injured. All of those things threw police off from thinking it was Chandler. He had anything to do with this. And at that point, for all they knew, as sad as it is, Bart and Krista and an unknown couple were crashed into a ditch somewhere between here and White Lake, Wisconsin, dead from a car crash. So they started looking. Deputies are sent up north. The Langlade County Sheriff's Department is searching a cabin. No one had ever been there. It didn't look like anyone had been there at all in years. It was run down. The grass hadn't been mowed. There was no food in the refrigerator. No one had been there. So the police expand their search and they start talking to not only just people about Chandler, they start talking to people who were with Chandler that weekend. Specifically, they talked to his girlfriend, a young girl named Catherine. She goes by Kat. And Kat says, I was with him like all weekend. We had a normal 4th of July weekend. We went out to my family's farm. We got a farm. There was a pool. We ate dinner. Chandler was having the concussion issue and he couldn't really move his legs. And so he asked to use their pool the next day because he thought that was good therapy.
I'm getting our lunch ready, so I'm still here. Just listening.
So the police, what do they do next? They go talk to the person who owns the farm. And they say, was Chandler out here? And she goes, yeah, he was out here on the 4th of July. But you know what?
I just saw it.
He showed up the next day.
I just saw
by himself. He showed up the next day by himself. I told him he could come back anytime, as we just say to people, not expecting they're going to roll into your house the next day. She says he was acting bizarre. Said that he had a doctor's appointment and they'd given them some bad news that he was going to lose his job at SpaceX because he couldn't travel. He couldn't attend orientation to start. And she goes, he asked to use the pool. And of course I said yes. This woman will testify and she'll tell you that she sat in her house for a while, perhaps a bit weirded out that someone had just shown up at her rural farm, but she let him have his space. But about an hour later, she goes down to the pool to check on him. He's not there. No one had opened the pool. No one had been in the pool. But she sees his car. It's parked out in a field, away from the pool, backed in toward where that grass is a bit longer, and had its hatch up. She thought, boy, that was strange. But she thought maybe he's just on a walk. So she goes in the pool. She said, I'm just going to go in the pool. If you remember that weekend, it's extraordinarily hot. She starts swimming. She says, then I see Chandler. He's walking out the woods in that area. Now, at this point in the investigation, the police are out there with this woman. They're out on the farm. And she says he walked out over there. And you'll hear from the Detective Brett Baverstock, who was out there. And he'll tell you that his eyes kind of shifted up and he saw vultures. And I promise the photos are only going to go this far for right now. But the police walked about 20 yards into the woods. And in that pile of debris, under dozens of sticks, bushes, and dirt, they found Bart Halderson. Now, when I say they found Bart Halderson, I need to explain that. They found a human torso. Someone had crudely chopped off the head, the arms, and sawed off the legs in the middle of the thigh, leaving the underwear on in the beginnings of the pants. They removed the sticks and brush over a course of a few hours. They brought out doctors from the medical examiner's office to make sure everything was done appropriately. They rolled the torso over. There were gunshots in the back. This man had been shot in the back and chopped up. At this point, the farm, a beautiful farm, cultivated for years with wildflowers, kind of an Eden of sorts, was turned into a crime scene. Police swarmed the place. Drones were in the air. Cadavers, dogs were on the ground. Everyone's looking through absolutely everything they could, but it's a farm. There's a million places things could be. But one detective said, look at that in the woods. Is that a garbage can full of a tarp? It was. And I'll tell you that tarp was taken to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab eventually. Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, their blood was all over it. Another detective said, that spot where Chandler was walking out of the woods, There's an oil barrel there, like an old fuel tank with a hole in it. That's right where the car was parked. So she peeks her head in. And that's what she sees. Broken saw blades, hand saws, scissors, tree loppers, all of them tested by the state crime lab, all of them covered in human flesh and blood of Bart and Krista Halderson. The farm was searched extensively, and I'll tell you that some months later, things were even continuing to be found. Up to this fall, in October, the homeowner, the person who owns the farm, was tearing apart a barn trying to clean it. And there in a barn about 100 yards from where Bart Halderson was found, the murder weapon, behind a bunch of boards on the side of the barn. At this point in the investigation, the police knew they needed to start talking to Chandler. He's seen coming out of the location where his dad's body was, just brutally chopped apart. The tools, the cutting instruments are found there. So they do what police do. They bring him downtown. But they ask him, and he's at the house, and they ask him and his girlfriend to come downtown with them. And they do. And that girlfriend, Kat, is in one room, and Chandler is in another. Chandler, and you'll see this, we'll play it, for over an hour meets with police, and again regurgitates this odd story of his parents with this missing couple in a random car, going places that no one really knew. Or Kat, in the other room, she's vomiting information to the police, literally vomiting at times, but also vomiting information in terms of she has her phone out. She's giving them pictures. She's providing every single detail she can because she'll tell you when she testifies. She's one of these people that watches these crime shows. And she knows when someone's missing, you got to exclude the people closest to him first. And she thought, that's what we got to do. Chandler didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't have anything to do with this. We got to get to the people who did. And the first step is we got to exclude us. She didn't for a second think that Mr. Halderson had done anything wrong. She thought she was with him most of the weekend. And I'll tell you right now, Kat did nothing wrong. Kat was an unknowing, unwilling accomplice to some of this, but she did absolutely nothing wrong. And she'll tell you, she liked Mr. and Mrs. Halderson. There were the normal disputes you'd have with your boyfriend or girlfriend's parents. Maybe you want to go out a lot and they don't let you. Maybe you want to hang out more than they don't want to. But she liked him. Her phone is full of messages between her and Mrs. Halderson, friendly in all respects. Kat meets with police not just once, but multiple times. And in one of these meetings, she says, you know what was weird? Is this weekend, when I was with Chandler, while his parents were at the cabin, I left the house early one day, on Saturday, in fact, Saturday, July 3rd. And she says, he told me he was going to do chores that morning around the house. But when I looked at my Snapchat, I saw his location was in a weird spot. If you don't know, on Snapchat, you can set it up so that other people can see exactly where you are. A GPS tracker on you at all times, if you will. Chandler had that set up with his girlfriend. And she goes, it was so weird where he was. I took a screenshot of it on my phone. And that's what it showed. Chandler was saved as hubby in her phone. That's perhaps a term of endearment between two folks dating in their 20s. But she said, at 8:58 in the morning, when he was supposed to be doing chores on Saturday, July 3rd, I thought it was strange that he was in what appears to be a forest on the banks of the Wisconsin River near Prairie du Sac. The police took that. They identified immediately where that location was, just based on looking at it. That's a bridge. Couldn't be hard. Out they go. The drones go up. The dogs go out. The search team starts searching. Very quickly, and I promise this is as far as the photos will go, they find the remains of Krista Halderson. Now, when I say Krista Halderson, I have to qualify that as well. We found her legs. One complete leg, then somewhat farther away in another bush, a foot, a thigh, but the same pattern. Crudely cut apart with appears to be handsaws, axes, things of that sort. No more of Krista Halderson that's identifiable to her will ever be found. She's just those two legs. At this point, the police thought, this is just a strange location. Why would Chandler be out there? He'd been out there before. And they started talking to people, including girlfriends of his in the past, friends of his. And they say, yeah, Chandler really liked this location out on the Wisconsin River. He'd go there all the time. It's where he'd go swimming. When his friends came into town, that was the secret swimming spot. And one friend even said, you know what? Last year, he sent me a picture while he was out there. Kind of shirtless, hanging from a tree with a machete. I don't know. Didn't have a lot of significance at the time when the police saw it, but eventually someone realized the tree looks unique. Interesting V pattern right there. The hollowness of the tree as it goes down. The way in which 5 of those branches branch off. And eventually one of the detectives realizes why. Something clicked. It was the exact location he ditched his mother's remains. That's about 100 feet away. So obviously, it shouldn't come to anyone's surprise, at some point Chandler was arrested. In fact, he was arrested on July 8th, 2021. When you're arrested for a lot of crimes, you go to jail, you get booked in, and not much more happens investigation-wise after that. They have what they need. But of course, that's not the case in a murder investigation, especially something like this. So Chandler is taken to jail, and the police start searching. When I say searching, you're going to hear about searches of the house, searches of this farm, searches of this property. You're going to hear about searches of landfills and ponds and ditches all across Dane County. But one of the things they started searching was, what was this guy doing on his phone that weekend? And oddly enough, most of what they found was nothing. Either Chandler hadn't Googled anything all weekend, except for the 8th, or he had deleted his search history. You'll never know. But remember, he was arrested on July 8th, taken to the police station, and that's where they told him, hey man, we know what's going on. So meaning, while he was still on his phone on July 8th, he was still telling everyone his parents were missing. Not just the police. This kid was standing in his front lawn giving media interviews to all the local media outlets about the cabin and the unknown couple and the unknown car. He was going door to door in his neighborhood. My parents are missing. Can you help me out? Do you have any security cameras, by the way? And you'll hear from these neighbors. Some of them were so weirded out by what was going on that they secretly recorded those conversations. One of them, you'll hear, was a man who'd only been retired as a detective with the City of Madison Police for about a month. He recorded his conversation with Mr. Halderson. But while he's doing this that morning, what's he Googling? This is what he's Googling. Body found, Wisconsin. Woman's body found, Wisconsin. Wisconsin dismembered body found. We'll come back to the next two. Dead body found in Wisconsin. Body found in Milwaukee River. He's searching for whether they found his parents. And you'll hear in this case, he's starting to search because he's starting to get worried because the amount of police in his neighborhood has been ramping up and up and up because unbeknownst to him, they're finding his parents' remains. And you'll hear that while this is going on, while he's Googling these things, he's frantically calling police officers. Hey, why are there more cops in my neighborhood? Calls this guy, Brian Shunk. He records him. What's going on? There's more cops. Did something happen? Did you find something?
Yeah, your mom and dad.
The middle ones. State versus Peter Capuzzo. Probably means nothing to everyone. It meant nothing to me when I first saw it.
I'm going to.
The name rung a bell and I wondered why.
Ferris is still on lunch.
Not only does it show he Googled State versus Peter Capuzza, it showed that he clicked on a link on the Wisconsin court's website and read something. What he read was a legal case, much like this one is the State versus Chandler Halderson. The State versus Peter Capuzza, though, was a case that made it to the Court of Appeals based on some legal technicalities about a man who dismembered part of his family members and threw their bodies in the river. So at the same time, Chandler Halderson is going door to door in his neighborhood, crying about his parents being missing, talking to the local news, telling sheriff's deputies, signing documents saying they're missing. He's conducting legal research to get himself out of today, so that today never happens. Now, when I started with that calendar a while ago, and I said the police were initially thrown off because of one thing, and that was this text message from Krista. And it's real. I'll tell you, that text message is in all the search warrant returns from US Cellular. It's on the phone that we were able to search. We're not able to search every phone, but some of them are. Made it safely. Can't get anything through, though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. Be home Monday night, Tuesday. Love you lots. Sent on the 4th of July. So the police started looking into that. And the first thing they found was White Lake. The parade was on July 3rd. Remember, the 4th of July this year was on a Sunday. So everyone celebrated on Saturday. So they started thinking, well, how the hell did this message get sent? So they searched the Halderson home where Chandler was. And in the garage, under a shelf, in a shoe, wrapped in aluminum foil, was his mother's phone, along with her driver's license. Police would later subpoena the records from US Cellular, the cell phone carrier that covers Chandler and the family. And they would look into what cell towers were being used when that message was sent. If you didn't know, all of you probably have cell phones. At any time, your phone is pinging off of different cell towers. It's not always the same. As you sit here, half of you might be using one tower and half of you might be using another. It's based on the workload of those towers. You'll hear about that. But it's generally an approximate area of where you are. That message on July 4th, Krista there's in pink, Chandler's in green. The message was sent from the Halderson home on July 4th. Chandler sent it to himself. So at this point, the investigators began to wonder, and perhaps you're beginning to wonder how the evidence will come out. How does this happen? How does this kid, with everything in the world going for him, promising new jobs, school, a girlfriend that loves him, willing to move across the country for him, or even physically, a kid who just suffered this major concussion, was unable to use his legs for the most part. How does this happen? And what you'll learn, it happens because none of these things are true. He wasn't going to Madison College. He wasn't studying renewable resource engineering. The people at American Family Insurance, they'd never even heard of him. There's no indication he'd ever even applied for a job, much less had any job at SpaceX. The apartment he told his girlfriend he'd rented and the car he'd bought, none of that was real. The Madison police, they don't even have a scuba diving team. Neither does the DNR.
Wow.
And this concussion he apparently suffered, he did go to the hospital. You'll hear from the doctor who was there. He said, yeah, he came in, he reported that he hit his head falling down the stairs.
Wow.
I diagnosed him with a mild concussion, gave him a neck brace on the way out, told him he could use it if he needed it. But none of the things that Chandler reported to other people, the leg weakness, his inability to move, drive, travel, none of that was real. And given what you're going to find out in this case, you may conclude at the end of it, he never suffered any fall at all. What you may conclude is that it was all made up. Now, police started looking into all of these lies. Because how does a person who looked so promising, was able to convince so many people of his success, how are you able to keep this up? How are you able to catfish your family, your girlfriend, your brother, your friends? And they started to find things around the Halderson home in the email accounts of Bart and Krista Halderson, in the email accounts of Chandler Halderson. When they talked about American Family Insurance, the first big lie Chandler was making up, again, the people at American Family Insurance, you'll hear them testify, they're directors of human resources. You never worked there, never worked for any of their affiliates, never worked for any of the companies that are associated with them. Chandler had been claiming to work there for a year, but he never had any money. And his father was an accountant, so his father would ask him questions pretty much daily. Why don't you have any money? Why haven't you paid any rent? And Chandler spun an amazing web of lies.
I'm sure.
First it was, well, I'm a salary guy, but they were accidentally paying me hourly, so they just held my paychecks until they fixed it. Then it was, I gave him the wrong direct deposit info. And then it kind of shifted eventually. And he said, well, they were going to pay me, but now the amount is so much, they got to pay me so much money that when they deposited in the bank, they thought it was fake.
Oh, please.
And police started to find emails like this. This from Tom Selznick, a guy at American Family Insurance, a Northeast remote human resources guy, describing this. You're registered as salary, but you're making hourly. And these emails would go back and forth with Chandler and the HR person, and eventually he'd forward them to his father. But in the way a parent looks at their child as maybe telling the truth is not the way that you as jurors have to look at this. You, like the police, maybe have to take a more critical look at emails like this. And for one, notice, why is the guy who works at Human Resources at American Family Insurance using a Proton Mail generic email address? Why is the guy who's the Human Resources manager spelling the word resources wrong? Saying he's the Human Recourses manager.
I love it. That's good.
It's comically fake. He emailed himself back and forth, trying to explain why he didn't have any money, and he forwards it to his dad.
You got to admit.
Now, here's where the story gets maybe a little more complex. Having a fake job solves a lot of riddles in your life. No one's hassling you to get a new job. No one's hassling you to do chores all day. The problem is, if your dad works from home, if he was an accountant, for instance, which he was, and which he did, you actually have to wake up early every day and go to work. So there he was. Messages between Bart and Chandler. Hey, are you up for your meetings? Yeah. Over and over again. So Chandler woke up. But he had nothing to do all day because his job was pretend. And so he sat on his computer playing video games. And I'm not against people playing video games. I'm a guy myself. People play video games. But video games, if you don't know, and some of you are of an age where you do, and some of you are an age where you don't, are a much more social thing than they used to be. When you play video games, you don't just sit on Nintendo 64 and play Mario by yourself. You're playing role player games with people from around the world. And who's up early in the morning when Mr. Halderson had to wake up to attend his fake work meetings? People in the military who are stationed overseas. They speak English, they're American, but they're on a different time schedule. They're on his time schedule. Most people here probably play video games at night during weekdays. But every day, Mr. Halderson was able to wake up and find a group of friends to play video games with online, one of which was stationed in Germany. This friend was a guy named Andrew Smith. Now, Mr. Smith, Mr. Halderson became kind of best friends. They would talk all the time. They communicated in this video game all the time. And Mr. Smith, he'll testify, he's coming up here, lives down south, he's back in the US. He'll tell you that Chandler really liked an SKS rifle when they play some of these shooting games. It's just something he liked. Not a big deal, there's nothing wrong with that. But this past summer, about a month before the murders of Bart and Krista Halderson, this online friend, Andrew Smith, comes to visit Mr. Halderson and stays at the home with Bart and Krista. This is a picture of Mr. Smith in that perhaps crudely designed yellow shirt. That's Mr. Halderson. It's the only photo we have of them on that visit. You'll learn that Mr. Smith had gotten out of the military. He was done with it. But you also learn that he really likes guns. Like he really likes guns.
I don't know.
And he knew his friend liked SKS rifles. So when he visited him this year in June,
Spelling interpreter when
he brought with him a gift, the SKS rifle that was found about 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body. Now, you'll meet Mr. Smith and you'll probably concur with me after meeting him. He's not really probably a paperwork kind of guy. And so when he gave the gun to Mr. Halderson, he wanted to document that he transferred the gun, but he wasn't going to fill out any paperwork. So he just took the serial number of the gun. He put Mr. Halderson's driver's license next to it and snapped a picture on his phone. There's a clear picture of that. But that serial number matches the gun found in the barn 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body. And before Mr. Smith left, he decided he would gift his friend something else, which was about 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition. Now, you'll hear from Mr. Smith. Despite maybe his bizarre actions and maybe his bizarre statements he may make, he's not a suspect. Police proved he was in Texas at the time all of this happened. Another unknowing accomplice to Mr. Halderson's crimes. So at this point, Mr. Halderson's working a pretend job at American Family Insurance. He's not getting paid. His father, who's an accountant, is kind of on his case about it. And he's got to figure out something else. And the best way out of your pretend job is an even more pretend job. So around May going into June of this past year, American Family wasn't going well. So Mr. Halderson decided to get a new job. He's going to be an astronaut. I work at SpaceX. This is messages to his girlfriend. I have a good feeling about SpaceX. I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow. Shoot, sorry, I got the job. I have training next week over the computer and leave June 11th and start June 14th. He didn't give himself a lot of time, but what he gave himself was an escape hatch. He could move. He could end the lies that he had going on in his life about being a rescue scuba diver and working for American Family Insurance by simply moving to Florida. That presented with it one major problem, which was that job, which was also make-believe, would pay absolutely no better than the last job that was make-believe. So in late June, as he's supposed to start the job at SpaceX in Florida for Elon Musk, something happens in the Halderson family, something real. There's a change.
What?
Remember when I started off and I said there were two sons? His older brother gets hospitalized.
What?
That's real. It happened. Got diagnosed with diabetes and was having some complications. He's doing great now. Mr. Halderson uses that as an excuse to delay starting at SpaceX. It was a stroke of good luck for him, a stroke of bad luck, of course, for the family, but a stroke of good luck for him. But that only gave him a couple of weeks. So his brother, who's doing really well in life, engaged, house, real job, making a lot of money, suddenly he's in the hospital, being doted over by his family, by his mother. People care about him. So roughly a week later, when Chandler Halderson needs to think of a new lie to get out of the SpaceX lie, guess who ends up in the hospital? Being doted over by his mother and his family with a supposed neck injury. This is Father's Day of this year, in late June. That's Bart Halderson in the middle, Mitchell on the right. Of course, Chandler wearing a neck brace that no one told him he had to wear on the left.
Boone cannot hold a candle to Lori Vallow.
Now, around this time, Chandler started telling people an extraordinarily bizarre set of claims. That he had a brain bleed, a hematoma, that he had spinal damage, that he needed his head drilled open,
Where's the diagnosis?
that he had inability to use his legs at all. Couldn't drive. People had to do that for him. That he had nerve damage, that he needed to get a colostomy bag. But most importantly, he couldn't go to Florida. The doctors had told him he couldn't fly. Of course, that's not true. You'll see his medical records and you'll see his doctor testify. So suddenly this man,
That's insane.
who was, for all intents and purposes, disabled, was being doted over by his family. People were making him meals. You'll see notes his mom was leaving for him. Call this neighbor if you need anything. She'll help you out. Couldn't drive, couldn't work, couldn't do chores. Now, a bit of a preview and a fast forward. This guy who's wearing a neck brace nearly every day in late June 2021 would have no problem just days later carrying large bags of ice out of gas stations to chill his father's cut up body in a freezer. And you'll note, no neck brace. And in fact, you'll note in this case, Chandler Halderson is never seen in that neck brace again after July 1st, 2021, when he kills his parents.
That's weird.
So the job lies are over for Chandler in his life. American Family Insurance, don't worry about that because he got this new job at SpaceX. In SpaceX, I can't go because I'm hurt. It was a perfect scenario. But there was one last lie that Chandler had to get out of. And that is he had told everyone he was going to MATC for college and that he was about to graduate. And you'll hear there's a hint of truth to that he was going there at one point. In fact, there's a hint of truth to all of these lies. He did go to MATC for like a semester. He failed out. But he wasn't going there anymore. And the parents were starting to grow suspicious. And we knew this because when we searched the house, we started to find notes on Bart Halderson's desk. Bart Halderson was one of these guys who prints his emails. I don't know if any of you print your emails, but some people, they get an email and they print it out. That was Bart. And we find one. It's an email between Bart and Krista, detailing a conversation that he had had with Chandler's advisors at MATC. He was supposed to meet with someone else, so we met with this guy, Daniel Spieth. Chandler's going to get a solar certificate. He wasn't. He's registered for fall classes. He wasn't. He's in the IT program. He wasn't. All of these things, line by line, none of them true. But Bart Halderson talked to this person. So police honed in on something. That line. When I talked to the advisor, he sounds just like Chaz on the phone. And he gives this number. That is, of course, because Bart Halderson, when he talked to Chandler's college advisor, was just talking to Chandler, who had bought a burner phone, cheap phone from like Walgreens that you can buy with no service carrier. And police know that because they searched Chandler's bedroom. And in his desk drawer, they found that phone. Now, this kept going. The lie about going to MATC or Madison College was the most extensive. There were emails, dozens, if not hundreds of emails going back and forth between supposed advisors at MATC and Chandler, and then he'd forward them to his dad from people like someone named Alyssa Brandt, 64. Sometimes Chandler would spell Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T, sometimes just with a T and no D, depended on the day. But they all had the @Gmail address, not @madisoncollege.edu. And you'll hear from the people at Madison College, their people have real emails. They don't use Gmail. But it was over and over again. Alyssa Brandt was one of them. You heard about Daniel Spieth, also @Gmail. There was someone named Aaron Hoover, also @Gmail. In this one, Chandler's getting upset. I have to have a call with whomever's in charge within the next 30 minutes. I have been a student for over 3 years and I will be treated fairly. Of course, he's yelling at himself. All of these were fake. Back and forth to himself and eventually to his dad. The Halderson parents had to have been growing extraordinarily frustrated. The kid wasn't getting paid. He was injured suddenly. His college transcripts aren't coming through, so he can't get a job. So police looked at that original note again. They saw something interesting, which is in this sea of fake people, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover, Tom Selznick, Alyssa Brandt, there was one name that stood out, Omar Job. And that name didn't stand out because it was fake. It stood out to the police because it was real. That is the only real person on any of these emails. And what we've discovered in this investigation
Interesting.
is in just the day and a half prior to being murdered, Bart Halderson, Chandler's dad, called MATC and pretended to be Chandler to try to finally get some information on what's going on. Just as any of you could call any doctor and pretend to be your kid, you know their name, their social security number, their birthday, you can get through. You can get through those minor security things.
Doing that.
Bart called MATC, said, I'm Chandler, and I want some answers. And for 17 minutes, Bart Halderson,
Hi, sneaky.
just before his murder, talked to a man named Omar Job. Omar Job is a entry-level customer service guy at MATC. He's got no skin in the game, doesn't even really remember the call.
You're doing well, sneaky.
But it was recorded for customer service purposes. And Bart Halderson questions
I have horror
Omar.
stories
And
about my ex.
he's very mean at first, because in his mind, he'd been getting screwed around for a year on where his son's transcripts were and what degree program he was in and why he hasn't graduated yet.
No.
But toward the end of the call, Bart asked Omar Job, hey, do any of these people work there? Alyssa Brandt, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover. And he's told no, they've never worked there. And in fact, they haven't. And he says, that'll be it then. That'll be it then are the last recorded words of Bart Halderson alive. Bart Halderson, shortly after that, sends a text message. A text message that ultimately sealed his fate, which was a text to his own son. And it says, I spoke with Omar Job. Now, what happens over the next 24 or so hours is a bit unknown. Homicide investigations are a lot of unknowns because the two people who are the victims, who maybe know the most about what happened, are of course dead. But there's not much verifiable information that happens over the next 24 hours. It's also unknown if Chandler even knew who Omar Job was. Of course, he wasn't going to MATC, so why would he know who some lowly entry-level customer service guy was? He wouldn't. But Bart Halderson did. And when you look at Bart Halderson's work calendar that he maintains at his accounting firm, you see something quite interesting. Remember at the beginning, I said I wanted you to remember a date, a time, which was that the Haldersons were killed between 3 and 5 p.m. on July 1st, 2021. Guess what was on Bart's calendar at that exact time? He was supposed to have a meeting with the people at MATC with his son. So he's supposed to go to MATC and have this meeting at 3 o'clock on July 1st.
What the hell is happening?
2021. Of course, that meeting couldn't happen because he wasn't going there and none of the people were real. But Bart Halderson knew that. Bart Halderson knew that. And so Chandler had obviously figured that out at this point. There's no way out of this one. You can't get out of this lie. And so the next day, Chandler Halderson wakes up on July 1st and starts messaging his girlfriend. 7:26, I hardly slept. 7:27, stuff hasn't been going well for me lately. Just trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over. 7:51, I had a great future planned. It's falling apart. 1:04, just 2 hours prior to the murders. I overheard they might go to the cabin with their friends, but I don't know. So somewhat of a full circle at this point. That's the moment Chandler Halderson decides to kill his parents and engage in this bizarre story of them missing at a cabin with an unknown couple in an unknown car at 1:04, July 1st. Now, shortly after this message, just about an hour and 10 minutes, Bart Halderson's getting ready to go to MATC for this meeting, perhaps to confront Chandler. Perhaps Chandler's going to confront him. Bart texts Chandler, I'm ready whenever you are. That's about 50 minutes prior to when he was killed. Those are the last words ever recorded of Bart Halderson. His phone is never used, really. Again, dies at some point. He never goes back to work. No one ever sees him. The neighborhood he lives in, riddled with security cameras, never see him again. I'm ready whenever you are. What the evidence will show in this case is that sometime after the "I'm ready whenever you are" message, and probably just around 3 o'clock when he was supposed to go to this meeting with MATC, Bart Halderson was shot in the back multiple times with a high-powered rifle. And after shooting his dad, Chandler texts his mom. Dad's phone died. Text or call me. And get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. You know he didn't have an extra hour of work, but he was delaying her getting there because the evidence will show he needed to move things around, prepare for what he was about to do when she showed up. She responds, "Kay, I can," smiley face. Those are the last words of Krista Halderson alive. Shortly thereafter, around just after 5, neighborhood security cameras, the Haldersons didn't have one, but the neighborhood, a lot of people did, show Krista pulling in, getting out of the car, walking in. She's never seen again until her legs are found out by the Wisconsin River. But just after killing his mom and his dad, the evidence in this case will show that Chandler went on his phone. If you go on your phone, I don't know if any of you have ever taken a note. You can take notes on your phone. iPhone has an app called Notes. We got some raw data, and I'll put it up here in a second. I won't put the raw data because it's a bit challenging to see. But Chandler creates a note about 5:11 that day on July 1st, probably minutes after killing his parents. And the note reads, "Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon." H2O2 is the chemical name for hydrogen peroxide. You'll hear from people in this case, it's essentially a household cleaner to clean up blood. Lemon deodorizes things. Mixed together, it's a pretty cheap cleaning product you can have at home. So Chandler writes a note after murdering his parents, "H2O2 lemon. Door handles. Move your shit upstairs, get a job, and clean the floor." He then does just that. Spends the afternoon cleaning the house, eventually jumps in the shower. We know he's in the shower because his girlfriend and him FaceTime when they're in the shower. No judgment, but that's what happened. And the girlfriend took a screenshot. We know he's in the shower. They say they're good nights, and Chandler says, "I'm going to bed." But he doesn't. He goes to gas stations. He's carrying out large bags of ice. Because what Chandler had done that night is what you all probably suspect by now. He had dismembered his parents, or at least started the process, and had to fit them inside of freezers that were in the Halderson home. And you'll see some of these freezers, they're cleaned. There's still some evidence around. That night, I'm not going to show many photographs for a little bit, just because I think you deserve to kind of be eased into some of the things you're going to see.
Yeah, that might be good.
That night,
people.
What appears to have happened, what the evidence will show, is Mr. Halderson took items from around the house and began cutting apart his parents. Saw blades covered in Bart and Krista's blood. An axe, Bart and Krista's blood. Hand saws, things of that sort, covered in Bart and Krista's blood. He cleaned the house as best he could, and you'll hear about that. But still, blood spatter found of Bart and Krista's blood around the house. And he had a plan. It wasn't a well thought out plan, but he had one. And that was he was going to burn the remains in the family fireplace there in the house. So it's July 1st. And if any of you remember, 4th of July weekend's pretty hot this year. People in the neighborhood thought it was a little bit weird that so much fireplace was going on. They smelled stuff. One person, this neighborhood's full of retired cops, but one retired cop said, "I smelled like a barbecue, smelled like a pig roast." And he said that just not knowing what it was at the time, talking to the police. And that night, a neighbor who had a security camera behind the Halderson home, way far away, was able to catch something. Because it was pitch black at night, he was able to catch just a little glimpse of all the windows in the Halderson house. We have an expert that's going to come in who works with video and light analysis. And he's going to tell you, he was able to figure out which window that was. And the window it was that he was looking at in that camera footage that kind of just piqued his attention was the window by the fireplace. And for many hours over the course of that night, the light flickered, came on, died down, on, down. But in the early morning hours the next day, he'd been up all night doing this. Because you'll learn, you really can't burn human remains. Your home fireplace is not going to get hot enough to do that. It takes an extraordinary amount of heat. If you go to like a crematorium, you're inducing it with oxygen, chemicals, not a residential fireplace. But eventually in the middle of the night, the fire started going well. It appeared that air was being pumped into it. And you'll see when they searched the Halderson home, there was in fact a fan found right next to the fireplace, next to a tape measure, trying to make sure the remains were the right size as they went into the fireplace. But that light at one point grew and grew and grew, and it got very bright in one room. And then all of a sudden the kitchen light came on, and then all the lights went out. I don't know if anyone's ever taken a hot Pyrex pan out of the stove and put water in it, or dumped water on your hot water on your windshield on your car in the winter, but it explodes the glass. The evidence in this case will show that what happened was the fire had gotten out of control, burning these human remains. Human fat was rendering out. It was igniting. So Chandler threw water on it. But when you throw water on your residential fireplace, you break the glass. And that's exactly what happened. Just above that broken glass panel, which is clearly shattered, you see the paint kind of bubbled off from the heat. This is in the search of the home some week later. The fireplace is clearly used. The police noticed something interesting about this photograph, which is, despite being clearly used, the logs are rebuilt. Someone had cleaned out all the ashes and rebuilt it. Clean logs, newspaper, one burnt piece in the middle. But what stuck out to police right away was that little rock right there. They thought, what is that? You'll hear from the people who collected this evidence. You'll hear from an arson specialist from the Department of Justice, a guy named Bill Boswell, who come in. You'll hear from a forensic anthropologist, a doctor named Cristina Figueroa Soto, who will tell you, we were all interested in what that was because it was out of place. So they pulled it off and they put it on one of these fancy police deals. And the forensic anthropologist took one look at it and she said, oh, this is a human skull. He had burned his parents' heads in that fireplace. Later, the police would go through the ash trap of that fireplace and they would find human remains, facial bones, the knee bones, which, because we found Krista's legs, by deduction had to be Bart, all in the ash trap of that fireplace. They were all cataloged. Now, burnt remains can't be tested for DNA. There's no biological material left, but they're able to tell it's human based on the structure of the bone. And you'll hear from the anthropologist who will talk about that. So that's what happened on July 1st. Now you're going to hear about all of those days in between Bart and Krista dying at 3 o'clock on the 1st, all the way through the police report. But to summarize, Chandler stayed up all night that night of the 1st. Obviously, things weren't going well, burning his parents' remains. So the next day, perhaps not having slept, he walked into Fleet Farm at 7:21 a.m. to buy a tarp. He's on video. He knew his girlfriend was spending the night that night. So he spent the whole day cleaning, but he's sending her text messages, which you will see throughout the day, asking her to bring him hydrogen peroxide and a mop because he still needed to clean up. The next day, Saturday, July 3rd, 2021, his girlfriend leaves early in the morning. That's the day she snaps that picture of him out by the Wisconsin River, dumping off his mom's remains. He spends the rest of the day hanging out. But when he goes home and says he's going to bed that night, this young man who supposedly couldn't drive or carry heavy objects, his phone records show that he's up near the Wisconsin River in Portage as if you're driving the interstate up to the Dells, right when you cross the Wisconsin River, off in the state land there to the right. For about an hour in the middle of the night, the police tried to search that area. It was impossible with the currents. Whatever remains were thrown in there or lost forever. July 4th, 2021, this is the day he texts himself. Spends the day with his girlfriend's family, goes to their farm to use the pool. That's the day he says, hey, can I come back tomorrow? Goes to some fireworks. He's living a normal life. No mention of his parents. The next day, takes out the garbage in the morning. Who knows what was in that garbage can? We've thoroughly searched the landfills, but it's impossible to find anything. But he took out the garbage. He goes out to the farm to supposedly use the pool where he's seen walking out of the woods. Cell phone tower records prove that he was out there on the farm. Remember I told you he told that person that he was having trouble at work and school and having a bad doctor's appointment. He never went to any doctor's appointment that day. Phone records show he never talked to any doctor. It was all a ruse to be able to go out in the woods and hide his father's body. The next day, not much happens because Chandler was up all night. Again, that light analysis shows all night, the garage light on and off. The garage, of course, being where we found some of these tools, the axe covered in blood. He's cleaning up. At 4:30 in the morning, for no apparent reason, he drives around the city of Madison. There's no idea what he did there. But he's not doing much. But people begin questioning him about his parents. He just says they're late. The person most worried, perhaps, is his girlfriend. She thought that was unlike them. The next day, he drives back to the farm, throws a bag of bloody rags into their garbage can that's out by the street. And at 11:22, he texts his girlfriend that he's finally going to the police. We know that bag of rags came from his house because they were in the Target bag his girlfriend picked up from Target. And she did the curbside pickup. So her name was printed on the outside. It was when she brought him hydrogen peroxide. He filled the bag with bloody rags and left it at the house. The next day, he starts Googling body found, Wisconsin dismembered body found. He's walking door to door, asking about security cameras in his neighborhood. And at 4 p.m., they take him downtown and they arrest him at 6:41.
Why do they have to fight when you got that much evidence against?
So that's the story. That's why you're here for a couple weeks. Like I said in the beginning, a lot of cases end with the murder. This one, it's just a small piece of the puzzle. None of the things that happen after and none of the things happened before make any sense without knowing the murder happened on a specific day at a specific time. But the evidence in this case you'll find is overwhelming. Chandler Halverson killed his parents on July 1st, 2021. He cut up their bodies with axes and saws and knives. And he didn't even give them the dignity of having a funeral or even a final resting place in one piece or together. Their remains were scattered across Dane County, in public land, on farms, in garbage cans, the rivers, and perhaps every ditch is a possibility in this county. You'll find the evidence in this case is overwhelming. Now, over the next couple of weeks, I'll make you a couple promises as your prosecutor in this case. I'm not here to waste your time. But of all the constitutional rights we talked about of Chandler, he has them. I want you to respect them. There's another one that you should know, which is this is the only time we get to have this trial. You get one trial in the United States of America, and I have to do it right. So if that means calling a lot of witnesses, I apologize in advance. If it means calling experts to say things that maybe you already know, I apologize in advance. But I'm going to do my job right as your prosecutor. Second, you're going to see terrible photographs. There were approximately 5,000 photographs taken in this case. You're going to see maybe total a couple hundred of actual body parts, maybe a couple dozen. We have scoured those photographs and tried to remove ones that are just horrible to see because of the conditions the bodies were in, because of insects and maggots and things of that sort, and instead are trying to only show you photographs that help you understand how the remains were hidden, where they were hidden, how they were dismembered. To the extent possible, we're using cleaner photographs that were taken by the Dane County Medical Examiner. I promise you, I'm not trying to pull on anyone's heartstrings. I'm not trying to make this overly emotional. You might feel emotional. I suspect many of you have never seen anything like what you're going to see in the next couple of weeks. But I promise to do my best to limit the amount. And lastly, I promise to just ask questions, a lot of questions, because you're the jury in this case, and you deserve to hear absolutely everything. It will be a struggle. You'll get sick of walking back and forth to these jury rooms. You might get sick of each other. I hope not. But it's an important task. What happened here shouldn't happen, but it did. And so in a couple weeks, when I stand up here and Ms. Raymond stands up here, I'm going to ask you to deliver a verdict of guilty, to finally bring some much needed truth to Chandler Halderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Counsel, could Attorney Brown, could whoever's giving the opening come up? We don't have to, we can do this without going on. Just want to discuss time. Okay, perfect.
We are
Thanks.
still
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break at this point. And what will happen is Randy will take you back. You'll go to your respective rooms. You'll have at least 15 minutes. We'll come back and continue. Go right ahead.
All right, for the jury.
I am just now organizing all of my videos. I'm creating playlists is what I'm doing. I apologize. I'm actually getting some work done. I am actually getting some work done. Oh, Zach.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, we should be back at the Melody trial.
Attorney Dorrell,
Thank you.
if you would, please.
No.
Chandler Halderson did not murder his parents. He is not guilty of those crimes. Chandler Halderson is 23 years old, young man.
Soft-spoken.
He likes to play video games, play with his dogs, hang out with his girlfriend, and he lived peacefully in his parents' home. He was just a normal kid. He is a normal kid. So what did happen? What happened to the Haldersons? What happened in that Halderson's home? Remember those questions. They won't be answered at the end of this trial. Remember those questions at the end of this trial when you have to decide whether the state has proven to you that Chandler Halderson killed his parents, because they simply don't know what happened. They just told you what they think happened. We heard a lot of detail of the before.
Sorry, guys. We're back. We will keep watching this. I'm interested now.
All right, Mr. Weaver, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amanda, I would remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So let's move forward post July the 5th. What did you notice about the change in your family dynamics?
After that had happened, I immediately had to take care of my mom. It was probably July 6th. All of my brothers and sister looked at me and said, all right, you take her. And so I immediately had her with me. She lived with us, I can't tell you how long, months. Because she didn't
This
want
was in 2018.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
After everything had happened, this was like July 6th forward. And she lived with us. She didn't want to go back to the property. Eventually it came to the point of like, okay, you can go now. And so she went back, but I had to help pay for house insurance and car insurance and power bills and things like that. So I was kind of having to take care of the situation from that point. But Emily went back to Tennessee. Chris was in Atlanta, and Scott, I think, was staying at somebody's house, I guess, or went back to the property once it was, well, I know he went back to the property after it was released. I don't know if he stayed with a friend for a while.
Okay. Were you ever part of any discussions with an attorney who told everybody not to talk?
Correct.
Okay.
On July 6th, I guess it was. I don't remember.
Friday, the next day?
Yes. It would have, somebody, I don't know who it was, maybe it was a consensus thing, but essentially it was, we needed somebody to help us. We didn't know what was going on.
From that time period, if you need to look for the dates.
I didn't know what to do at that moment, but I knew that, what you see on TV, let's get an attorney to handle it. And somebody gave me Eric Durlacker's number. I did not have it, so somebody gave it to me. I don't know if it was one of my siblings or my mom. I have no idea. I can't remember. So I called him and I said, I need help. I don't know what to do. I need somebody to guide me through this, or take care of it, really is what I wanted. I was like, take care of this.
Was this, by the way, and sorry to cut you off,
You're fine.
but timeline wise, was this while your mother was being interviewed by Detective Hayes?
Correct.
Okay.
This was the day of the 6th, so
Okay.
Friday. And I called Eric, I don't know what time, and he just gave me Manny's number and told them that Deputy Hayes had my mother in the room and was questioning Scott, and they said, well, just let them know that she has an attorney. And we told him a couple of times, but she stayed in there for another hour or so. And then she finally came out. We went to the attorney's office. Everybody as a family went down there.
And that's when he said, y'all stop talking. Everybody stop talking.
Correct.
Anybody who knows anybody, stop talking.
Correct.
Okay. So when did it become apparent, or what could you tell from Scott and Chris breaking off from the family?
They eventually got very angry and irritated. I know Chris got mad at me because I told one of the detectives, I think his name was Tommy, that he decided not to go on vacation. Apparently that was a problem. He said we aren't supposed to talk to the attorneys. So we were all on the same page.
You mean law enforcement?
Yes, sorry, law enforcement. That we should basically just go to the attorney if we have any questions, and just to keep to ourselves, and that's it. And he was handling the situation, the attorney.
In this time period or ever before,
No.
have you ever heard your brother Scott say,
Sorry. This is
my
Amanda's
house. This is my house.
first time
Multiple
testifying.
times. He flaunted the fact that that was his property. I almost kind of like joked in a way. He kind of vicariously lived through my dad.
Kind of like the movie Step Brothers. You ever seen that?
I don't know if they took ownership of their dad's stuff.
Well,
but yeah,
okay.
I mean, in that same situation, and grown up, still living at home. Yes, I could see it in that aspect.
But he would claim things as his that were not his. That's fair to say.
They belonged to my mother and my father.
Okay. And you say, I mean, how often would you hear him say this?
He wouldn't say it like all the time, but it was always just like my farm, my property, my Kubota. he would get on social media. He would say, "This is my property." I mean, he claimed ownership to it. That's for sure.
Okay. And speaking of social media, had you ever seen your brother shoot guns or anything like that?
He was in the military. He was always shooting guns at the house,
Okay.
from what I was heard and what he said.
Did you ever see any of his videos on social media?
No.
Okay. But you knew he was always shooting guns.
He was always doing something around there, but yeah, it was a known thing that they used to go and I don't know if he would hunt stuff. I don't really know how that works because there were so many houses that were in close proximity, but I know that he would have leisurely kind of shootings back there.
Okay. So going on through late July and things like that, just to kind of talk about it, were there any issues? Did you ever have any communication or talk to Rusty during that time?
No.
Had you ever met him yet?
No.
Okay. And that would have been what, later on about 2019 that you communicated with Rusty Barton?
When she was arrested, that was the first time I personally spoke to him.
Okay.
That I can recall.
All right. But you'd known during this time, you'd heard about Rusty Barton, yes?
Yes, there were rumors, but I didn't know the depths of it until the preliminary hearing.
So that was in 2019.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Right about the time.
Because she was already arrested at that point. So, yeah, I didn't know about all the meetings and all that kind of stuff. That was new to me at the preliminary hearing.
Okay. So going back to, tell me about the estate and how things were managed with the siblings for the family.
What do you mean?
Was your brother appointed as the executor of the estate?
Nobody was. The estate was locked down immediately when the house was locked down. My mother couldn't go down the road and get a sandwich if she wanted to. She was totally reliant on me from day one.
Well, I guess I'm talking more about, there was properties that were owned by the family, and was your brother Chris ever appointed over that?
My sister at one point got a coroner's letter that we did not know about. My mother had tried to get a lady named Diane to help her figure out what needed to be done with the estate because it had been so long.
We've heard that before.
That's when she went to the courthouse and realized that Chris had filed for, I don't know what you call it, for the estate, but he was given ownership of the estate and we did not know.
Okay. Well, tell me how that went.
Not well. I know that it turned into, I texted Emily at one point and I said, Diane's told me that there's been money taken out and my dad owns the condo that my sister lived in Tuscaloosa, and said that it had, I don't know if it went into foreclosure or whatnot, but a property management company was in charge of, they would get the check and then Daddy, I assume, would give it to the mortgage company at that point, and it was not being done. So the condo was lost.
And that was the condo in Tuscaloosa?
Correct. And that's when I petitioned to have the third-party estate attorney. So none of us had our hands on it. It was purely an outside source. And I did not know that was an option until my mother spoke to Diane.
And so did they loop you in on any of this, Chris and Scott and Emily?
No.
Right. So you were kind of left on the outside.
Nobody talked to me about it.
Right. And is that because you were the only one showing any support for your mother?
I had to take care of her. I had no option but to take care of her at that point. Emily ran off back to Tennessee, and Chris and Scott were no help. I financially took care of a lot that first year. It was really hard on us, but we did it because it had to be done. God forbid something happened to the house. And I mean, the mortgage was over almost probably $5,500 a month.
Dang.
The home insurance, I paid for that. So if anything were to happen to it, we wouldn't be in a really big situation, but that was $600 a month. Paid for the car insurance on all of the cars, including Scott's. And that's kind of where Scott and I fell out.
Over his car?
Over his car, because I was having to pay the car insurance and he didn't have a job at the time. And it was really hard to get money out of him. And I didn't have the money to be paying for all of that. So
wow,
it just got into arguments, and finally, when Jeff Restbridge, the state attorney, got appointed, I just said, please defer all your questions to him because it was a losing battle.
Did you ever become aware that Scott would call law enforcement 911 on your mother pretty regularly in 2019?
From my mother.
Okay. Did you ever hear any of these calls, or did it come up on an altercation between the two of them?
No, she would always call me and say what was happening, and I told her she either needed to audio record it or video record it, or nobody was going to believe her.
Your father was a
There's so much hearsay here. I'm starting to get quite bothered by it. How about you guys?
280,
Welcome back, Miss Bullbutter.
right in that area.
Yeah.
6'5". I'm 5'7", and I came up to his chest right about here.
No, I don't think he was mean to the animals. I just think after the death, he got real depressed and struggled maintaining them.
25 pounds soaking wet.
Does she have any physical conditions?
Yeah, I think he did something like marijuana or something. I don't know. But
Scoliosis really bad.
she's accusing him of drugs and alcohol.
How bad? Like, is her back?
Yeah, if you look at it, I mean, there's probably a couple inches difference from the side of her back.
I would be objecting my butt off
She got
over
kicked
this.
in the leg by one of the horses. And she was
Exactly. There's so much
cast for a
testimony that
really
shouldn't
long
even be
time.
getting in right
It was
now.
a soft cast for a while, but she couldn't walk. She had to do rehabilitation on that. But other than that, I mean, she's been active, I guess you would say.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Hi, Mr. Ferris.
Amanda, I want to begin with, you testified a lot today about, I guess, how you view certain evidence. Is that fair to say?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Have you kind of when the defense counsel will ask you questions, you would respond, and that's really based on what you know in this case or your beliefs. Is that fair?
I would say it's mostly opinion, but I don't know much about anything. All I know is from when Deputy Hayes told me about that my father was shot, and that was from my mother the very first night at Freehome Fire Station, and then what we know in the preliminary hearing.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
The preliminary hearing.
Okay. On July 5th, 2019, almost actually a year to the day that your father's remains were found, there was a preliminary hearing where certain evidence was introduced that gave you more knowledge of the case. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
But what I want to go through is you do not have any personal knowledge of the details of what happened July 3rd, 2018 from 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. the next morning. You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened, right?
No, sir.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened on January 4th, 2018 from about 6:30 that morning until about 2 p.m. when your mom came to the lake where you were at, right?
Only what she told me, that she was coming to see me.
And you would agree with me that a lot of what you know or has been told to you by your mom.
Absolutely.
You agree that a major source of your information, the predominant overreaching source of information is from what your mom told you, right?
Correct.
I mean, an example of that is things that happen outside of your presence, whether it was what Scott said or Chris said, your mother would come back and say, this is what happened, right?
To some degree, but I would be with my brothers if they said something directly to me.
Right, but if you were not at the house when afterwards there were questions about the property and things like that, if your mom was just there, she'd come back and tell you her version of things that happened, right?
Correct.
So it depends a lot on her credibility when what she says, right?
Absolutely.
You know there's evidence of her lying through this trial?
I don't know. I mean, if it was in the preliminary hearing, maybe.
But you agree with me that credibility counts, right?
Yes, sir.
In your credibility?
Yes, sir.
Not just in what you say, but also how you say it?
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to testify here objectively, not your thumb on the scales at all? You're just trying to say, this is what I know?
This is just what I know. It's not my job to figure out what happened.
And so when you choose your words, sometimes like you said, that Emily ran back to Tennessee. You used the word run. Is that just your opinion on what she did?
Yes, I felt like she abandoned me and did not help me.
You don't have any personal knowledge of who was present at your mom and dad's house on July 3rd, 2018 from 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m., right?
No.
You don't know what happened or who was present to do anything, correct?
I mean, my mother, I assumed my mother was there, and I assumed Scott, but that was because she told me Scott came home that night.
Okay, but you don't have any personal knowledge of that, right?
No.
Just based on what she said.
Yeah, because I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
And July 4th, that Wednesday, you don't have any personal knowledge of what your mother was doing on the property before she came to see you at the lake, right?
Only what she told me, she was working on the property.
But she did say she was working on the property, right?
Correct.
But outside of that, you have no personal knowledge of the actual events in this case that led to the murder of your father.
No.
You don't know any circumstances about where your father was shot with one bullet, do you?
No.
You don't know any circumstances about where your father was shot with another bullet, do you?
No.
You don't know where in the house it was done?
Just, I don't think that was brought up in the preliminary hearing. I just think that, I don't even know if they even said that he was shot in the house.
And you don't know how, what was done in this case to conceal the crime, right?
No.
You have no personal knowledge.
No.
You're just testifying to the best of your ability of things that occurred kind of before and after. Is that fair?
You have very, very limited information.
Now, you also don't have any personal knowledge, although you'd agree if two people in a conversation, those two people have knowledge of what was said, assuming everything's normal, they would know what was talked about in conversations, right?
What do you mean?
If you and I were having a conversation like we are now, I mean, you would know and I would know because we're intentionally trying to relate information and messages to one another. We would know what's going on, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, assuming we're not insane or anything like
Hey,
that. We
Lee.
would know what was said or what was actually said or not said, correct?
He does.
You were only there to see it yourself. That's the only way
Hey,
you truly.
hey, how are you, beloved?
You would agree with me that in this case, we're testifying many years later than when the actual stuff occurred, right?
Oh, yes.
And sometimes you can do, when you're looking back on what happened, it wasn't at the time. So sometimes, even with the passage of time, whether it's from memory or from intent, sometimes you don't remember exactly what was said.
Absolutely.
But your memory is usually better at the time that something was said than, say, 6 years down the road. Is that fair?
Repeat that?
Generally speaking, your memory when you say something at that time is better than your memory of what was said maybe 6 years after the fact.
I think certain things stick with you more than others, but time definitely is not helpful.
And I think that's fair. And so if you were told that Gary's in the burn pile, that would be something that would stick with you, right?
Yes.
So you don't have any personal knowledge what was said between your mother and her lover, Rusty, on July 3rd, 2018 at 9:26 p.m.
No.
Did you know they talked for 4 minutes that day?
It was brought out in the preliminary hearing that they had a phone call.
She ever tell you exactly what they said during that phone call?
I did not discuss anything with her.
And you have no personal knowledge of what was said between your mom and Rusty on July 3rd, 2018 at 11:28 p.m. where they talked for 5 minutes to you.
No, I didn't know they were communicating at that time.
And it shocked you when you found out, right?
When I found out
About Rusty.
About Rusty, yes. When I found out at the preliminary hearing that they had the relationship that they did, that was very shocking.
Yeah, it shook your world, didn't it?
Yes, but it wasn't the first time.
On July 3rd, you have no personal knowledge of what was said between your mom and the defendant on your mom and Rusty on July 3rd, 2018 at 11:45 p.m. where they talked for an hour and 14 minutes to you.
No.
You don't know what was said between your mom and Rusty on July 4th, 2018 at 2:20 a.m. where they talked for about 36 minutes, right?
No, I don't.
You do know that Rusty came back and, quote, recanted that statement in some way, right?
They said that in the preliminary hearing, yes.
But afterwards, your mother told you to go and talk to Rusty, didn't she?
She had asked me to.
And y'all did talk to Rusty.
When she was arrested.
And y'all talked to him about that, right?
The only thing I remember talking to him was when I asked him, because I heard in the preliminary hearing that she said he's on the burn pile. whatever it was. I said, did she say that? And he said, no.
And you have no idea what was said between your mom and Rusty since July 5th, 2018, even up to this day, right?
No.
You do have personal knowledge of your loyalty to your mother, though, don't you?
I have loyalty to my mother and my father, yes.
I think you said on direct your words, you have a loyalty to your mother to a fault.
Yes. I think anybody I feel that way towards.
I can
It's
relate
fair to
to that.
say that you're biased in favor of your mom.
I wouldn't say how I'm biased in favor of it. I believe that somebody is innocent until they're proven guilty.
So would you say that you do believe in your mom, though?
She has told me that she's not guilty, and all I can do is believe that until somebody can prove she is guilty. So I would like to believe that my mother had nothing to do with this. Some may call it denial. I call it honoring my mother, and I would do the exact same thing if it was for my dad.
But you won't do the same thing for Scott or Chris, though, will you?
No, it's very hard to explain, but not talking to them is alienating them. Again, communication is a two-way street. It's not just me that turned away, and it's okay that I turned away. It's even in the Bible that says that it's okay that I turned away.
I want to talk to you about your foundation for testifying today and some of your knowledge. Have you talked to, now, when I say this, there's nothing wrong. The two attorneys here are honorable men. I consider them friends. They're honorable. Don't hear me saying that. But I did want to know, you've talked with them on several occasions, right?
Correct.
When was the last time that you talked with Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver?
We talked today?
Did you meet with them to practice or go over your testimony?
No.
Did you talk about what you're going to say?
No.
Did they give you, do you have any discovery?
Do I have any discovery? No.
You haven't listened to any recordings?
No.
Have you read anything?
No.
Have you watched anything on TV?
I've seen it pop up on the news, and I've had people troll my Facebook account.
Has your husband Chad Bruce told you anything about the case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has anybody in any shape or form given you information about the case?
People have tried to come up and communicate, and I have to stop them.
But you have talked to your mom about the case, and she's given you details of her version of things, right?
She more and I talked about it the first year after this happened. When she was arrested, we had phone calls, and then it just got to a certain point. I had my son, and I didn't feel like talking about this anymore. And when she came to live with us, it was a rule that I set down, and I said, we are not going to discuss this because it was best for everybody, and it wasn't needed.
So if you could shrink the world down to the person that you've got most of your information from, it's not going to be the attorneys, correct? It's not going to be Scott and Chris, correct?
I guess not.
It's going to be your mom, right?
Everybody has their own opinion of everything, so I take everything with a grain of salt.
But my question is, it's going to be your mom, right?
I guess since I've seen her the most, that would make the most plausible answer, I assume.
So yes, it would be your mom.
Yes.
I would hate to be in her shoes. I really would. This sucks.
Hang one. This was Emily's wedding, is that right?
Yes.
Now, these are better days here for the family,
It was.
and everybody's looking great, smiling, looking wonderful.
It was a really good day.
Would you like to be able to go back to those days?
Yes.
As crazy as it was,
Now,
I bet she would.
I know a child cannot measure the love for their mother, but You do love your mom, right?
And my dad, yes.
Oh,
And you are her child?
yes. Sneaky's fabulous.
You're
We
her
love
daughter?
Miss Sneaky.
That is correct.
You're her favorite daughter, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
You're her favorite child, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
Do you say that she has the same positive feelings towards the other three as she does to you as we sit here?
I think
I
the
would
other
think
equally
so.
talked about as positively and negatively.
You're the only child that's siding with her, though, correct?
I'm the one that's choosing to believe that she's innocent until proven guilty.
I just don't think they
What's
have
your
enough
belief?
evidence to bring this
Again, my
forward
question is, you're the
with
only
the
one
sons.
that's on her side.
I
choosing
don't
to
think
believe
they're out
that
of the,
she
do-
did.
I don't think they're out
I'm
of
the
the
only one choosing to believe in the
woodshed
justice
yet.
system.
And you're the only one that's had a continuing relationship with her since the murder of your father, right?
Yes.
In fact, at times, you've not only been a daughter and a child of her, but you've been an advocate for her, right?
I have been a support system in the sense of I had to be the strength when nobody else would be.
And what I mean by that, there are times that she would call you from jail or contact you somehow when she's out, and she would ask you to go and talk to other people and do things, right?
Correct.
She would get you, whether it's with the house or meeting with the attorney, she wanted you to relay certain information. Is that fair?
She wanted to, but sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. A lot of times I would say yeah, and then I wouldn't do it.
But times you would, right?
Yes.
And you haven't heard the jail calls that we have between you and her. You haven't seen that at trial, have you?
No.
So you don't know what has been said between you and her that the jury already knows about, right?
No, I know it. Potentially, if I heard it, I would obviously, if it was a conversation between us.
And you agree with me that your relationship with your brothers and sisters has soured since all this happened?
Unfortunately.
And it upsets you because they're not taking up for your mom, right?
No, it upsets me because it shows how much that they love me. It has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with I'm their sister, and they left me.
You feel like you've been abandoned?
Yes, I lost my whole family that day.
Would you agree with me that you lost your family because your father's been murdered?
That was the cause and reaction, I guess you would say.
And from their standpoint, it's fair to see that they have feelings that their mother has murdered their father, so they have hard feelings because of that.
And rightfully so.
Now, you talking about, I was asking you earlier about your beliefs and your opinions on things, and you do give some information. Like, do you remember telling the defense on direct examination that on July 4th of 2018, you just wanted to have a quiet time with your family at Lake Lanier? Is that
What I want every day of my life.
And you talk about that's because there was drama with Chris and Jenna the year before, right?
Correct.
There's usually more to the story than just what one side brings out at times. Isn't that true?
I could say that's true.
Your husband, Chad Bruce, is kind of a prankster. He teases people, doesn't he?
He's funny. He likes to have fun.
So you talk about Jenna getting upset that day and all that, but that day in 2017, y'all actually scared Jenna twice, didn't you?
It may have been twice. I know of once because she was not very happy with me.
Yeah, one time when she was sitting in the car and went up and scared her. The next time y'all hid behind a bush when she came by and scared her again, right?
I know about the bush, yes.
Yeah. And then she got so upset that afterwards because she didn't want to be scared and you did it twice that she actually kicked a drink and went all over you and Chad, right?
Correct.
So you basically had to talk to Chad and say, hey.
I mean, I wouldn't have to talk to him, but
It made y'all mad, didn't it?
I wouldn't say it made us mad. We were just like, I think that was a bit of an overreaction. We were just having a good time.
Well, you tell all the people that at that point you decided to never go back out with them again.
That was because of their drinking.
But you can understand if you get scared twice, it can upset people, right?
I understand that it was insensitive at the time, but it was all in good fun.
Could be
The
bullying.
girls were with us when we did that, I believe. I'm almost positive that they were with us.
Well, it could be offensive or bullying somebody if you do it twice in one day, right?
I think that's a bit much to say. They're my brother and my sister-in-law. I've known them forever.
But that's how you felt about it, right?
What do you mean?
How you feel about the situation is kind of your beliefs, right?
I guess you would say that. Yes, everybody has their own opinion.
Now, through this, there's been times when you talked about, you had a lot of emotions earlier today. You were crying a lot. And it's tough for you, isn't it, to do this, isn't it?
Yes, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. This is the worst thing anybody could go through.
But throughout this process, you actually had different emotions where you were angry or irritated towards your family. Is that fair?
I had a lot of anger for many years after this.
And how we see you today, how you emote today, it's not necessarily how you emoted on a jail call or how you had your emotions you would have around Scott or Chris, right?
Yeah, I've done a lot. I've come in a relationship with God, and I've had my son, and that has drastically changed my life and my outlook and how I handle certain situations.
And so you have gotten upset and gotten on them, barked back with them as they barked with you in the past, right?
I would say so. I mean, I've reviewed text messages knowing that this trial has come, and I know that I understand why they feel the way they do. I do. I really do understand, and they're rightful for that. But I don't feel like the way that they treated me in response was needed, to the point of where when my dad's mother died, they didn't even tell me she had a stroke and she was on her deathbed. I had to find out through my aunt on social media because my siblings didn't even have the common courtesy to tell me.
Upset with them.
At that time, yes.
And there are two main categories that y'all were, whether you want to say arguing or disagreeing over, or having hard times over. It was the murder of your father. That's one, right?
It was very
And
hard.
then the other is, what do we do with the estate afterwards, correct?
Correct.
So one was the murder and the other was kind of related to money or property, right?
It was always an argument. It couldn't ever be civil. It always had to be an issue. And I was doing everything that was legal. I worked with the estate attorney. I did everything I was supposed to, and everybody knew what I was doing.
And I think the term you were trying to find earlier, because I'm a lawyer and I forget it too, because I don't do that, as a temporary administrator of the estate.
That sounds correct.
And that's what Chris he had been appointed temporary administrator.
He had petitioned or whatever, I don't know what you call it, but he went to the courthouse and was able to get.
Right. And so if someone dies without a will, their estate is probated, has to go through the court system, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
I mean, that's why you've got other people, you got a third party, I think you described as, it's in the court system, right?
Yes, I wanted somebody that was not tied to the family to handle it.
Good, right. I mean, that's common sense. That's very good, because family can have lots of hard feelings or strong feelings, right?
Yes,
So a third party is a good thing, correct?
absolutely.
But until you get to that, sometimes the family has to be involved in what's going on, right?
Correct.
And when you try to get property back, because part of the thing that you have to do is make sure that the estate doesn't dissipate or go away. You have to protect it.
Correct.
So your view may be, when it comes to getting things back, like the Mercedes or something like that, you may disagree in how they're doing it, but you would agree that they would have a duty to try to make sure all property is accounted for, right?
Absolutely.
It just upset you that it was your brother at times and the way you did it.
I was upset because I was having to pay car insurance, and then I had to drop car insurance on, I think, the Sequoia or something. But basically, he was taking his truck and the Sequoia and things like that. But it was always an argument, and I didn't want to be responsible for any of it anymore.
You didn't ask for any of this, did you?
God,
No, you don't want this. No, but
no.
you know, they say most divorces happen over money. You've heard that before?
Yes.
Money causes a lot of problems in many ways, right?
Yep, it sure
In
does.
this situation, you not only have money, but you have murder, right?
Guess, yeah.
We don't.
You agree your father was murdered, right?
Yes.
Now, when your mom, at times through years,
Does.
she was living with you and Chad at one point.
In the very beginning, yes, and then after she came home. Yeah.
She would eat your food, use your resources, stay at your house, things like that.
Stage my house.
Stay. She would use your
Oh,
resources.
stay.
your resources,
100%
food, money,
is state
electricity.
100%
Melody.
relying on me.
Now, do you know David and Alan?
Yes.
Do you see Alan here in court today?
Yes.
They're good friends,
Of hers, yes.
and they've been helping her out during this time.
I believe so, yes.
Let me ask you some questions about your dad. As you look at the photograph, was this a happy day for everybody?
It was.
How much do you love your dad?
My dad,
Oh,
he's the best thing that ever happened to me. I miss him.
and probably you
He
him.
was a great provider.
Absolutely.
He would take care of Chris.
He took care of all of us.
You, Scott, Emily, provided everything for y'all, right?
Yes.
And he gave money to them.
Yes.
And at times, you understand that, do you not, that his money, the money he earned, that's his money. You can also say it's her money too, but he's earned that money. You understand that that's his money.
He can do whatever he wants with it.
That's right. He can do whatever he wants. So if he wanted to treat one child different from another child, he could do that, right?
That was his prerogative. Yes.
That was his prerogative. If he wanted to give money to Chris, even when Chris is not doing what he should be doing in your eyes, he could still do that, right?
It was his money.
Yeah, if he wanted Scott to live in the land and just kind of freeload for a while until he gets his feet, if it was beneficial for him, he could do that, right?
That's what he chose to do.
If you want to give Emily money for something, give her a loan or whatever it was, it's his money. He could do that, right?
All you had to do was ask.
But there are many times that you would disagree with that and voice your disagreement to other people, right?
Repeat that.
You would have your own opinions at times that you didn't like that.
He told me he was very upset. He made it clear that he did not necessarily like giving out money. He told me that directly.
Probably felt like an
My question
ATM
is that
machine.
you would voice to other people throughout this process that you didn't think it was fair, or you didn't like how he was, Chris or Scott or Emily were using, getting money from your dad. You didn't like that, did you?
I think they needed to grow up and stop asking their dad for money.
And you made it known to many people that that's how you felt, right?
I guess.
Your dad gave you, I think, 2 cars. Is that right?
We all got a new vehicle when we got our driver's license.
Pay for your college when you went?
Yep.
Pay for your apartment?
At college, yes.
Gave you $8,000 for the venue for your wedding?
I think it was 6, maybe 8.
6
I don't know, something like that. It was just the deposit. Well, it didn't give me the money, but he paid for it.
Do you know how much you paid overall for your wedding?
I didn't get to have a wedding, so just the deposit on Foxhall.
You didn't have a wedding?
I had a wedding, but Chad and I fully funded it.
And did you know that your mother, if your mother ever asked Emily about for the loan? That
She
your
had
dad
said
gave her?
something about Emily having a loan.
Did you know that, do you know whether or not your mother, after the death of your dad, went to Emily and said, I need that money back?
I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Did your mom ask any money back from you for anything?
She wouldn't need money from me.
She didn't ask you for any money though, did she?
I mean, I had to support her, but I never had taken cash from my father since I was in my early 20s.
You made on direct, you talked about that your dad's view was, I think he actually said to you, you told law enforcement during the interview that your dad said something along the lines of, once you're married, done, no exceptions. Do you remember that?
I don't know in what context you mean.
When it came to you talking about the view of your father, there was troubles with Ted Wiley, how your dad viewed marriage, because you talked to him one day, I think, about after he helped you move out of the apartment with the other boyfriend. Y'all sitting in a restaurant eating. Mom gets up, remember that? And you say, Dad,
She wasn't there with us.
Okay. Do you remember telling law enforcement or statements that your dad's view was basically once it's a marriage you're in?
He said he loved her and he wanted to be with her.
You remember there was a time you said that, I think you were talking to Cameron, insisting that she understands that in marriage, if you make a vow to somebody, you take that seriously.
I don't recall that.
Remember your dad saying, in your words, saying something like, I'm glad one of my children understands the loyalty you're supposed to have in a marriage?
That could sound something like my dad would say.
So in your mind, is it accurate to say, in your mind, from what you understood your dad, once he was in this marriage with the defendant, he was not going to divorce her?
No, he never seemed at one point that he was going to divorce her.
So she was stuck in the marriage because he wasn't going to divorce her.
I begged them both to divorce each other because they were miserable, and I was sick of hearing about it.
So it would have taken something outside of your dad for the marriage, for her to leave that marriage, right?
One more time, I'm sorry.
It would have taken something outside of your dad. Your mother would have to do something to leave that marriage.
No, I think my mother could have left at any time, and so could have my dad. They both were grown. I think they could have both made that decision, but I think they just wanted to stay married.
At some point, you thought your dad was paranoid about your mom cheating on him. Is that true?
I think that's fair to say ever since she had the affair with Ted.
Right, and the word you used when you talked to law enforcement, you just said you thought your dad was paranoid about your mom possibly cheating on him. You ever use that word, paranoid?
No, but rightfully so. If you have a partner that cheats on you, I don't think that feeling would ever go away.
But have you come to learn that she actually was cheating on your dad with Rusty?
But since then, yes.
It's not paranoid when it's true, correct?
Absolutely. I don't blame him for how he felt.
But that other piece of evidence that you didn't have, that new information that she was having an affair with Rusty, that changes things, doesn't it?
I mean, in what sense?
That you thought your dad one time was paranoid because you thought mom was not cheating. Then you get new facts, evidence, and find out mom's cheating. That changes your view on things, doesn't it? To some degree.
It changes my views, but at the same time, it wasn't shocking because I knew what she did with Ted.
So facts and other things that come to light can have an effect on how you view things, right?
I think it can.
Now, you say that you did not know about Rusty Barton and the affair. Is that right?
We knew of him. There were rumors. I don't remember from who. He was in the picture. I knew he was at Emily's wedding. I didn't know why he was there. I remember my mom and him dancing and all of that, and I got upset. And
this is pane 3. Do you see Rusty in the background there?
I do.
See him? See him in the background there with your mom?
I do.
That's pane 4. Pane 5, you see Rusty in the background with your mom?
I do.
Pane 6, see him back there?
Correct.
See him over here with your mom? Your mom's right through here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
See him with Chad right here?
Yes. Chad met everybody new. We were only 6 months dating at that point.
And then pane 9, you see him there?
Correct.
This is pane 10. He's right there with your dad, isn't he?
Correct.
Is it not true that you knew about Rusty and the affair at that point?
Not the depth of anything. I just knew he was I knew he was related to Martha Jane. That was the depth of it. And then my dad would always say something, or Scott would say something. But I tried to stay out of it. I didn't want to get involved.
And did you not get upset, and your sister and brother see you get upset and say something because of Rusty was there at the wedding?
I don't know if they saw me, but
Was it
I know
not
that
offensive to you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I remember vaguely I was intoxicated that night. But I remember he was there, and I don't condone that kind of behavior. I don't. So I could see where I would have gotten upset.
It's just a situation where you see something like that, you just purposely just almost have ignorance, almost just saying, I don't want to see what's happening.
Partially of that, and I knew my dad knew he was there. If my dad accepted it, then I followed my dad's lead.
And you don't know, or do you know how your dad has told other people how he felt, how that affected him? You have any idea what he said, or text, or anything?
No, I didn't after Ted, I told him, and the offensive pictures he sent me and the way he involved me with that, I made it very clear I didn't want to be involved.
So why did you tell law enforcement on July that you didn't know anything about the Rusty Barton affair?
In July,
2018.
because I didn't know the depths of anything.
But this was 2016.
I didn't, honestly, I wouldn't have, I knew he was there, but I didn't know, I thought he was related to Martha Jane. And then I just saw the way that they were interacting, and that wasn't normal.
You have learned some new information in this case, but I want to know, in the beginning, you just thought that your dad had heat stroke or something and had maybe passed out on the property on July.
Anything could have been possible.
But that's what you were thinking. Maybe he had heat stroke or something, right?
Yeah.
And then when his remains were found in the burn pile, you were thinking, you were not thinking murder or anything, thinking maybe he just had a medical episode and fell in, correct?
Correct.
You told law enforcement, I just don't know. I just don't know. You were kind of, you just didn't know what happened, right?
I was in shock.
In shock. You were able to talk to, I think, Sergeant Hands and then Detective Hayes.
I don't remember talking to Hands. All I remember was talking to Hayes. And again, Hayes could have told me I don't remember anything.
Right. And sometimes when we have something in our evidence called excited utterance. Sometimes when you're in shock or under the stress, you don't have time to come up with clever things or things. You just come off and just state what's in your heart, right?
I would assume.
So in many ways, being under stress or being under that excitement, you just say what is really there, right?
I guess.
When you learned the first time about your dad having a bullet in him, how did that make you feel?
Confused, shocked.
How do you
I mean, my mother was the first person that told me. I didn't want to believe it. And then we had Manny, the attorney, and he was telling us it could be a lie. You know, you have people sitting there going, well, it may not be true. Or so you don't know.
I think on July 6th of 2018, at the Freeholm precinct, your mother walked out after being interviewed by Detective Hayes. And you said your mother told you, but isn't it more accurate that Detective Hayes looks at your mom and says, have you told them yet? He actually had to prompt her to tell you about the bullet, right?
It would have been the night of July 5th because we had been out at the property all day long, out in the heat. And he finally asked them to go down. And Chad and I drove down there with them and waited as they interviewed Scott and my mother. And that's when she came out. He may have been talking to Scott at that time. But she said, they're saying your daddy was shot. And I think that was pretty much about it.
Detective Hayes had to tell your mom, have you told him yet, right?
Yes, she told me it was Hayes that told her, and she told me.
You said she put her face in her hands, is that right?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you about some things that you didn't know. You say you did not know about the affair with Rusty, is that right?
Not what I know now.
But in July of 2018, your testimony is you did not know about Rusty.
I had heard rumors from the family that tried to ignore.
You didn't know about your mother's second or burner phone?
Scott had always been saying that she had a second phone. I never asked her about it. I didn't want to get involved.
You are familiar with the last four digits of a phone number 1987 that your mother had?
No, 9029 was the only one I had.
Okay. Do you know today, do you know whether or not your mother had a burner phone or another phone?
I purchased a phone for her right after all this happened because I needed a way to communicate to her. And then I bought another one probably in 2020.
Okay. But do you know about a phone number she had that ended in 1987 that she used to talk exclusively with Rusty?
No.
So you don't know about that?
Only from Scott going and saying that he saw her with two phones. That's all I knew.
And those two phones would have been before the phones that you got here, right?
Correct.
Do you know about your mom meeting Rusty almost weekly at times in Dalton?
Not until a preliminary hearing.
But you didn't know about that before?
No,
right?
sir.
So before you knew about that, you believed your mother that she had not committed this crime, right?
Before that, I believe she didn't commit the crime.
Right.
That is correct.
And even knowing about the burner phone and the affairs with Rusty and in the burn pile, you still believe your mother hasn't committed this murder,
She
right?
told me she didn't do it, and she's never given me any reason to believe otherwise.
All right, let's talk about things to believe otherwise. Judgment approach. First, I'm gonna put this, judge, this time I tender evidence A. Farris 1.
No objection.
We'll put it on the screen too, right? Your belief system when it comes to your mother comes from, in many ways, doesn't come from the evidence. It's coming from your worldview or your the way you see things. Is that fair?
Yes, and probably a little bit of denial.
I want to go to, this is A. Farris 1. It's a phone extraction. And it contains text messages between, is it her? Okay, this is your mother's phone. And I'm on page 2 of the screen here. It's kind of hard to, but there's this from and to. This is from your mom to you. Did you know about your mother going to Jamaica with Rusty?
No.
In September the 3rd of 2017, did you have any idea that she had gone on to, I think, had something to do with hedonism or hedonistic or something like that, a resort in Jamaica?
No.
All right. If you would, this is from her to you. You see your phone number, everything there?
Correct.
What is the date of this text message?
9/3/17.
So, what are you thinking, guys? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that's a horrible freeze on their end. That was horrible for her. I'm the entertaining her. I'm I'm I, I'm the black sheep. I is. Thank you so much. I hope we're a good community. I really try hard. And I can't wait to watch us invite more people into the family. I really can't. I'm I'm I enjoy it. I really, really, really enjoy it. No, don't want that. Mm. Oh, I'm looking at something for next year that I'm toying with going to see. I am so wanting. Let's see. Mm. I think I'm going to have to put this on my list of things to do. For those of you who don't know, I was a barber shopper. I used to sing and do quartetting. and all that wonderful jazz and all that jazz. Well, I'm sorry you don't care about the case. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and that's perfectly fine. I get it. We're all good, but thank you for hanging. I find it interesting. I just want to know the who done it. Just to be honest. January. I'm looking at conventions coming up near me. And we have the barbershop men's. I've never been to a
Hey, Ferris one. Let's do it this way.
Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it on this one.
Okay.
Keep that one blank so the jury can see from this screen and follow along, but then that's not being put on the camera.
So Judge, I just saw another place on here as we scroll.
So that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, they're not looking at this screen, and they got it killed back there, so we're
So
good.
it's not going to go out even though I see it.
Correct. Arguably, we'll see.
Maybe you understand what we're trying to do, right?
I'll find out tonight when I.
Right. We're trying to keep some things redacted. So my understanding, Judge, is her phone number,
Right.
other information is not going to go on the internet.
That's what we're hoping to try to do. All right, go ahead.
Let's do this.
Hoping.
Getting back, you did not know about your mom going on a trip with Rusty to Jamaica. Is that right?
That's correct. I did not know.
On September 3rd, 2017 at 9:10 a.m., your mother sends you this text message. Can you just read out loud for us the body of the text message?
Sherry has talked me into going with her to Minnesota, leaving this afternoon, be back by next weekend. That's her home, family there, cabin in the woods. Call you in a bit.
You responded on 9/3/2017 at 9:10 a.m. saying, walking into Cracker Barrel now. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell her, respond again, leaving phone in the car. Is that right?
That was me or her. I don't know. Sure.
September 9th, 2017 at 3:52 p.m., she sends you a text message, and read that, what she tells you about where she's at.
Sherry and I are on way back. Family cabin in woods. Cell service was bad there. Everything okay.
September 9th, 2017, 4:05 p.m. You text her. What do you say?
Cheers.
Yeah, I tried calling you a couple of times. I got Emily's baby shower invitation. Otherwise, everything's same as usual. Did you
I
have
think
fun?
they're all on the same page with this one, like we were with Boom.
September 10th, 2017, she texted you. What did she say?
I like this.
So much fun. No contact with anyone. Read a book. Got some sun. Let you know when we get back. Taking our time driving. Enjoying scenery.
Full butter and Ronnie.
You knew where she
can hold the
was.
fort down
in
for
the
about
sense
an
of being
hour,
in
hour and a
Minnesota
half,
based on what she tells you.
starting
Is
at
that right?
3:15.
Yeah, I don't remember
So
these text
3
messages, but
and
took her
ish.
word for it.
I have a doctor's appointment.
You've taken her word on a lot of things, haven't you?
That's all you can do with people, I guess.
Ronnie, if you can't, I understand. I can monitor from my phone if I
She
have
never
to.
admitted to you that she went for a week or so to Jamaica with Rusty.
No.
Did you know about the credit card that Rusty had given her?
I think after the preliminary hearing, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know about the tattoo XO that she had?
I think Ella or Addison had mentioned it, but I personally never saw it.
Did she ever say whether or not that was related to Rusty in any way?
I wouldn't have known.
Did you know that she was with Rusty when she got the tattoo?
Wouldn't have known that either.
And
You didn't
that
answer those
that
questions?
reply?
Why would I? Ella and Addison told me about it. I didn't get involved.
But on July 5th of 2019, when you watched a prelim, you actually told her that you were taking notes on everything that was said during the prelim, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of information coming at once.
You didn't feel the need to go and confront her and say, why haven't you told me this? Or why have you lied to me about this?
don't know if I did or not. I don't remember. I mean, she was arrested at that point. I just don't remember.
Did you know about her vanishing at times after the murder of your father and going up and seeing Rusty?
There was one time that she had left. Scott and Chris and I all knew about it. And she said to me that she was going to see Martha Jane.
Do you know whether or not she's seeing Martha Jane or seeing Rusty?
I had to take her word for it. I didn't know that she was, I knew she was with Rusty when she got arrested because she called me, said that they had a warrant and she was going in. I had just gotten off work and I was shocked.
When it comes to what you believe and don't believe, we know that you believe your mom is what you testified to, but you don't really believe what your other family members were telling you, right?
No, I believe I think we all have our own opinions, and I think that they deserve to have their own opinion. I never asked them to, from what I recall, to believe her. I just said to give her the benefit of the doubt and let the justice system, let the investigators do their job.
But there were times
That's
where even
fair.
though it was testified to in the prelim about a bullet, for the longest time, you never wanted to believe. You believed law enforcement was lying to y'all about a bullet being found with your father.
That's what the attorney said.
But
So
you
it was
believed
hard
right?
to, I wouldn't say I didn't know what to believe.
Well, you didn't come out and say, I do believe it. You were the same people. You weren't certain of that, right?
I didn't know what was true.
That's fair.
There's some dates that you were interviewed who gave interviews. There's 4 that I have here. Do you remember giving an interview on Thursday, July 5th of 2018, about 23 minutes with Detective Hayes?
Was July 5th?
Mm-hmm. The day your father was found
Yeah.
at the scene.
I was standing at the fence and I think he was recording me on like a tape recorder or something, I think.
And do you remember giving an interview on Wednesday, July 11, 2018, with a phone call with Detective Hayes talking about they had frozen some of your money, I think $800 or something. Do you remember calling him about that?
I know that. So when I was in middle school and I got my first checking account, we somehow like opened it under my dad. It wasn't his account. I didn't have access to his account, but somehow, some way, my account was attached and they shut down all of my financials as well. Well, I say all of my financials, my one checking account.
And then the third interview, Thursday, November 15th, 2018, about 14 minutes long. He actually returned a phone call to Detective Hayes about some air being deflated in y'all's car.
I don't know if I talked to Hayes about it, but my tires went flat on the left side of my car in my driveway.
And then there was a final interview that I had Friday, April the 24th of 2020. It was about 4 hours long. You went and spoke with ADA Zach Smith.
Yeah.
And you went and talked to him, is that right?
Yeah, Zach was a nice guy. He approached me after being here one day. I don't know if it was a preliminary or something, and he kindly asked me, because I was a little upset that nobody wanted to talk to me. I'm like, it made no sense to me that I wasn't talked to, and I was like, you know what, since he asked so nicely, and I think it was a couple of times, and I was like, okay, I'll sit down and talk to you. And we had a good conversation. He was a very nice man. I think one of the detectives was there as well.
I want to go through, I got some questions about the first interview. So Thursday, July 5th, 2018. Do you remember stating that, so that was Thursday, but stating that the night before your mother called you and said that she was going to the barn to let the goats out or put the goats up or do whatever they do. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Would there be any reason that would be, would that be consistent with what your mom would do?
Yes, sir.
It would be?
Yes, sir.
So she would know and go let the goats out and do stuff like that.
Yeah, especially if Scott wasn't there.
Do you remember your mom saying that she woke up on Thursday when y'all found your dad? Before that, about 8:15, she called you and said she was going to Walmart?
Possibly. I think so. I'm not 100% sure. But that would not shock me to say she went to Walmart.
Now, one of the things with your dad, if he would not be at the house, if he would leave, you knew that he would always take his car and his wallet with him.
That would make sense.
And on the 5th, when law enforcement was there, you described that you, once the remains were found, you kind of went into full panic mode.
Yes.
So what happened?
I went into shock.
Do you remember your mother telling you that your dad was burning stuff on the burn pile on Tuesday?
That was, yes, because Chris was dropping off Addison or went up there for something, and so he was burning shrubbery and things like that.
In fact, that you had walked by the burn pile on the 5th and it was still hot.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you were looking for your dad, you did go down to the basement, to his office down there, and you found where he had sent an email Tuesday morning at about 8:30. Remember that?
I couldn't get on his computer. His
No,
computer.
you found some paperwork or something down there?
Oh, I don't recall. I just remember trying to tap on his keyboard, but he always had a password on it, and I couldn't.
True. True.
To refresh your memory, just to look at something and see if you can remember. This is not an official transcript of your interview, but I'm going to show you something from your interview. This is page 6 for the record. If you would, just read, just to yourself, just those 2 paragraphs.
Two.
Yes, ma'am, just right there, will give you the context about that.
Okay.
Do you remember now going down to his office and finding an email?
No.
That morning, you did walk up to the barn and saw the tractor, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I really don't remember if I saw the tractor or not. I would assume I did. Hard to miss.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that's how Mom and Scott knew they did something with the tractor yesterday because the tractor had been moved and the RTV had been moved?
No, sir, I don't remember.
A dare. You're going to get in trouble in a minute. We don't hit on family. Mm-hmm.
You still have that same piece of paper there in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Look at paragraph that says, I was like, well, just read that one to yourself.
No. Uh-huh. Okay.
Now, does that refresh your memory that you did say that that's how Mom and Scott, they knew they did something yesterday because the tractor had been moved and our TV had been moved?
Unfortunately not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you can tell that, I can tell you that tractor's always parked underneath the same awning if they are not doing something with it?
I knew it was always parked under the same awning.
So that tractor, as far as you knew, if it was not being done, it would be parked under that awning and not out as it was that day on the 5th?
That's where it was normally parked, but I don't know if they were doing something. It could have been very well left out. I wasn't involved in their day-to-day farming activities.
That's fair.
You have a view that sometimes you're, is it not true that sometimes you felt like that your dad saw you as your mother's twin?
She said
Oh,
you would say
oh.
like you kind of I don't know how, because I don't see it, but
We
I
do.
think that maybe that might have something. He may have said something like that.
And you told law enforcement that thought maybe your dad had a view as trying to get his money?
I don't about me trying to get his money.
That your dad thought you were your mother's twin, maybe trying to get his money?
No, I don't think it in that sense. I think it in the way of like our behavior, I guess, in the sense of I don't really know how to put it, but it didn't have anything to do over money. I never asked him for anything except for my wedding, but he gave me permission for that.
Would it help to refresh your memory, see if it would help to look at another thing?
Sure.
This is page 9 for the record. Just read that. Give yourself that top paragraph.
Okay.
So does that refresh your memory that you did say that sometimes he thought of you as your mother's twin, or I guess was?
I knew that he thought we looked similar or acted similar, I guess. So I knew he thought we had similarities.
And that essentially you were the only child. You said you were the only child that was not trying to get the money. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because that's how you felt, is that you were the only one not trying to get the money.
Money didn't mean anything to me.
Right, but your dad did provide a lot of help to Scott, especially, and Chris and Emily, right?
Yes, because they asked for it,
They relied on him in many ways for finances, right?
unfortunately.
Yeah, your dad, when Chad went, he asked your mom and dad for your hand in marriage and went to him and asked him to be married, right?
He did.
That was a happy time for you.
It was.
Yeah, your dad was happy, wasn't
Yes.
he? He was happy that Chad was coming to you.
Good Chad's a good man, yeah.
Yeah, and Chad would kind of joke around and kid with your dad because your dad smoked cigarettes and he vapes, so they'd kind of hang out.
Yeah.
And your husband Chad is he's a big guy, right?
I'm not as big as my brothers and my dad,
Yeah.
but
He's a tough guy.
6'1".
Yeah, he's a tough guy, isn't he?
He's an alpha male.
Yeah, he is. And he's loyal to you, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And loves you to death.
I hope so.
Loved your dad.
Yes.
Tried to hang out with him.
Yes.
And in fact, it hurt you when your dad approached you and thought that maybe Chad was doing something with Melody.
Correct.
That really made you angry.
Yes.
But he did come to you and say something to you about that.
He
didn't
called me, and then when I immediately told him that there was no way that could possibly be true, he was like, "I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," because they would work him up, and then I would talk to him, and he'd be like, "I'm sorry," and we were fine after that.
Right. And your husband, now fiance, back in 2018, had a very close relationship with your mom.
My husband had a normal mother-in-law, father-in-law relationship. He has a very strong sense of family and being with those that you love. And I think that's why I tried to spend so much time with him. It was a good day. Leading up to this is because I
Was
really
it the
wanted
last
to kindle
good
what
day of your
relationship
life?
I could with my
We don't
parents.
know.
It was attractive what Chad, how he felt about family, right?
He's a good family man.
But he would talk to your mom and text almost every day.
I wouldn't say every day, but I mean, they had a friend. I talked to my mom every day, so it was about the same as me, I guess.
But he would talk or communicate very often with your mom.
I don't know as very often would be, but I mean, they weren't strangers.
I mean, they're friends.
I guess you could say that.
Enjoyed doing stuff together?
Only if I was there. What do you mean by?
No, I mean with you. He was not opposed to your mom.
Yeah, I mean, it was, me and Chad, and then it was hanging out with my family. So he was very cordial, very polite.
Gets along with your mom.
Yeah.
Not
He
against
didn't
your
want to try to start turmoil or anything.
He's not against your mom even today, right?
No.
But Scott opposed the marriage a little bit. When he went and asked Scott, was like, nah, I don't think this is right. It's too soon.
That's what I heard.
That didn't make you feel good either, did it?
It's typical Scott.
One of the things you're talking about in law enforcement is that on July 4th, Emily sent out a group text to everybody, including your dad. Do you remember that?
On July 4th, we were at Lake Lanier, and I don't know who. I know Emily was in it, and I know I was in it because she sent a picture of Olivia, and I sent back a picture of Chad and I at Lake Lanier Islands.
About 2 o'clock on the afternoon, Emily sent out a group text saying Olivia misses everybody or something, says hey or something like that,
I believe
right?
so.
And you thought that was odd because your dad, you said she always sends it out, but he never answered back. And he always answers back, always. Your dad would always answer those group texts.
Unless he was busy doing something, but yeah.
I mean, you used the word always several times. That's just what your dad would do. He would respond to the group text with Emily.
And I don't think he would ignore anybody's text messages, but
And you thought that was strange that he hadn't at that time.
not at that time, no.
But looking back now,
Looking back on it, yes, but there's been moments in our text messages where I would say something and he wouldn't reply back, and he would text me and I wouldn't reply back.
and then when you were talking to Hayes, you talked about that your mother, the issue of his wallet came up, and she said his wallet was in the car. You said your mother said that the wallet was in the car. Do you remember that?
I think she said it was in the car. I just remember that at some point, I think she came out with it. It showed up.
And you talked about your dad was a workaholic. He loved to work.
Yes.
And he would be working even all the time.
Yes.
Does it surprise you or is it shocking to you that during that first conversation, you didn't mention anything about the guns with Scott?
What do you mean?
You didn't say anything about guns
During what conversation? I'm sorry.
with Hayes, Detective Hayes.
I couldn't think straight.
Do you remember saying that you were upset or angry with the sheriff's office because they made y'all wait outside in the hot sun until they talked to you?
That was a long day. It was
It
a
was a long
painful day.
Very painful day. And they were just trying to figure out what was happening with your dad. So it's a process, right?
As the years have gone, I understand that they had a job to do, and their feelings about our emotions were not at the top of their list.
And from that very first day, you were frustrated with law enforcement, how long they were taking, what they were doing, how they were talking to your mom and things like that. You were just frustrated and irritated with law enforcement.
I think it was a natural sense of being upset with the situation. I think I was angry for many years.
And then on Wednesday, July 11th, 2018, do you remember calling Detective Hayes and basically saying that the sheriff's office had improperly frozen your account? That was like $808 or something.
I mean, it was a normal phone call, but I told him that my bank account was frozen because it was somehow tied to my dad's from when I first opened it up. And they asked me to provide like 6 months of records, I think it was. So I pulled them from my Wells Fargo account and they had it unlocked quickly from what I can't recall, but I had live paychecks at the time. So I just used my husband's money and then I got my next check. So it wasn't a huge problem.
And then in November 15th, 2018, you actually had an incident where someone came up and deflated the tires at your residence in Hall County. Don't give us your address, but it was in Hall County at the time.
Correct.
And you get in touch with Hall County and try to make a report, right?
I think I called 911 because my mother said that she saw somebody leaving them, running away from the property, I believe.
Right. And your mom said it was a Hispanic male, correct?
I believe so, in like a gray shirt or something.
Right. A gray car maybe. She had seen him possibly.
I don't know if he had a car, but he was just running.
And you actually had the deputy come out, and your mom says it's the same person that she saw maybe the day before or something. Is that right?
I don't recall that. I had to beg the law enforcement to make a report on it, though.
The law enforcement didn't think there was anything there to make a report on, right?
Correct, but I wanted it documented just in case, because I mean, that's if somebody's coming on my property where we lived, that was worrisome.
And then you took the next step to actually call Detective Hayes and tell him about the incident. Is that right?
I don't remember.
But you do remember that was during the time that Chris was the temporary administrator. And do you remember saying that you believe Chris is behind the deflating of the tires?
I think I was possibly that one of my brothers could have done it, but I didn't know who. I didn't see the person. I mean, by the time I was taking a shower at the time, by the time I came out, just my car alarm was going off, and that was it.
And you were saying it was Chris. You were blaming Chris for this, right?
I don't know why I would be blaming Chris, but looking back on it, that would have been an unbiased opinion because obviously I didn't know I was in the shower, so that would be unfair to do that.
And were you talking with your mom? Did your mom, was it her idea for you to call and make police reports?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Either me or her, but I don't. If somebody was on my property, I could see where I would want to call 911 and file a report.
But isn't it true your mom just wanted you to make a record or make a case against your brothers while this was going on? So that's why you're doing it?
I don't think she would have necessarily done that. I think things were said from her about my brothers, but like the phone call, like her, talking about Scott threatening her and all this, I just told her, I said, if you don't get a voice audio or a video, nobody's going to believe you. And I left it at that.
You haven't heard the jail calls that we've had between you and your mother, have you?
No.
Do you remember on June 25th, 2019, having a phone call with her where you talked about writing everything down for the attorney? Do you remember talking to her about
Pertaining to what?
Just writing things down to give to the attorney.
Which attorney? The estate attorney?
Whichever one you were talking about. Do you remember talking about the attorney?
I remember that she was giving me a list for the estate attorney because I had a legal document stating that I could take her personal assets.
Do you remember Chad being on the phone and saying, we're going to do whatever we can to make this shoot go away? He didn't say the word shoot.
I was going to say, I was like, that's something weird. I mean, we were just trying to be positive, and it was a hard time. We were having to go through my parents' house. And
do you remember saying it's all about the money, 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 money?
Everything seemed about money all the time.
I
And
think
you wanted to make sure that the attorney had all the things possible.
she wasn't like this earlier.
It was the attorney's
and she's
responsibility to
exhausted.
protect the assets.
This is brutal. I'd be blinking.
And do you remember the conversation there about whether or not Rusty is keeping a check on Chris on Facebook?
No.
Do you remember on June 26th of 2019, another phone call talking about, did Rusty give you a list of things to get out of the house?
I don't recall that. My mother said many things on phone calls, but she gave me a list and I knew what to get.
But you don't deny that around this time you were talking to Rusty on behalf of your mom.
I really don't recall. There was times that she was like, reach out to him, and I did not do it. I didn't want to talk to him.
Do you remember your mom in a phone call on September 6, 2007 saying, does Michael understand the severity of Chris and Scott?
No. But that sounds like something she would say. She was very concerned about Chris and Scott.
How about that we enlightened them? We got the majority of key facts. I got all that to them. Do you remember that conversation all about getting information to the attorneys about Chris and Scott?
No, I assumed that she would have told everything, and I've always been very open and honest about situations with my brothers.
That same phone call, do you remember her instructing you to call Rusty back and talk to him some more?
Probably. She asked me to call him, and I I tried to not do that.
On July 5th of 2019, after the prelim and facts came out in the hearing that you didn't know about, you called your mom and talked to her, didn't you?
I would assume so.
Do you remember telling you or saying, let me caution you not to say anything on this phone call?
I said that or she said that?
She.
I would imagine so. She was always, I mean, I knew the phone calls were being recorded and I didn't have anything to hide. So she would say that. I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying
Yeah,
she said.
possibly. I would assume so. I would assume her attorneys advised her.
Do you remember after learning new information, including he's in the burn pile by Rusty, that phone call, do you remember telling your mom that you have a few questions for people?
Yeah, that was a very concerning piece of information. And that's the phone call to Rusty when I had to go get the dogs. And he had talked to him on the phone. I said, did she say this? And he said no.
And then other phone calls, you keep talking about you still stand where you've always stood with your mom. In other words, you still believe that she didn't commit the murder. Remember saying things like that?
I was definitely far more like, I believe everything of my mother. I understand now that this is not my spot to investigate this. And there's no way for me to know everything. Just like Zach told me, y'all have all of the information. It's very hard for me to form opinions, and when I just don't know.
Did you know that your mother said to Rusty, if you don't stop talking, you're going to single-handedly hang me?
No, I don't believe so. Unless that was in a preliminary hearing.
Did she ever say anything to you about be careful on the phones?
She always did. But I didn't have anything to be careful about.
Did she ever ask you to be quiet or shh, don't talk about things?
Yeah, but then she would go on and she would ramble and ramble and ramble about things after that.
You agree with me that this whole ordeal is just awful for you, right?
Traumatizing.
Yeah,
And it does upset you, doesn't it?
Very much.
And you have strong feelings both directions in this case. Is that fair?
I stand right in the middle, and I pray y'all can do your job and figure out what happened.
And you just want the facts, the jury to hear all the facts and make their decision based on the facts and the truth in this case?
Absolutely.
You agree with me that you do have an interest in the outcome of this case, though, right?
How would I have an interest?
I mean, your mother, you don't want anything to happen to your mother, right?
I would hate to see her go to jail, prison. Nobody wants to see their mother in that situation. But if she had something to do with this, then that's where people go who have done things like that.
You agree that we have to, in cases like this, we really have to put the emotion aside and just follow the evidence?
And that's why I cannot do your job.
Would you agree, though, that when you're following the evidence, you have to include and consider everything, including things like the motive, if someone has a motive?
I guess, but I think it would fall down to opinion, possibly.
You agree, though, motive is what prompts the heart to do something, though, right?
I guess so. If you don't have a moral compass or a sense of a relationship with God, then I guess so.
You'd have to consider the means, the ability to do this, right?
Repeat that?
You'd have to consider the fact someone's means or ability to do this crime, right?
Yeah, I guess you would boil it down to sheer physics of it all.
Yeah, when you boil it down, you have to consider who had the opportunity, who was there at the time that this took place.
Yes.
You can't just say Scott did it, Chris did it, she did it. I mean, that's kind of inconsistent. That's kind of like throwing spaghetti against the wall. You just have to boil it down to what the evidence speaks of, right?
That's correct.
You also have to consider who was present on the property in July 3rd at the time that the murder took place. Who was there and who was not there, right?
I would assume so.
You'd have to also consider phone records in this case, wouldn't you?
All evidence is evidence.
And you don't know those phone records, do you?
No.
You don't know the GPS evidence in this case, do you?
No.
You don't know the geofencing evidence that shows who and only whose phone is on the property at the time and after the death of your father.
No.
You'd have to consider that, though.
Oh, yes, you would have.
I know.
Hopefully
Isn't that
everything available.
creepy?
I mean,
I've
you
seen
would.
other trials where they've used more than that, like the Murdaugh trials, and that was mind-blowing. But I think that any bit of information helps.
And you'd have to consider phone calls between your mom and and a lover, right?
Yes.
You'd have to consider all the statements that have been made in the case by your mom and other people, correct?
Yes, I do not pity any of, I mean, not pity, but I do not want to be in your shoes.
I mean, you'd have to consider, even if you rejected it, and even if she says, I didn't say that, or she didn't say that, you still have to consider Rusty's statement that she told me he's in the burn pile. You'd have to consider it, wouldn't you?
And you have to consider everything, I guess.
And part of that is you'd have to consider the context that when he made that statement about he's in the burn pile, the rest of the statement that I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything I do not need to know, that is attached to the statement. You'd have to consider it in totality, wouldn't you?
I would assume so.
Right. So if the statement was tried to be explained later on, like he just overheard something being said with Martha Jane, you still have to consider, why would you say, don't tell me anything else? Because it comes down to credibility in many ways, doesn't it?
You have to consider everything.
Did you know your mom had a text message one time about your dad says, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death?
No.
You'd have to consider that too, wouldn't you?
Evidence is evidence.
Do you know of the statement about your mom with Rusty talking about being on the same page, and I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done? Would you know why she would say that?
No.
You know about the statement that she said that that body should not have been burned up?
What do you mean?
Do you know whether or not she's even said that statement that that body should not have been burned
I've
up?
never heard anything directly, so.
If she said those statements to Rusty on a phone call, you would have to consider that. You have to consider that in trying to decide for yourself whether or not you do or don't believe that she committed the murder.
I personally, I mean, everything, evidence is evidence. The truth is the truth.
If someone intentionally commits a murder and burns a body, and they're not crazy, they would be conscious of what they did, right?
I would assume so.
You would have to consider in this case, and you yourself would consider, if there's a lot of lies and deceptions, wouldn't you agree with me that that speaks to the guilty mindset of the person that did it?
I don't know.
And you don't know, Amanda, because you don't want to believe your mom committed this murder, right?
I don't want to believe my mother would ever do anything like that. I don't want to believe anybody would do something like that.
Another further judge.
Swear.
Briefly, Judge. Your mother and Chad did not have an affair.
No.
And you said something to the effect of,
Okay,
they would work
they
him
did
up.
not.
Was that Chris?
Oh,
My brothers
I'm
would
so
always
tired
try
of
to stir
rumors.
stuff up.
So that's where
Always.
that idea came from.
Yes, because I told my parents he had a drinking problem and he was mad, and that was his retaliation. in
You
my
agree
eyes.
that's very cruel. That's a cruel thing that your
My brother has said and done things in the past years since this has happened that are very cruel, that are unforgivable almost. But as a Christian, I have to forgive him and understand it was the alcohol.
Your mother has lived with you now for about 4 years.
Yes.
And in those 4 years, she has never admitted to anything, has she?
Never.
And she has always maintained her innocence?
Correct. We've had some serious conversations and the story remains the same.
You mentioned, it sounded like you were kind of trying to do your own investigation into this case 6 years ago. Is that kind of what?
At the beginning,
Right.
and then I lost. You can't do anything when you don't know anything. And I grew up and I understand that I can't control everything, and God's will is God's way. That's it.
But also, is it fair to say that you felt like nobody was questioning you, asking you what happened?
Nobody wanted to talk to me.
Until somebody who used to be in the district attorney's office spent 4 hours with you.
Yeah, he came out of his way to come up to Hall County to talk to me and my husband.
And you felt like you were finally heard
Yes,
years after this incident took place.
that was in 2020. I was pregnant with my son, yeah.
Until now. This is really your first chance to finally be heard in front of this jury.
Yes.
Do you feel like you said everything you needed to say?
There's just so much pain. There's no good outcome. He's never coming back. He'll never be there again. And that's just the worst part about it all. And knowing that my mother could potentially spend the rest of her life in prison is terrifying. But again, everybody, you have to follow the evidence and you have to do what you do. I'm sorry, y'all have to do this. I'm sorry.
Going back to that investigation that you were doing, essentially, too, after you heard what you heard in the prelim, and now this jury has heard those recordings that the district attorney was talking to you about, you questioned Rusty.
Yes.
Adamantly.
Yeah.
I believe you used the words he was a coward.
He is a coward.
And that he was just trying to essentially cover for himself. He was only about himself.
Wow.
Did you say something like that?
Correct.
But when you confronted him, he literally told you he lied.
He just said that she didn't say that. That's all I know. That's from what I can recall, because that's the only conversation I really remember ever having with him. And I blatantly asked him, did she say this? And he said no.
Did he go into any detail as to why?
No, but I probably didn't dig into it. I have a terrible way of not being involved.
Wow.
The statement, Mr. Fogus read off to you a number of statements and things that have been presented in this trial, but I just want to get to this one and see if you knew anything about it, since you were around in the Manny Aurora investigation, which he had kind of his own investigators that went out to the house, right? Were you there for any of that?
I was.
All right, so this statement, I think he ran out something about her talking to Rusty about the body wasn't meant to be burned that bad, but there were fire investigators that y'all had hired to go out to the property.
Manny had hired somebody to go out there.
And that information came from that investigator. Were you around for that?
I don't know if I ever heard any of the outcome of it. I just knew that he had hired certain people to go out there, but I don't know how far it went because he only had received so much money and we couldn't afford to pay him.
Before I say, is there anything else you want to say to this jury?
I'm sorry that you have to be here. I'm sorry I have to be here and everybody in this room. But it's, if I can say anything at all in what this has taught me.
You can't testify narrative form.
Lean into God and he will take care of you and give you peace and calm in the storm and just give you a sense of hope. And I don't know, it's hard to find anything. I hope the truth comes out, and it's going to be painful no matter what happens, because at the end of the day, my daddy's gone. And I miss
That's
him.
true. No matter what,
thank you, ma'am.
Her daddy's gone. Oh, Mama.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can sit.
I'm sorry. She could see the green light and the camera's on her. And I hate that. She's just so, I mean, I know that she's up for murder, okay? But from a mama's heart to her child, that is devastating. Devastating. And I don't like the cameras being on her. She may be found guilty and she may have done this. She may not have. But I couldn't imagine my child having to do that. I had to do that I didn't have to.
Next witness is an expert who is
My husband.
traveling here today and will be ready first thing in the morning. So we are on track. I believe the evidence will close tomorrow afternoon, at least.
We'll be getting.
And then our plan is to, we're going to do some work on the charge conference this afternoon and probably wrap up that tomorrow afternoon. And then I've told the lawyers I would give them the day off Wednesday to prepare for their closing arguments on Thursday. So y'all are excused from service on Wednesday. I'm not going to say you can't work or something if you want to. That's going to be problematic if you do. So if you do go work,
I would.
You can't talk to anyone about the case at all, and everyone's going to want to come talk to you. So you're going to have to wear headphones and blinders and put tape over your mouth. So maybe working's not the best idea. If there's some way you can work from home, that would be fine. But anyway, I'm not going to say you can't, but those are going to be problems. All right. With that, we're going to break for the afternoon. We'll be here first thing in the morning, up and running as close to 9 as we can. I know that there may need to be some discussions with the expert. So we may not start right at 9. I'm going to see if we can get the expert here a little bit early so the state can talk to them. But they may need to, anyway, we'll see how that goes. But I still think we are on track to finish with the evidence tomorrow. All right, with that, y'all can be excused.
And Melody never sends
We'll
up.
take a 15-minute break, or let's take 20. Come back at 3:15, and
That must have been brutal for a mama and that child. Okay, guys, I don't think we want to sit here and have them. Do y'all want to continue? Are you game for let's just hopping off for the rest of the day, giving me some time off? I do have a doctor's appointment at 3:30 my time. It's your choice. If you want to stay on, we'll stay on and see what happens, or we can go to the other trial. Y'all tell me, what would you like to do? I don't know. I could have sworn okay. They said that she posed no risk to anyone, people, or property and had no money, as all of Gary Ferris's property was tied up in their estate. The couple's house in Freeholm was foreclosed on July 2nd. The couple's 10-acre property included a pond, creek, several pastures, an extensive amount of wooded area. So they foreclosed on it. Yep. So yeah, they don't have it. Do you know what? I think I shall. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some homework done. I'm going to go to the doctor's. I got to get some cleaning done around here. My podcast room looks like I've been living in it, because I have been here except for bed. And then tonight I need to go home after my meeting at 7. I have a 7 to 8 o'clock meeting. And I need to go home and I need to get some work done. Yep, we'll take a break. It's been a long couple, what is it? I think we've been doing lives almost every day for months. Last week I counted, I put 69 and a half hours of lives in, not including the Sunday Night Live. Yes, I know. That's a lot. I want to thank everybody for being here. Y'all are absolutely fabulous, and I love you dearly. And we will be back on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And we'll be continuing with this trial. So, everybody, to our mods, Ronnie and Bull Butter, woohoo! Hello, Britt, Tori, all of you who have joined Adair. Trying to think, Mary Kay, going back, Zach. I just can't find everybody, but so long. Have a great day. I'm ending before 8:00 at night. All right, guys, we will see you tomorrow morning. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.